Welcome to BTM Reviews, where we talk about the news. Got the scoop you need to hear. Stay a while, join the cheer. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Pour the bourbon, let it flow. Talking drinks you need to know. Whiskey's aged and barrels old. Stories told in glasses full. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Toys and gadgets, playtime fun. From old school to brand new ones. Action figures, cars that zoom. Fill your heart and light the room. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Movies, flicks on silver screens. Drama, action, fill your dreams. Real to real, the stories told. Lights and camera, new and old. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Movies, flicks on silver screens. Drama, action, fill your dreams. Real to real, the stories told. Lights and camera, new and old. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz, come take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today.
Hey guys, this is Dave with BTM Reviews. How's everybody doing this fine Friday evening? Hope you're doing as well as I am. I had a great day. Got my Trump Mania shirt on, Trump Mania 2024. Got my all caps comic hat on. I made my background a little bit more into picture, playing with the camera today. Tried to encompass some of the stuff that I've gathered. Got our big board up on the back here. Got the pinball machine. So, yeah, I've had a good day. And we've got some good guests. We've got Jim. We've got Wode Royer, Nicholas. We're going to bring on Black Angus in a little bit. I invited a couple other people. Maybe they'll show. Maybe they won't. Somebody in the chat wants to join. Hit me up. I'll send you the link. Who do we got in the chat tonight? So we've got Zombie, of course. First, always. What's up, Mr. Self-Destruct? Let's see here. Julio. Suit. What's up, Suit? Mr. Bishop. How's Mr. Bishop tonight? Base Bunny Love. Good to see you, Base Bunny Love. Andrew Campbell. Ooh, man. I know, Andrew, it's got to be Saturday for you, man. If you want to jump on, you should jump on. You can't be working this time of day in Australia. Don't you get a day off? What's up, Rich C? How are you doing, sir? So, I don't know. We don't have like I don't have anything like really planned. I do have a new JJ video in that Eric chronology stuff. So we'll go over that. Oh, he's here. There, I got to give my couple minutes in by myself, guys. Morning, Alistair. How you doing, Lucifer? Jim, they're already asking for you, buddy. How you doing, bud?
Hey, what's up? I'm always around somewhere.
Jim, you're wearing the hat
Lost
I'm
in
wearing,
time and
dude.
space. Am I? Oh, all right. I can go change. Hold on.
No, it's good. Like it was very organic.
Well, it matches my shirt sort of, so that's why I wore it. I always try to color coordinate. Gotta color coordinate.
That sounds gay.
Well, that's from Friday. Remember the dad and Friday?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Gotta color coordinate. That guy.
Coordinate.
So anyway, I wouldn't mind if we did a poll before we get
let's
really
get
rolling.
let me get in here. I'll go to the stream on YouTube and see what you got. What would you like in the poll, Jim?
I'd like to know. I got like 3 different stingers for the beginning of my review for Silence Do Good, and I would just like the chat's opinion on which one's the best.
So we'll play each one.
Yeah. So it'll be
And
like
let the
A,
chat
B,
vote.
or, or 1, 2, and 3.
Sure. Which stinger do you prefer? So this would be 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, so I'm starting the poll, and let's get our other guests in, and then we'll start playing those. So how was your day, buddy?
Mine was good. You know,
Yeah.
I've been up since 6:30, so.
Well,
Is
good thing
my
you left.
audio low? Really?
I told you.
Low?
I told
My
you, man.
audio's low? Really?
Just pull your mic down like 4 inches. It'll be fine.
All right. I don't like the mic and camera.
Well,
Is that better?
oh, that's
Is it better view
1,000%.
for everybody?
It's 1,000% better. So I don't like it in your face like that.
Just slightly. I think Alistair's fucking with me.
Alistair's right. Your audio is a little lower than normal, dude.
Then something's fucked up because it should be louder. I have it turned way the fuck up.
He says yes. It's like he was in the back room. But when you have your volume real high, you hear this background noise in your headphones. Like it's like, ugh, got to turn that down. Rilzik, I'd watch anywhere. If you're on, if you're on Jim's stream, you don't mind where they watch either, right, buddy?
I don't.
I mean,
I just want them to watch and like and subscribe and
hang out
and tell us if you like it. If you don't, tell us what we could do better.
Share it with your friends. If you don't,
friends,
that's all we care about.
If you want to come up, turn off my mic and use sign language. Okay.
I know it's a little gay right there, Pastor. Same hat, same headphones.
We're actually in the same room, but don't tell anyone.
Yeah.
And neither one of us are wearing pants.
That's a lie. I have a grandson 10 feet away from me, or 15 feet away from me. So what's up, Wode?
What's up, gentlemen? How you guys doing? Hail chat, how you doing?
Man, you're all dressed up with nowhere to go tonight, wearing a lavender shirt and all.
I'm wearing my orc camouflage. Orcs can't see purple, so hey, there we go.
That's your defense, huh?
It's my defense. I mean, I didn't get the memo. I didn't wear the right hat. So
you see this, Jim?
Oh God.
Pete Callan, who's saying my dick small for $2. I just popped in to say, what's up, my negroids?
Oh,
I know
hello.
you are in the racist chat on the internet.
How can there be 5 votes already on the fucking poll and we didn't play any of the stingers yet?
Disavow.
It's the chat. Well, we never said anything racist. That's the funny part. Like they're turning into SJWs, dude. They're changing the language to fit some fucking narrative to hate Ethan. And did you know that I'm one of Ethan's little dogs, and I give him he gives me treats every time I go after Eric. Did you know that?
I heard a rumor.
Pretty funny, man. Thanks for the $2, Pete. Very, very funny. Very funny. We got Mr. Nicholas here. How are you doing, sir?
Good. How y'all doing?
Man, I'm doing great. I just
Jim, hold on a second. I can show you how to fix that real fast.
Yeah.
Put your hand around it.
Mm-hmm.
Now pull down.
This isn't the Tim Walsh rally.
I always have it like this. What the fuck is going on here? Hold on. Maybe I'm wrong.
see this one.
What do you got, Jim?
Wode?
Dave?
This is Green River Bourbon Whiskey. So this is a, you know who Bardstown bourbon is, right? They're pretty expensive bourbon, but this is
better
like their
now?
what? The bourbon?
What?
It's always better.
The bourbon's better than the other bourbon?
I just opened this. No, man, that Joseph Magnus cigar, whatever they call it, is unbelievable. Hi, Katie. How are you? How are you doing tonight, Katie? So, Nicholas, you do anything exciting today? Did you make any new intros for me or anything cool? What are you
Actually,
talking
I have
about,
been
Dave?
doing. It's been like a lot of this stuff I do sounds like movie music often.
Mhm.
Mostly because I'm trying to work out like actually playing everything out and everything by myself. So
Mhm.
it tends to be a little bit more like that, not as much like movement in it.
Right.
But I don't upload it to YouTube. I've only been uploading it to Twitter and everything. But unless you want to do some long dramatic intros or something like that, no.
Oh, well, wow, this is really good. Well, if you can find this Green River Foolproof,
Yeah, I'll make a
holy
note.
crap. It's a high proof, though. It's 117 proof, so be careful. Be careful. What's up, little heck? Let's fucking go. So, all right, so Jim, you have 3 different intros. You would
Yeah,
like
we already
to-
got 9 votes. Where's the poll at? Because they haven't seen them. We got 9 votes already.
It's number 1 is winning with 44%. So
All right. So which one do I want to play first?
let's go in order. Let's play them. Let's do it do it the way you made it.
Okay.
Yeah, so that'll be
All right.
your number 1. So this is the original, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Now I want you guys to understand, Jim is making this stinger a 30-second stinger for a cartoon or for a comic book review of Silence Do Good. So he's putting 3 hours of editing and making this stinger so he can talk about a book for 3 minutes. I mean, he's putting some work into this, guys. He's actually doing some production. I've never produced a video. I just talk and post it.
Might want to manage expectations here.
So
I'm not going to say not to. I might cause some epilepsy. If you have epilepsy, you might want to look away.
well, no, I think that was fun. I like your imagery that you're putting out there. It's fun.
Okay, cool. Everyone knows the story of Ben Franklin discovering electricity by flying a kite with a key tied to the string. Some people know the story of Ben Franklin inventing the first bifocals. But nobody knows the story of Ben Franklin, time-traveling agent sent to the future to save our history, brought to you by Turkey Robot Production. Ben Franklin is Silence Do Good, time-traveling agent.
Very good, Jim. What do you
Aside
think,
from
Woe?
some audio editing stuff, it's not bad.
Fuck off.
I don't know what I would say maybe a really low toned audio track playing below your voice would be kind of cool,
Oh,
like
okay.
a sci-fi, like upbeat sci-fi sound.
Oh, okay.
Would be
Yeah,
fun.
I could do that.
Maybe
could do
like
that.
something
That'll only take me
Doctor
another hour.
Who-ish.
I could do that.
No,
Well,
it
no,
doesn't take any time
You
at
cut
all, dude.
you cut your
Yeah.
your dialogue off. Your speaking off too quickly.
Right.
You can
But
hear too much.
That's how
You can fade it.
I talk. I learned to speak by watching Star Trek.
I was gonna say,
Mr. Spock.
I'm a YouTuber, Jim.
Yeah, the visuals are fantastic in Silence Do Good. All right, so that was number one, chat. So we're 1/3 of the way into 6 hours of Jim making stingers. So here's number two. Now there's not a whole lot of difference between the three, right, Jim? That's
No, there's only
there.
a couple words that I changed
Okay.
out of it because.
Did you re-record the whole thing, or did you just change words?
I re-recorded a piece and then I cut the piece out that was offending someone and I put a different one in.
Wasn't offending. It was a critique. There's a difference.
It was a critique. Yes.
Yes.
I just want to make everyone happy.
Everyone knows the story of Ben Franklin discovering electricity by flying a kite with a key tied to the string. Some people know the story of Ben Franklin inventing the first bifocals. But nobody knows the story of Ben Franklin, time-traveling agent taken to the future to save our history, brought to you by Turkey Robot Production. Ben Franklin is Silence Do-Good, time-traveling agent.
Okay, so Simply has a nice critique. Always fade in and out. So give it like
The
a 5.
audio?
Yeah, like a 5 seconds fade in and a 5 second fade out, so it doesn't just quit right there, right? So you get that 5 second fade out or 3 second whatever, and then you start talking in your review. A little space because it just cuts. I do agree with that.
You also might want to avoid such a clustered tongue twister that you did in the middle.
What do you mean?
You went fa 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 with some words
He did?
because of all the S's at a certain point. If you just
Belly
is
del
what-
Pito by the Titor.
This is why you don't ask people their opinion.
Just send it, dog.
Cut that shit and go, baby. All right.
All right.
That was number 2.
Yeah.
Uh,
This is number 3.
This is number 3. So we'll run this poll till like 8:30. So it's 8:21. So we'll run the poll till 8:30.
Everyone knows the story of Ben Franklin discovering electricity by flying a kite with a key tied to the string. Some people know the story of Ben Franklin inventing the first bifocals. But nobody knows the story of Ben Franklin, time-traveling agent taken to the future. Can he save our timeline? Brought to you by Turkey Robot Production. Ben Franklin is Silence Do-Good, time-traveling agent.
Okay.
that was better.
Can I restart the poll? Yes, I'll restart the poll. We'll make it.
Good idea. I think we all voted before.
Yeah, we're gonna restart the poll. So I'll start a poll because they were already voting before it started. Which
It's all the same shit 3 times. It's just a tiny little section that got changed.
yeah, it's nothing. Yeah, it's based on a critique he got on his original video, and he wanted to try and come up, or not come up, but make it, what the
Make
person
it
asked for.
accurate and make it correct.
The only thing I would say is not necessarily for this one. I wouldn't keep going back to it. I would just do it like Dave was saying, but commit to the energy a little bit more. I'm not terribly good at this without working up to it myself, but just giving it a lot more energy. Like you're going in that direction, but just committing to it a little bit more.
Guys, we got a new clip from Suit. Katie did a star now. Here we go. Let me pull this. God dang it. Share screen, not video file. So this is a Suit Yourself production.
Where the fuck are you, you little creep?
All right. Here we go.
Hello, Katie. My name is Renown Zero, and I will be stalking you today. I want you, Katie. Katie, I want you bad.
What the fuck? Who's there?
I've been watching you, Katie, lurking, creeping around. I have chosen you.
Oh,
God.
What
with fire.
I have chosen.
Where the fuck are you, you little creep?
The prophecy has said that you will be mine, Katie. You
Ugh.
cannot fight that which fight you cannot.
Holy Mother of God.
I'm coming for you, Katie. You cannot hide from the Sturgis.
Was
It's
that hair
always-
on his ass?
Yes, he's got to always disturb so harsh.
Shoot leans on the horror and comedy
Oh.
horror.
God damn.
And I like it. Like I dig that kind of stuff.
I love it. But when you see it for the first time, it's like, what the is this? Holy shit. That was a very, very alarming suit, but I like it. I like it. Did I tell Jim what a terrible Jim, I tell him on that all the time. What are you kidding me? I give him shit during the stream to pay attention. Don't I, Jim?
What?
Exactly. At least you're not looking at a different screen right now.
That's a weird way to start a conversation.
See, when Jim does that turn to the left, we're fucked, guys.
Well, because I see something
Jim
on the
is,
corner of my eye and I
Jim
go,
is
"What
on
is that?"
Twitter at that point. He's just lost.
What I should do actually is I should
Then
change
I
where
start
the
following them
location
there,
of this.
too.
I'll change where the location is. I should move Twitter over here, and then you won't be able to tell what I'm doing.
Yes, that would be.
But then I wouldn't be able to see the chat. I'd have to go like this to see the chat.
Oh, have you guys seen the work that Suit's been doing on that father hostage stuff?
Watched a little of it.
It's pretty damn cool. Let's check it out. We haven't played any Suit stuff in a while. And I always enjoy Suit's production. So let me share that screen. And Suit's always been very kind to me. So here we go. Here's the father hostage intro, Woad Warrior. I think you'll appreciate this.
Welcome to Differentiallyville. Most of us call it Differentlyville, because around here, we all move differently. My name's Suit. It's 3 a.m., and I received a call from Father Hostage to meet at the local pizza nut. And that's Maxim, some kind of big comic book launch that I couldn't give a fuck about. And that's Father Hostage. Looks like he's on time.
Hello there, Toots. Come give me some sugar.
Oh, so Father Hostage is a player, huh? Wow.
Hostage.
Suit!
You son of a bitch.
We doing this?
What's
I love how Suit. It's this
Nice.
big jacked motherfucker all the time. He's always the biggest guy in the room. It's so funny. He's got Hostage, kind of small.
the matter? The priesthood got you reading too many Bibles? Huh? Had enough?
Make it easy on yourself, Suit. Okay.
You never did know when to quit, did ya?
Damn good to see you, Suit.
And it's good to see you too. What the fuck you calling me out at this hour for?
Sit down. We got things to discuss.
Excuse me, sir. Sirs. Oh my. Excuse me, yes. There is no smoking in this establishment. Oh my. I'll just get you an ashtray then, shall I?
It was at this very pizza nut that only moments earlier did we see a camera pan down from above, showing all watching this very city that we are in. This city is known as Differentiallyville. That very camera we witnessed continued to pan down, stopping only to bring into focus that very poster on the wall of the building I
You hear that
stand
rain in your
beside.
headphones, Jim?
Yeah.
The poster is of a comic book called Magsum, which is meant to, sometime later this very year, be released.
Zach, what the fuck are you doing?
It was at this moment Suit approached me to ask me what it was that I was doing.
Zach, they know. They just heard me say that.
Look, Suit, every popular show needs a recap. And that is what it was which I was giving. A recap that it was.
Zach, I understand that. I know what it is, which it is that you are doing. However, this is not Ghost Adventures. My audience doesn't need to be reminded of what happened 2 minutes ago.
No problem, Suit. This won't take long. So there I was, at this very moment, standing outside of the Pizza Nut, when one of the major characters in this very story approached me to speak on if a recap was needed or not. Now, what he didn't realize was that I don't take orders from anyone. So a recap.
Okay, now, back to the show.
All right, Suit. So what is this? Is this a like a story that you're building, Suit? Like, I don't know, what is this going to be, like a weekly show or something that you are working on or something? Because it's pretty funny. Maybe not weekly, because it seems like a lot of work to do all that animation, Nicholas. I have no idea how long that stuff takes.
I have no idea how long it takes either.
Could you do it, Woad? I have no clue how that shit's done.
No, man. I
Jim's
roll my
figuring-
face on the keyboard and stuff happens.
Well, Jim's figuring it out, though. We just played yours, Katie. We played yours first. With that guy on the wall, like, that was gross.
Like, I'm seeing, obviously, Suit hasn't been doing the 3D stuff for very long, but like, I'm seeing more of what he's doing. Like, sometimes it's a little hard, especially too, because he has a little bit of a slower pace to his stuff, and like, if YouTube, when you're watching it like this, it jitters ever so slightly.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I'm starting to see his vision come out a little bit more. And stuff, like how he's doing shots. I'm like a little bit more recognizing the kind of shots that he's trying to do. Just not that I'm a movie director or anything, but I've watched film long enough, and I've, you notice the different kind of pans and everything.
Right. So the poll is over, Jim. I'm going to end the poll right now.
Okay.
And the winner is number 3, 52%. And number 2 was 26, number 1 was 21. So number 3, like, crushed it, just so you know. So I guess that's the way you're
I
going to
should keep working on it more and more and more, and it'll get better.
We're not doing
No,
this.
just
poll
do
again.
another one.
Yeah, we're not doing this. Or, do we have like a breaking news sound? Because I see what you pulled up, Jim, and this is important.
It's very important. Breaking news.
Very important.
Everyone needs to pay attention. Stop what you are doing.
Pay attention.
Urgent. But how does that line go? You have an urgent, something news story from Anchorman. Fuck, I can't read.
This is right up your alley, Woad.
Oh, I'm on pins and needles.
You should be.
More solar flares?
Good evening,
day.
folks. We had mentioned this morning that we were going to be looking for NOAA to add the third CME from the next class solar flare, to their CME endless spiral model. They have finally done so. You can see the 3 eruptions here and when they are expected to impact. The first one, according to their model, should be about any time now. It is just before 2200 UTC. That's approaching 4 o'clock here in Colorado Springs, approaching 6 p.m. on the East Coast. We will see what happens over the next day and a half to 2 days as these 3 CMEs impact. Geomagnetic storms, highly likely. We'll see you in the morning for the Daily Show. Be safe, everyone.
Okay.
Be safe, everyone.
Isn't that you sent me 2 of these today, though, didn't you?
Yeah, there's another one.
What's going to happen?
I will say one thing. I'm in Illinois, and it was like 70 degrees today in August, dude. It was 54 degrees last night, overnight. Fucking ridiculous. It's August.
My Lord. I'm in Central Texas, and it's fucking hot here.
It's crazy. All right. I don't think we are okay, anonymity. There's so many flares coming out of that sun right now. It's going to affect something. I mean, somebody's going to have their satellite dish get melted or something somewhere.
Something somewhere's going to happen sometime.
Yeah. So,
can we harness it, like concentrate it?
I don't think we have that technology.
Well,
it'd be awesome if we. Yeah.
The Anunnaki did, but they're not helping us anymore. They're mad.
Maybe that's what the pyramids were for.
Probably because they're shaped like that. That way, deflect it.
Yeah, or they could harness it. Like, yeah,
it
awesome.
Splits it as like because it's why it's shaped like this. As the energy comes, it goes around the sides.
Yeah, that's why
it channels it all through the top of the pyramid into the Ark of the Covenant.
That's how they create it, and then they send it and they transmit it from pyramid to pyramid.
Because they're around the world, right?
Yep.
Very good. All right, let's go. This is the extended cut, right?
Good morning, folks. We're going to be pretty focused on space weather today. We will make a quick seismic note at the end as we investigate a new topic, but the big story is yesterday's X-class solar flare releasing the 3rd Earth-directed CME. Let's go ahead and check out the last 24 hours on our star, where we find the only significant event was a flash at the large sunspot group that has just passed center disk. It may not have been significantly long duration, but it did release a CME. The 3rd one we'll expect to impact over the coming days. Solar wind right now is fairly calm and steady, but that probably will not be the case by the time we see each other again. NOAA has added the 2nd CME we discussed yesterday to their Endel spiral, and they are supposed to impact tonight and tomorrow. I think
Jim,
the spread on those may be a bit high in the model, but alas...
Does he have videos defining solar wind and all that stuff? Because I've never heard that term, solar wind.
Solar wind is just the energy that flies around in space, like the protons and...
everything flowing off.
Yeah,
because the
stars
sun is basically constantly exploding and
right
putting shit out into space.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Both are coming. And then we had the 3rd one. Here's the X-class solar flare from yesterday afternoon. Not directly center disk, but close enough that its eruption caused a full halo CME on SOHO. Not tremendously dense, but a halo event nonetheless. NASA's Endel spiral has this one on it and forecasts an impact late on Sunday, so that makes 3 small but directly Earth-facing CMEs expected this weekend. In addition to watching for those impacts beginning as early as a few hours from now, we'll be keeping watch for more flares. Still no shortage of sunspots, and we can tell there may be one more coming over the limb on the south. We are all eyes open on space weather. Lastly, folks, jumping back to the magnitude 7.1 earthquake near Japan we shared yesterday, the red lines to the south of it outline what's known as the Philippine Plate. There were several commenters yesterday who suggested the 7.1 was the first thrust event on that plate, which could signal the plate is trying to break free and shift. That would be
Neil
very
Adams
bad.
would disagree with
I'll
that.
be trying to check the beach ball data for past quakes to confirm that claim, while also constantly watching the seismic activity around it as well. One more thing to track. We greatly appreciate your support. Solar impacts are on their way. We'll do this all again tomorrow, right here, right now at 6 a.m. in the new Valley of the Sun. Eyes open. No
Eyes
fear.
open, Jim.
Be
No
safe,
fear.
everyone.
Okay. So no internet after tomorrow.
Sunday. It's going to impact Sunday, right?
Toss your phones in a Faraday cage.
Oh no! Please fry my fucking phone. Fry that mother effer, dude. Like, stop calling.
Yeah.
Stop
I keep
texting.
trying to stream from the Faraday cage, but it never works.
So anyway, on that same topic here, there was an argument on Twitter today because Elon
About
Musk
solar
was talking-
flares?
No, sort of, but
Your
'cause
volume
Elon Musk is
sucks,
talking
dude.
Just hold on. My volume sucks.
Yeah, you're too far from your mic.
All right. I was leaning back.
Okay.
So there was an argument on Twitter today because Elon Musk put out this thing talking about how we need to build spaceships now and send them to space. That way we don't forget how to make spaceships in the future, because we could lose the technology. We could forget if something happens.
Yeah.
And so that, and then this clown, Brian Krasenstein, says we should definitely send out hard drives to space. You could put it up to orbit the Earth, which tell people how to build spaceships and other tech. Have it send radio signals back to Earth just in case there's some sort of a nuclear attack that destroys all technology on Earth. And I said, what will happen to those electronic devices when there's a solar flare or EMP? Why do you think the only information that the ancients have been able to pass down to us was carved into stone? Information needs to be preserved in a way that it can be accessed without technology. And then some asshole chimes in. I think, Jim, it has a lot to do with the fact that the ancients hadn't yet discovered the permanent marker. As such, they continued to carve their writings in stone. I hope you're not suggesting that all their supercomputers didn't stand the test of time.
Why not? Why the fuck not?
I'm suggesting that whatever technology they used to actually build the pyramids and move those 700-ton stones around in Lebanon is lost to us. And then he says, though it absolutely isn't you, maybe you have a piece of technology in your hand capable of delivering such information to you. Whenever you are, here you are telling the world that buoyancy was lost sometimes after the pyramids were constructed. And then I said, if by buoyancy you are referring to Atlantis, then maybe you are not a complete moron.
He said complete. He said complete.
The guy can't even write a sentence. So, I mean, he gets words wrong in the sentences, but you have a very good argument, Jim. I mean,
well, I mean,
how do we know that there weren't supercomputers that got destroyed?
I was just saying, just whatever technology they used to build the pyramids and move those giant stones.
Right.
We have no fucking clue how they did it. They could say, oh, they did the sand, they did this thing, and then they dug the sand. Yeah, fuck off, they did.
Yeah, right.
Why
do it now? Let me see you do it now.
They have.
No, they have.
There's people in Egypt that, like scientists, that work on.
They do it on a tiny, small. They go, oh, look, we could do it on this little piece of rock, so it's going to work with this. No, they've never done it.
They've never been able to
recreate. Gone into the ancient quarries and everything. Worked on recreating this stuff. You get enough.
They haven't. They have not.
All these people. They had thousands of people, not on Twitter all day. You say, "Hey guys, you're doing this."
So you're going to tell me that you believe that they were able to carve those granite vases by using a forked piece of wood and sand? No. That's what these assholes are claiming. These scientists that say they figured out how they did it.
Even to this day, if you want to drill through granite, and you can still use just a stick and sand. You can still do it to this day. Just takes a long ass fucking time.
Not to the perfection level.
How did they shape it on the inside perfectly like that? That's bullshit.
Right.
With a stick and sand. There's no fucking way. I'm sorry.
And they didn't do it once. Right.
No, and you could actually see there's signs when you go and look, and there are fucking core holes where they started drilling the core, and it's a core hole. So they had some kind of machine that was making cores like we do now with a core machine to drill through concrete and granite and stuff. And we have a diamond.
They were drilling
tipped.
Okay.
Drilled
up until the okay. In the pre-modern era and before, which all of that time they didn't have our modern technology. They were still doing it.
Who?
Really? Who?
Artists fucking look at Italy. Look at the Renaissance. All the
Those aren't
all
those
the
aren't those
architecture.
aren't 20-ton fucking megaliths. Those aren't
You know,
20
he's talking
ton.
about fucking drilling something.
No, we're
I'm
talking
arguing
about
that.
building pyramids
Yeah.
by hand. We've lost the technology to build pyramids the way they did it. That's what we're saying. We're not just talking about a vase. That's another thing, though. But we're talking about we cannot build a pyramid today with what they say their tools were
We're
back
talking
then.
about these vases and then these other carvings and stuff that are been mapped by computers and are within like 1/1000th of a fucking centimeter
Millimeter, yeah.
or millimeter accurate. They're fucking perfect. Like to do it today with computer aided shit, to get it, you know what I mean? Like it'd be hard.
What's that machine? What's that machine they use for those? Where they map it all into the machine and it cuts it for you. What's that machine called?
Like a CNC.
CNC machine, yeah.
Yeah.
And even they're not that accurate.
I worked in manufacturing for a little while, and I'll tell you what, there's lots of toss-offs, even with high expensive, multi-million-dollar machines.
Yeah, and it's not like these people are like, I mean, they're okay. So if you get a giant piece of granite, it's not hard. I mean, it's extremely hard to take off any material, right? So they're obviously not going to go too far with it, most likely. If they figured out the math,
they move.
They can constantly. It's going so slow that it's not that hard.
But they know
for
they
all the
moved some of
people to
these-
constantly be measuring it.
But they know that
if
they
they're-
moved 500-ton blocks of granite,
Yeah.
Hundreds of
500
miles. Yeah.
Yeah,
So how did they do that?
logs. Same way they do shit like same way they've done it in every other culture.
In the desert.
No.
Yes,
No.
you bring them there.
So how did they get
And
those
animal and
big,
pork fat
heavy stones?
and animal fat. You put animal fat on there. and
How
logs.
big was the ramp that they built to get to the top of the fucking pyramid, Nicholas? Think
How
about
did they get it over a mountain?
They dug it out. They dug out the area around it. They didn't
did they
take
get it
an
over the
area and
mountain?
pile a bunch of sand up. They found an area and then they started building and going down.
You
And
guys
so,
are
like, for the
overlooking.
Sphinx-
You guys are
it.
overlooking.
You're out of your mind.
The obvious here. Obviously, the Bigfoots carried the stones.
Well,
I
I was going to
agree
say
with that.
giants.
Obvious.
Giants with mammoth. They were giants riding mammoths. They
Exactly.
built a giant ice wall to keep out these creatures that were going to attack and kill everyone that was bringing death with them. And they have these glowing blue eyes. And yeah.
Yeah, they went north of the wall and grabbed the stones.
I think levitation is one of the biggest things that we probably had as a technology that we've lost.
Hold on.
I honestly do.
Something's going on outside my house. Hold on.
Like,
Uh-oh.
He's getting swatted. Well, I mean, even levitation, like you could, like if you think about it, like what levitation is just magnetic repelling or whatever you call it.
Just?
And yeah, that's all it is. That's what levitation is.
I know. Can we make it happen on a consistent basis?
No, you
though?
could have. Well, it's not inconceivable that an ancient society without the use of computers could build something with levitation in it because you're just using magnets. You could find like a sufficient. I'm not saying they could mass produce it or anything like that, but they could certainly produce something that levitates.
Yeah, like the monorail, right?
Well, not like the monorail, maybe, but you'd have to need some additional technology to go that far.
Yeah.
Well, that's the whole point, though. Like if they had that technology, we don't have it anymore. So, and that's what Jim was getting into with this guy about. And Elon's got a point. If we keep it off the Earth, then that technology can't get destroyed. But again, those ships have to have something to communicate with back on Earth to come back to Earth if they know Earth is destroyed, right, Wode? I mean, there's got to be something.
If everything's destroyed, what's going to pick up the fucking signal?
Right. So it's either or.
Again, like a radio is, you can build a radio pretty easy. Like even if you don't have, even if everything else was destroyed, it wouldn't
couldn't
take
build a radio
that long. Yeah, and again, it's just wires and.
But I
magnets.
couldn't do it because.
Yeah.
But
You
you'd
didn't
have to
build
have
them in school when you were a kid. You didn't get all the little kits and everything.
Well, I was 6, dude. Like that's 50 years ago. Wode paints fucking 40K characters. He's not building radios on his part time, right?
Well, if you needed to.
I mean,
Yeah. I don't see some redneck running around with his Baofang from his go bag, picking up a signal from space and communicating it to engineers. But hey,
I actually,
it would be possible if there's no interfering signals. Like it's totally doable.
I think sound vibrations are a thing, Wode, that have helped build a lot of stuff in the ancient times.
well, if you get into the more like the cryptid stuff and the esoteric type stuff, they talk a lot about vibration and energy and everything. And of course, what is sound? Sound,
right? Just vibrations.
Yeah.
They reference like crystals a lot, and a lot of that kind of stuff I've noticed. Which crystals, like how we exploit them now, is through like vibration and sound.
Well,
and so, for remotes and everything.
Well, your most accurate time bases that you use, like in test, like precision time, in test equipment, is all based off of a crystal oscillator design. At least it was before, and now it's moving. The technology has changed; it's moving in a different way. But yeah, crystals, have a resonant frequency, and they're gonna put some stuff out there.
Oh yeah, I mean they use crystals in. We use crystals in actual communication devices, right? We used to.
Yeah, the crystal oscillators, like you were saying.
Yeah,
sure. So, it's it's like, I think when these archaeologists are digging and stuff, I think they look past some of the technology that is technology, but they just think it's like they just think it's a thing, but it might have been a piece of technology in that era. I think they had fucking lighting, dude. I think these civilizations had lights. They weren't just living by a candle. I just think they did. I think they've actually found a light in some ancient civilizations that were powered lights. Yeah.
I think the time span is long enough that there could have been probably even more than one advanced civilization. Look how far we've gone in the previous 2,000 years.
Yeah, I agree.
Humans have been modern for over 100,000 years.
For sure.
We've had the same brain capacity for over 100,000 years.
Yeah. I mean, I gotta believe that there was some form of this type of civilization 100,000 years ago. It just got fucking lost. And
it doesn't take time for nature to reclaim. It really doesn't, and we wouldn't find shit.
Dude,
Remember, take me alive, coppers.
Well, I live in a cornfield with 2 trees in my yard and a bunch of grass. But I guarantee you, if nobody mowed my grass for 20 years and nobody took care of this house would be eaten up by weeds and it'd be overrun. It would be.
I don't even think it would take 20 years. Have you seen what?
But I'm just saying. I'm just saying 20 years.
Like?
I'm just saying 20 years. In 20 years, you couldn't move back into this house.
You might not see your house in 20 years. You would have to cut through shit to get to see what is.
Not to mention termites destroying the wood.
Right.
All that.
You were talking about Italy, Nicholas. They live in apartments now that are still 2,000 years old. They still live in those apartments. Why have we lost the ability or the desire to build out of products that last that long? Why do we use fucking plywood and dry rock for houses now?
You want to know why?
Population.
No,
faster.
Because the HUD, the Housing and Urban Development, set regulations and rules, and they established to cut costs to building houses was their goal, and they lowered the standards for what to be used to build houses. So now that's why you have this, they don't even use plywood sheeting on a lot of houses anymore. They use this fucking bullshit fiberboard crap.
Right.
It's like styrofoam or something.
Yeah. You see it all the time. You see it all the time in these new subdivisions.
I was driving to the airport this morning and saw that shit all over some new builds.
Yeah. And I mean, that won't stop anything coming through. I mean, if you were going to have like a brick house, I could see them putting that on on the studs and then putting brick up, but with siding, somebody could throw a rock through your right into your house through your wall.
Yeah. Yeah. Pellet's going to go through a pellet gun. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I am not allowed a 4 or 5 point harness in my car. Must use a shoulder belt. It's so fucking. So, Suit sent another video, and this is not a Suit video. This is explaining how they build pyramids. And this is
I really want to piss Suit off one day to make him make a video out of me.
this is this video is only 4 weeks old. Suit, I'm going to play this because we're on the topic, and this is not a Theory Thursday, so we're getting free theory stuff on a Friday, Jim.
Awesome. I love theory stuff.
It's pants optional Thursday, Dave.
Well, yeah, dude, it's fun. It's fun to talk about, and the chat's not bored with it. Some might be, but we have some other fun stuff later. But I like this stuff too because scientists 4 weeks ago explained how they built the pyramids. This should be good.
Consider the Great Pyramids, one of the original 7 wonders of the world and the only one that still exists today. Did you know that the pyramids of Giza...
God, he sounds a lot like the fucking solar flare guy. Holy shit.
...weren't the only pyramids out there? And they weren't even the first ones. First, there were the pretty good pyramids, but they didn't catch on. Nah, I made that up. Back to the story. In ancient Egypt, it was believed that kings were chosen by gods to serve on earth as their mediators. In the afterlife, they were expected to become gods themselves. The pyramid complex was built to make sure that the king had everything they might need in the afterlife. The complex included...
That's a fucking lie. Not a single mummy has ever been found in a fucking pyramid.
Jim, he didn't say that the pharaoh was buried there. Everything that he needed in the afterlife is buried there. That's two different statements.
No, buried with him where he's buried.
He didn't say that though. He didn't say that.
In the Valley of the Kings, which ain't where the fucking pyramids are.
But he didn't say that the pharaoh was buried with his everything he needs. It's just everything he needs was in his pyramid. So
they ain't never found shit in the fucking pyramids.
Yeah, because they were grave robbed. The only reason that we found mummies and stuff like now was the older ones, because pyramids didn't start coming around till later. And the Egyptian society lasted for a couple thousand years.
Those pyramids are older.
They only found the older ones in the Valley of the Kings, like when the English went in there in the late 1800s and stuff.
The Great Pyramid is the best built and the oldest one out of all the fucking pyramids. Just like the
still came later in their civilization's history.
No, actually, it's back before.
No,
back before the Old Kingdom.
Jim, there were a couple of trial pyramids before these were built. They were smaller, but they weren't successful.
Those are actually the newer ones. They tried to copy what they saw. Yeah, just like they tried to fix the Sphinx head and make it into a pharaoh's head, and it's got water erosion because it's at least 14,000 years old.
I remember when I was in middle school. One of my middle school.
You want to listen to what these government indoctrinators tried to punch?
No. You'll like this.
You'll like this. To go to the factory and punch in and work and take your work home with you, because that's all school was, to train you to be obedient, a worker bee, not to think.
One day, he just said, I'm going to tell you what I think about the pyramids and he's actually talking about the Sphinx. He's like, they're finding out now that the Sphinx was built up to 4,000 years before the Egyptians. They went on for a while about that.
That was your elementary school teacher?
No, it's a middle school.
Either way, that's a long time ago. So he was like ahead of the game. Yeah. What's up, Black Angus Reviews? How are you, sir?
I don't have much. Are we talking about Egyptian sphincters?
Yes.
We are talking about
precision sphincters.
The scientists have finally explained how pyramids were built, because it's been a question forever. But the scientists 4 weeks ago finally gave us the answer. So,
okay.
So I'm going to play that back 10 seconds, Jim, just so we can hear exactly what he said was being buried in the pyramids. All right.
Sure.
Expected to become gods themselves. The pyramid complex was built to make sure that the king had everything they might need in the afterlife. The complex included the pyramid, a palace, and temples. The tomb in the pyramid, where the king was buried.
See, he's full of shit. That's the lie. They haven't found They have not found a body in a pyramid yet, Wode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's because obviously they got up and fought Brendan Fraser.
Wait, they never found... You're saying they never found mummies in a pyramid?
In pyramids,
never.
Correct.
Never.
Not inside pyramids.
Where are they finding all the mummies then?
In
They
the
have
burial
them in
chambers
Kings.
inside it, in the Valley of the Kings. There's
Valley of the
burials.
Kings is where they're buried.
They're
Yeah.
buried in things that are not pyramids, other shapes of buildings
Huh.
under.
Okay.
You know, like they have to dig to get into them. They're under the sand.
Yep.
I just always assume that
Yeah, see, that's
mummification is pretty
watching.
well documented. That it, you know,
Mhm.
you're definitely doing it with the kings, the pharaohs.
Tutankhamun was not found in a pyramid.
Where'd they find him at?
In his own
the
tomb.
Valley of the King, in a tomb.
Yep.
You,
So they
That was
had this
before they
place
had
called
built
Valley of the
pyramids.
Kings, where they had their burial sites in the Valley of the Kings because it was more centralized. So the people could go visit.
Yeah.
You can't visit, the fucking pyramid. You can't even get in the
pyramids were
goddamn
like
things.
sealed. They had to break in to get in. They couldn't figure out how to get in.
Right.
It was completely sealed up.
Yep. The people had, after it was built, nobody knew where the entrance was.
Huh.
I think they probably killed the guy that put the last fucking stone up there so that he couldn't.
The people that built it knew how to get in, but
I'm just
don't
kidding,
say the
Jim.
people
Yeah.
that were around anymore. They were gone. They got wiped out by the massive flood that came
Right.
and ripped across the land, that ripped all that stone off the pyramid when a big wave came across, and that washed out through the eye of the Sahara and through Mauritania and destroyed Atlantis. You see,
It was just stucco on the outside.
no, it was giant pieces of limestone. Was
Lime.
on the outside.
Stucco.
Limestone, beautiful white limestone.
Drywall.
No, alabaster.
Yep. And they're trying to they're recreating a lot of that stuff over in Greece right now.
Yeah, and they know that the top, you know how they thought like the top, they keep saying how the top is like, oh, it's been eroded and missing. No, the top was actually made of solid gold.
Mm-hmm. Peak.
That's how it conducted the energy.
Which is a
from the
conductor,
plasma
right?
generators inside
The greatest conductor
pyramids.
on Earth. Yep.
Yeah.
Wasn't the Sphinx supposed to be a burial tomb?
Nobody knows. See, so supposedly people claim there is a chamber inside the Sphinx.
Like
but
a
they won't
giant
let
chamber
'em-
below it. Yeah.
But they won't let them go into it. And people believe that if they go in there, they'll find like some kind of documents. Like, they think it was a library for like.
Or it's where they
priests
held
and
the Ark
stuff.
of the Covenant. Who the hell knows?
Maybe.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to the real business here. The where was I going with this? I lose my train of thought when I
The
get crazy.
chambers. The chambers. Yeah.
Yes. The chambers are
In the
chambers.
pyramids.
Yes. I mean, have you ever seen some of the pictures of the stone that looks like somebody just scooped it out? Where it looks like somebody took an ice cream scoop and just scooped the stone out?
Inside of these crypts.
Inside the temple.
Oh. No, I don't think so. I don't think I've seen that. But these what are they, sarcophaguses or whatever, Jim? They're perfect.
I mean, and
they're
all
perfect.
all the older stuff, like just like everyone else, all throughout history, people find things. The Romans did it. Everyone does it. They find something, they'll build on top of it. Like make it our own. So they know you could see the different building things, like all these things with the smaller stone and different stuff was always the newer stuff. The older stuff is the much larger, much more intricate, much more beautiful stuff. And
the
like a lot
older's
of
the
these
best.
things-
Yeah.
a lot of these things that people painted on stuff, like they painted these things and stuff, that was just them trying to claim it like graffiti.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. Let's see what this guy says.
Was
that
filled
was
with
where I was
many
going.
things they
We're
might.
talking about mummification. Does anyone know where the oldest mummy in existence has ever been found?
China,
No.
England,
South
No.
America.
South America.
I'd just say Russia.
No, South America. Yep. Like
And
10,000 years
exactly-
old, right, Jim? Like a
yes,
10,000-year-old mummy. Yeah.
Mummified exactly the same way as the Egyptians were doing it. So isn't that a strange coincidence? Somehow they knew how to do it together.
Wait, are
also
you a big?
brass
Are y'all
on
are y'all
every
big fans of what's his name? Graham Hancock. Is that
Oh,
his name?
love Graham Hancock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Randall
found him.
Carlson.
I watched. I tried to watch the show. I just like whatever. I'm not in the mood today. But I watched that debate with on Rogan. It was pretty good. A lot of good points on both sides, honestly.
Oh, so you thought the guy whose whole claim to fame was his dad was an archaeologist? That guy's believable?
When
My
was that
dad was an
debate?
archaeologist. My dad was there, and he researched that, and he told me you're wrong.
Well, I think the angle of him invoking his father is that this is a legacy I carry. I'm invested in this, and it's personal to me. And so
that's called a something to authority.
Call to authority.
Call to authority. You know, like
appeal to authority.
I don't think that was his angle exactly. I'm not saying that guy didn't do that repeatedly in the stream, but I think that point with the father was like just invoking his investment. This isn't just a job. This is like a legacy he's carrying on. And so he's very devoted to being as thorough as he can.
He's part of the system trying to keep.
I don't disagree with that, but it's not one or the other. It's a mixture is my point. Like, but I did enjoy it. And, I do like how people try to call Graham racist. He's like, racist because I think the Olmec heads
that started all that.
Right? No, I know that, but I like the point where he's like, "Y'all are calling me racist for invoking that possibly the Olmec's heads were black people. That I'm giving Africans way more credit than any historian has ever given them. Black Africans, not how many Egyptians or Arabs or South Africans, but the black Central Africa. He's giving the credit that maybe they somehow navigate all the way to South America or the islands." And some of that's like forgotten, lost technology.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they also kind of look. The Olmec heads also kind of look like the heads on Easter Island.
Yeah, I mean, at least the concept of such a big thing. Yeah, it's definitely like probably some sort of trade of ideas.
And when the seas were much lower, when the Earth was smaller,
those coasts were closer.
Expect them to look like Elmo.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Fucking crazy cat.
Nice. Oh, don't pay attention to the crazy.
I forgot all about. I'm like. Well, I took a full sip. It's like, no, I'm thirsty. Fuck you.
Hey, Dave, I got to bounce out. My sounds like my guests are here.
All right. Hey, we'll talk soon.
Sorry it was abbreviated, but thank you, Chad. Thanks, panel.
See you soon, Wode.
Hi. Wolverines.
Razorbacks. All right.
Well, crazy cat, the Olmec heads are heads, and the Easter Island has heads. So what do you mean? They're all heads.
Yeah.
They're no tails.
They're not going to look like Elmo.
I mean, I'm not saying that
they look like other humans.
I'm not saying they're the same style. I'm saying like the gargantuan feet.
What's the reason for them too, right? Like,
and you know what I mean? Here's the thing too: is the amount of energy and time and effort it takes to carve these things. First, when they were claiming that people were just running around scrounging for food, hunter gatherers, they had to just every day be on the search for food, or they'd starve and die. The amount of energy
fight the big animals, or they die too. Yeah,
put to make all this shit. It doesn't make sense. Like go Debly.
Well, they didn't have iPhones. They didn't have all these other distractions.
But they're telling us
go Beckley Tepe.
Go Beckley Tepe. Yeah, like that. Yeah. That's insane. And why is the World Economic Forum stepping in and keeping people from searching it and exploring it? They've shut down all exploration of Tepe Schmeppy.
They have.
Yes.
No.
They have that
Jimmy
power.
Corsetti says all the time. Yeah, they're in there, man. They're the ones giving them the money, and they're planting trees on top of it to destroy everything.
Okay.
They need like furniture, food, and gold vessels. Actually, the first pyramid had been built 80 years before the first pyramid.
Red Bar Mike from Chicago.
Anyway. He's talking to Black Angus. Do you know Red Bar?
Red Bar.
Mike David, I think his name is.
Is that the guy like Vito Dick talk about on Biggest Problem? They're always talking about Red Bar.
Yeah, Red Bar kind of talks about him.
All right, here you go, Jim. Here. Jesus Christ. All right, so here we go, Jim.
Things they might need, like furniture, food, and gold vessels. Actually, the first pyramid had been built 80 years before the first pyramid of Giza appeared. Overall, there were around 100 of them. Some weren't finished, though, since the construction took a while, and not every pharaoh lived long enough to see the end of the construction. And now, let's talk about the construction itself. The biggest of the pyramids of Giza is as tall as a 40-story building. So how on earth did they manage to build a structure that massive 5,000 years ago, long before machines and other equipment appeared? Well, let's figure it out. So Pharaoh Khufu ascended the throne around 2575 BCE, and his architects started the construction of the oldest and biggest of the pyramids of Giza. He figured that over 2 million limestone blocks had to be used to build the pyramid, each weighing around 2.5 tons, around the weight of a rhino. The architect wanted to finish the construction in 20 years. To make it possible, a stone had to be carried and pushed into place every 4 minutes, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year, except leap year. So obviously, a lot of workers were needed to make it happen. Many believe that it was enslaved people who worked at the pyramid's construction site, but that's not true. Workers came from all over Egypt to contribute to the project. All in all, around 25,000 of them. The Egyptians were doing all kinds of work, starting.
Who fed them? They came from all over just to help, just to do it for shits and giggles.
No, I think they got
and
paid.
What the fuck did they eat?
I
The
don't
amount
know.
of food to feed 25,000 people. That's a lot of food.
Especially out there,
There
right?
was no refrigeration, so they had to be taken. You know what I mean? It's not like they could freeze fucking sides of beef.
Hey, what the fuck is BCE? What is the E?
Before Common Era.
Before Common Era. It's just.
Oh, so they're taking religion out of it before Christ. After.
Well, yeah. Well,
fuck
they're
that.
taking the Christian aspect out of it. Yeah.
What a bunch of bullshit.
If I'm not mistaken, like I want to say,
I agree, glass machine.
I want to say,
First
like
of
it's
all, because this guy's full of shit because Khufu was not the guy that built the pyramid. He's just the guy who wrote his name on it. And they used to do that shit all the time, write their name on stuff and claim it.
Well, yeah, that's what they say.
No, others wrote his name on it. Khufu was the famous
there's
first
a
one.
lot of speculation that these things were built before the Egyptians even got there. Like they just took over the place. Like they rolled up on this shit because
It was
and
like
then
the saint of building.
yeah, like they just found it and they're like, well, we can start putting our artwork on these things and make it look cool, and who knows?
With manual labor and crafting.
Go ahead, Jim.
Why does the Egyptians' king list go back 10,000 years before these guys?
Good
all the way
question.
back to Atlantis. But nobody wants to talk about that.
So every 4 minutes, 24 hours
I
a day.
challenge you to show me that list.
You want me to get it? I'll pull up Billy Carson right now.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Tools to administrative work. They all worked around 10 hours a day. They were housed and well fed, and they were overall living a more comfortable life than an average Egyptian could afford at that time.
So now he's saying that the pyramid workers were treated better than the citizens?
Oh yeah, now he's saying the slaves had it good. So this guy should be canceled immediately. He's
Well,
saying
he's
they
saying
had free
they were-
health care, a place to live, they were taken care of, they got fed. Holy
Well,
shit.
He
That's
said
fucking racist and fucked up. This guy would say that.
He said they came there voluntarily, though, Jim, like employees.
Yeah, sure. Just like the people got on the boats voluntarily. I don't fucking believe it. Next
Wait,
thing
you don't
this
think
guy's
there's
gonna
any
sit-
volunteers to like be engineers to be part of like?
Oh no, the engineers
building their resume.
I don't know. Yeah, okay. Well, what college did they go to? Become
Well, you know,
engineers?
they had like for artistry, you know, all the different like what we take for granted is like just like a apprenticeship or something. Like apprenticeship used to be like 10, 20 years of your life. You know, once you hit like teen years, hopefully, like if you're established on a family, your father try to
By the
escalate
age
you
of
and
12.
place you. And oh yeah, that's the whole history of pederasty in like Greece, as an example.
Every society, yeah, it's basically, well, especially if you're from more like the lower classes, they would
Elemental,
essentially sell you off to a trade.
Elemental.
If you're a boy.
I think Egypt, by the time that they're claiming the Egyptians lived there, Jim, they only grew food along the river, right? It wasn't like the green that they claim it was when the Sphinx was built, right?
Yeah. Hold on. Just I want to show this to the doubter there. What's his name? Doubting Thomas.
Supposedly, the builders lived in a nearby temporary city and were a highly organized community with a strong leader. The pyramids seem to be designed to align with the point.
Did he just say they had a special city for the workers?
Sure.
Have they found that city?
No.
Did they build that city on rock and roll?
No.
No?
I don't know. I still would guess, especially with the Egyptian society, what we know of them. The story of the Old Testament of Exodus, as like regards if that's a true story or not. I think it's like a template to understand the culture of supposed enslaved people, the Hebrews. But you look at you look at
it's got to be true. They've been
you look at the Colosseum. I mean, I'm not sure if there's slaves that built the Colosseum or to what degree, but they had like 4 unions basically building each quadrant of the Colosseum. So I don't think it's crazy to say that there was like just actual workers and apprentice and journeyman, whatever, that volunteer to go here to build their resume, to build their repertoire.
Well, I'd like
on
to
top
see
of probably mass slavery as well.
I'd like to see the written record of that, not some guy in 2024 just making a video saying
pull up my screen real quick for Nicholas. This is the Egyptian king list right here. See it? Goes back 34,000 years. So if you want to tell me, you can't read this?
No, it's too small. Expand it. There you go.
See?
Okay.
This is every king. Each one of these is a pharaoh.
Okay.
All right,
So
I'll be
let's
right
count.
back. You guys keep going.
1,
Goes
2,
goes
3.
No, this is not
4,
1 year. It's the reign of the pharaoh. It goes back 34,000 years.
Yeah,
it
let's
says how
count
long,
them.
like right here.
Well,
it says
let's count them then.
This right here says this guy lived for 72 years.
So how many of them are there?
There's 3, 1, 2. Hold on, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 63 times 3.
No. Each column is there.
No, each one of these is a pharaoh.
No.
Yeah. So 60.
Because each one of them have unique symbols on them.
Yeah, they all have unique symbols. See, this guy's got.
That each section has unique symbols.
Yeah. See, and it says right here.
So therefore, it'd be more
77,
likely to
38,
consider it like
76.
each pillar.
See. This is
Okay,
Ufu,
so you figure
this
19.
is Ufu Clan Fufu. He was king.
Figure 190. 190 times 10.
Well, they were long lived, man. Long lived. Like in some of them lived.
Is that 1,000 years? It's only 1,000 years.
No, the ones back before they changed the genetic code, the Anunnaki, and cut our lifetimes down. They lived, 600-700 years.
This is a horribly unfunny thing.
What's unfunny about it? I wasn't making a joke, man. This shit's real.
What do you think, Angus?
Oh, I am always a doubter of any conspiracy stuff. I think it's interesting. You can definitely make for good sci-fi, but like that guy with the moon landing on Rogan, it's like he's got a good angle about there's a couple like fragmentary things he's putting together. I'm like, all right, you got something there putting the seed of doubt in me, especially when you invoke the positive lie that it's like a positive cultural lie for America. That's why we'll like collectively never disown the moon landing, because it's like when you expose Vietnam shit, CIA stuff, 60s and everything, that's all negative stuff. The whole core of America is doubting the government. It's in our constitution, it's in our framework. But the moon landing is like a victory, so we want to preserve that lie. That guy's got a good angle, so I appreciate that inquisitiveness. You should be inquisitive, you should be doubting, you should always be trying to like pick apart and verify. But with like history stuff like this, it's like, I don't know, I think we just kind of have to accept the mystery of the pyramid. I don't buy any of this alien shit. I think we are the aliens of
Yes, we are the aliens.
No,
Definitely.
I mean, like,
the Anunnaki came here and created us.
I don't
to get the gold.
I don't believe there's any intelligent life in the universe, that at least that can reach us.
I don't think
that
there's
has
any
reached
in the
us.
universe at all. I don't even think we're intelligent.
I think we're the peak. We're possibly advancing. We could regress, but I think we are screaming into the void. We are the progenitors of colonization. That's my guess. Not to say there's not other Earths with animals and stuff, but I think we're the lucky break.
Angus, man, I'm so glad you're here. The
Like
Anunnaki
most-
came to Earth all right, 140,000 years ago to mine for gold because their planet was going to die because it didn't have enough gold and it needed more gold to put in
You're
the
just ripping
atmosphere.
off that Battlefield Earth movie.
No.
No.
It's actually Zachariah Sitchin, but whatever. Which the Battlefield Earth people ripped off.
Right. It's like
points on a compass, and their sides symbolized the rays of the sun. But back at that time, there were no compasses. Ancient Egyptians figured out the directions themselves and with amazing precision. To align the
They
pyramids,
just figured it out themselves. And they aligned it with the stars above, too. That's weird.
it's so amazing that they say there were no compasses. I mean, but these guys were fucking plotting the stars, dude. What are you talking about? Just because you haven't found a compass doesn't mean they didn't have a compass, man. That's some chicken shit talk right there. Might not look like the compass we use today, Black Angus, but they had something because there's a magnetic pull around the Earth forever. I'm sure they figured it out.
It was in a different place back then, though.
Also, what was it? Herodotus or someone, some famous Greek went to Egypt, and that's how he figured out the Earth was round because he couldn't find the North Star.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's just simple shit. These people were smart. They're intuitive. They just didn't know to harness electricity. Or
I don't know about that because there are drawings of a Babylon battery and of a light bulb inside the pyramids.
Yep.
That is fact. I didn't make that up.
I don't know about that. I meant in the sense of every day we take electricity for granted. It's an assumed just state of being for us now. They didn't ever conceive of that.
They were using plasma technology back then.
They were well advanced.
Advanced plasma technology. They had flying ships made of crystal. And then there was a war between Lemuria and Atlantis, and massive, which is in the Rasha Nanasha book in India.
In other words, the Earth was way cooler back in the day when people were actually in their flying cars.
Way more rock and roll.
Yeah. They had flying cars back in the day in India. Everybody was flying around. It was fucking crazy. I've seen the artwork.
The Earth is a giant capacitor. It just stores energy that it takes up from the solar system. That's what lightning is discharging the energy. And so they were able to harness it through these. And Tesla talked about this. They were able to harness it through the pyramids. And that's why there's pyramids all around the world. They were able to transmit the power across ley lines. And that's why they drew the Nazca lines so that they could direct the alien spaceships where they needed them to go.
Oh, Did he know about the Nazca lines? Did Tesla know about those? Because how did he? Was anything flying over?
I think his pet pigeon told him.
I was going to say because there's nothing that was flying over that part of the world at that time, was there? Planes were around, but I don't know if he knew about those.
they used 2 constellations. The construction site was arranged on the west bank of the Nile River. This also had a symbolic meaning. Just like the sun sets in the west, life sets in the west as well. The second pyramid of Giza was for Khufu's son, Pharaoh Khafre. It's a bit smaller, but this one has the famous noseless statue of the Sphinx. Of course, originally it had a nose. I would tell you what happened to it, but it's still a mystery, and no one knows.
Was this motherfucker trying to tell us they built the Sphinx at the same time they built this pyramid?
Yeah, this guy's just repeating fucking propaganda from the universities.
This is some crap. We all know this is crap. Everybody knows.
Wasn't the head from something else, and they put it on
the head was every
body?
The head does not match the size of the body. So
right.
that something happened over thousands of years of erosion and stuff and wear, and so they recarved it.
And with all the water erosion on the Sphinx versus everything else around there, it's way older than anything that's there. Way older.
For sure. Sphinxes have the body of a lion and the head of a human. They were considered guardians of important areas. This famous Sphinx, also pronounced Sphinx, has the head of Pharaoh Khafre.
They know for a fact that the Sphinx, at the exact summer equinox, all right, during the age of Leo, the sun set right over its head. So that's why it was the shape of a lion, because it was, yeah,
in line with the zodiac.
correct, the zodiac. And isn't it weird that the zodiacs have been the same for thousands and thousands of years?
No, they haven't.
No, I think it makes sense
been
that
out of
everyone
whack
kind of
for
sees
a
the
long
same
time.
thing.
No, they've always had the same name: Scorpio, Leo.
Yeah, because we're using the same names they
Taurus.
created back then.
Wait, so where does this? Wait, okay, so what year are they saying the Sphinx was made?
At least what a couple thousand years before the pyramids.
At least 12,000 years. The last time there was any type of water, the amount of water erosion that's been by like actual mainstream geologists have said this is water erosion. You know, and the only time that water could have happened is more than 12,000 years ago. Prior to
Right,
the,
because
you know,
that's when there
during
was
the-
enough
during
water
the
in
Ice
that
Age.
era. Yeah, right.
The Sphinx was built during the Ice Age.
Is there a fountain on it?
There might have been. Who
You cut
knows?
them out.
Who knows?
And is guarding his pyramid facing the sunrise.
Ugh, this dude's a fucking dipshit.
The Sphinx is one of the biggest and oldest statues in the world. Originally, it not only had a nose, but was also painted. Scientists have discovered traces of the red color of its face. So, most likely, the Sphinx was painted red. There are also remains of yellow and blue color on its body. The statue definitely wasn't boring. Till around 1800, the Sphinx was buried up to its shoulders until an adventurer with a team of 160 men dug it out. But let's get back to the construction. The workers, of course, needed stone blocks. There were two main places where people could get these stones. One source was close to the construction site, but that fossil-lined yellow stone was only suitable for the pyramid's interior. The limestone blocks for the exterior were hauled from 8 miles away on 30-foot-long sleds. Apparently, it wasn't too hard to pull them. The sand mixed with the right amount of water was pretty slick.
Oh my God, Suit. I can't believe you sent me this propaganda film.
I grew up on the beach, man. You could just a little bit of wet sand and you could just surf on it with your feet.
The
Just
amount of
run
water
and
you
just
would
stop
the
real
amount
quick
of-
and you just
the amount of water you would need for that amount of sand, that many miles, how deep the sand is, the shit would have sank. First of all,
No.
when this shit was built,
You just
the
gotta wet
sand
the
wasn't even there.
surface.
But the sand wasn't even there.
Where
it
was it?
lush and green.
But even easier.
That's what I'm saying. They're all full of shit.
But they said it was sand at the time.
No, they wasn't. This guy
Yeah.
did.
The
This
pictures
guy's
even
saying it
showed
was.
This guy's saying it was.
Ancient Egyptians talked about all the sand around them in their poetry and
These-
shit.
That's these Egyptians who didn't build it. It was already there. Why do you
Right.
think it was discovered in the 1800s? Because these fucking Egyptians didn't know about it. If they built it, they would have known about it.
Well, they didn't know the head was sticking out about it.
So where the pyramids were buried.
The
also.
Egyptians didn't even unbury the Sphinx. An adventurer had to unbury it. Like, that's what we're talking about. Like, these, there you go. God damn it. Snakes has the answer, Jim. The aliens made the sand slippery, you dumb cunts.
Yeah, no, I don't buy the sled idea.
No.
I
And he
feel
keeps
like
sa-
they would have had to. What makes the most sense is maybe they made a canal of some sort to transport on, like on some sort of properly suited raft or boat system. That'd be my guess. That makes more sense than fucking dragging it on sand on
Still
a
doesn't
sled.
explain how they lifted it
How they
to
got
a
it on
building
boat, how
that's
they got
40
it on
stories
the boat,
tall.
And how
Yeah.
did they build such a
Leverage.
big boat that could hold all this weight?
I like the idea
Hard
that
thing, a board, and another thing to crank on top of it.
yeah, I like the idea that it was like they were building, like they were burying it with sand or whatever. Like they were like, I don't know if you've ever seen that video diagram of the idea of how they built it. That it was like over time they're like it's buried and they're dragging the stones up.
What is it?
Let me see if I can find the video. Video.
Kev, the fanatic They're saying that there was 25,000 people that just moved into the city and worked there. They got fed well, and they actually live better than the actual Egyptians that lived in Egypt. And they lived there. They built their own community and everything. Like it was a fucking hippie commune of people just building pyramids for 20 years. He's claiming they weren't slaves. So whatevs. Yeah, so much food. I mean, they were never struggling for food in the middle of the fucking when the history was written about this shit.
And 10 people could move a sled even with a rock weighing so much.
Oh, 10 guys are going to push a 2-ton stone 8 miles, Jim, with no problem. Not like it's not like 100 yards. It's 8 fucking miles. Holy shit. Like this had to be the wettest desert ever, Jim.
No, you wet it as you go.
Sure.
It's like the whole point of a sled. Not all of
yeah.
it touches.
So the 8 miles of water was possible.
Yes.
But who's carrying it? The fucking elephants? I don't understand. Who's carrying all this water?
They have buckets.
Dude, you know how much fucking water that would be? It'd be more water than the fucking stones weighed. Who's putting water in front of that sled to make that sled move?
We could bring more.
It'd be harder though, Andrew, if it wasn't a desert. But he's claiming it was a desert, and they use sleds with wet dirt. What the fuck? Like,
Surprisingly, cutting off a block of limestone wasn't the biggest problem. When in the ground, it was soft and could be split relatively easy. But after getting exposed to the air, limestone hardens. So the most difficult part was to shape the blocks. That step was crucial because the smallest inaccuracies could lead to the whole pyramid collapsing. So, okay, those limestones were mined, carried on a sled, shaped, and then what? How could they be put into place? Well, this is still a mystery. Archaeologists have discovered the remains of a ramp system that dates back around the time the pyramids were being built. So historians have come to the consensus that most likely the Egyptians designed a unique ramp system to move and pull huge stone blocks.
See?
do you understand how long that ramp would have to be to go to 40 stories high?
Yeah.
What would it
Do
be
you
built
understand?
out of that would be able to support the weight of these rocks going up and down it? I mean,
Yeah.
pull up my screen for 1 second.
Dude, you put like two.
Look at the size of this stone. All right,
They
Look
put
at the
like
guys.
2 tons of shit on little rinkety dink, about to fall apart pallets,
No,
and stack those.
2 tons?
no, they don't.
Yes.
I've worked in plenty of warehouses.
Pile,
8
concrete.
bags of dog food cracks a shitty goddamn pallet. Like,
Well, I've seen them on like you have like up to like 5,000 pounds of concrete on a pallet. Just a little
Yeah.
rinkety pallet.
but they're not shittily made. A lot of those are plastic now. There's a lot of plastic pallets now. I hate them. But who's moving this fucking rock? 68 foot long, 14 foot high. Who's moving it? And then getting
How
it
did
to
they
where,
cut it?
and then cut it to shape when they get it to where it needs to go.
And let's not forget,
Yeah, me
these
too,
rocks
dude.
got moved over a mountain.
Yes. I've stepped on so many pallets and my foot goes right through that fucking wood. God damn, I worked in a lot of warehouse jobs. Holy shit.
All I'm saying is everything I say, I'm just putting
Dude.
shit out into the ether that's possibilities.
Wait,
Because
wait, wait.
the stuff that Dave told us is fucking lies.
I just want to know the ramp that they built.
All right. So this is something that comes to mind when thinking about the task of the pyramid and ideas what they did. So I was looking up the obelisk at the Vatican. All right. It's brought to Rome by Caligula in 40 AD. It's from where's the city name? Heliopolis. In 1586, Pope Sixtus V wanted it moved 800 feet. The work was carried out under the direction of the architect Domenico Fontana, who required 13 months of prep work, 900 men, 75 horses, and 40 winches to carry out the work. So I don't know. I think like,
okay, that's great. But when these pyramids were built and when all this stuff, these huge stones were moved, they didn't have the fucking wheel
Or the pulley system.
or pulleys or anything. According to this mainstream scientists, they were using
they didn't have
sleds.
that. Yeah, the Egyptians didn't have a wheel.
According
they
what
have
they're
chariots
using.
for thousands of years though. So like the wheel would have been an idea they'd have. Maybe they wouldn't utilize it in.
Just telling you
Well,
what
if they had the
these
wheel,
scientists
if they had the wheel, why were they using fucking sleds?
Maybe wheels weren't strong enough for the mechanism versus like a sled. It's like more solid. I don't know. I'm just spitballing. Like I'm using something somewhat relative.
That would make sense, Angus, except for the fact that a round shape, an arch, round shape is the strongest structure that we know of.
Round and arch are not the same thing.
I'm saying like the rounded shape.
The rounded,
shape.
the
like
rounded.
they build arches to
yeah.
hold weights. Like all these arches. Like if you look at like the viaducts and stuff.
Arch is only strong because of the keystone. A wheel is strong because it goes all the way around.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's the strongest shape, round. That's why our planet is round, because it's strong.
No, arch is the strongest, but not the wheel.
Well, that's a hemisphere though, so it's still round.
That's why it had to be a sphere.
It's still round.
No, it's because they were easier to build. It's a lot harder to make something out of metal that's like perfectly round versus something that's just like a little bent up.
These are 900-ton stones that got moved and placed. All right, 900 tons. That's like 1,000,000 pounds.
Okay.
Well, it got there, didn't it?
It did.
How?
Sled.
This isn't in Egypt. Jim, this isn't Egypt, is it?
No, this is Baalbek.
Yeah.
You know where these stones came from? Egypt.
Okay. So they're still in Egypt.
No, it's in Lebanon.
This is Lebanon.
And there's a mountain in between.
So there's a mountain between Egypt and Lebanon.
Man, they got them from somewhere else.
No, they know where they came from.
What?
They know the stone. They're like, the stone came from here. They can tell this is the stone from here. They found the quarries where they were cutting the stones. They found one of these stones
over the mountain.
Over the mountain.
They do it today.
Over the mountain. Yeah.
You'll be riding around the mountain with you.
Well, how about the 400-ton below them, Jim? Like,
yeah,
just that's fucking simple. Are we moving a 1,000,000-pound rock today, Jim?
No, we pour it.
We did the biggest rock that we moved recently was that Thunderstone. But I think the Russians did, was the Thunderstone, and it took a couple years to do it, and they had to build like special like trailers and stuff with hundreds of wheels and everything to hold it up to do it, and they had
almost like logs and stuff.
No, not logs. And that's another thing. See, the whole thing about logs is because the trees in these areas would have got crushed by this weight. They're not strong enough to hold it. The cypress.
Yeah, they're not oak trees. Well, they're not
use a shitload of them. The more you use, the more the weight's distributed. That's the whole idea behind a pallet.
You stack like logs on top of each other to spread it out because there's only so many that you could put there. That's what I'm saying, and they would just get crushed.
Ooh. They have made in China stamped on the bottom.
Yeah, this is the theory that these idiots claim that they did. Oh, they just did this and stuck some logs under there and then pulled it. 1,000,000 pounds.
Yeah. Again.
Sled on logs.
Well, just think about all the manpower. Think about all the manpower it would take to have men continuously keeping logs in front of this thing too.
Yeah. Well, you take the one from the back, you're going to run to the front.
I'm just saying, like it's crazy over the mountaintop.
Well, you're also not invoking like, you've seen it like
only one way is going to be hard. The other way is going to be pretty fucking simple if you think about it.
Well, you're not even thinking about how long the logs are. They're probably doing like Looney Tunes, and they're in the water, and you start like running backwards on the log.
Yeah,
so,
right. Yeah.
like they're probably doing that on the sides to help propel it.
Yeah, but they got to keep them in front. Like it's gonna eventually go too fast for the front log, and if it gets off balance, they're
Well, that's
fucked.
great. Yeah, you just let it go.
Here, look at this. This is a granite box that they found. All right. Look at how fine they cut this. They're perfect.
With copper tools.
It's not that perfect.
It's not possible. It's perfect.
Not that perfect. How is it?
Perfect.
It's nice. It's well done, but it's not perfect.
Well, I mean, you're seeing some stuff that got chipped off over time. I'm saying, look at how this inset right here is perfect.
Look how smooth it is.
Perfect.
I mean, just look how
Smooth as
smooth it
shit.
is. I mean,
do you know what it takes to make countertops now? Quartz countertops, granite countertops. What's required? Diamond tip grinders. To make
Yes, they would have had them back then too.
Oh,
really?
Not like a whole diamond, yeah. Because
Really?
again, it's
There's
just
some guys
ground
got a
up
big
diamonds
diamond
that
and
are
you're
put
just
on
sitting there
something
rubbing it.
and-
so nobody's ever said they had diamond tip tools when they made this shit. Nobody's ever said that. It's all
having
copper.
having sand on a stick is very close to what a diamond's going to be able to do.
Get the fuck out of here, Nicholas.
It's all the fuck it is.
No.
What is a
Regard-
diamond?
No.
Primer, it's getting it from silica. What's sand? It's silica.
No,
Diamonds
What's
are
up
made
the
from
diamond?
No, diamonds are made from carbon,
Pressure.
compressed and pressure.
Everything's more made from carbon.
Not everything.
No.
Yes. We're
Water's not made from
carbon-based
carbon.
life. Yes, it is. We're carbon-based life forms.
It's H2O.
Yes.
Hydrogen.
H2 carbon.
Oxygen.
No, oxygen.
Yes.
Well, the biggest thing I think people don't add in their equations trying to figure this out is the religious devotion of the people. Regardless of as slaves or apprentices and journeymen and whatnot, experts coming, voluntarily, maybe paid, whatever the case, everyone is in this system like they're devoted to this task. This is a monument to a god man, the pharaoh, or any of these features that they've built. We look at all at like a soccer stadium, and it's like, yeah, but that's just built. It's whatever. It's just a game.
So this is the crawler transport. Thanks, simply. Based on the provided information, the crawler transporter's cargo weight capacity is 18 million pounds. What happened? And as mentioned in the March 1963 fabrication start and the crawler's NASA snippet, the Artemis, the crawler itself weighs 2,700 tons. Jesus Christ.
And it moves like inches at a time.
Inches. Thanks, simply. That's awesome. So is this kind of what they used to move that?
Must have been. They had these. I guess NASA was there.
No, I'm saying, is that what they used in Russia to move what you were just talking about, what do you call it, Jim? The grandfather stone or something?
Yeah, here's the wood that they had in Lebanon right here. It shows you how hard it is. It's like way down on the scale. They had this cedar of Lebanon, all right? It's like down here. It's no way it would be strong enough to hold it. They would need like Brazilian walnut or something.
Why does it have to be
have it.
hard? The harder the
'cause
wood,
it'll just
the easier
crush.
it would be. No, the harder the wood, the easier it would crush.
No.
Softer wood would not crush quite as easy.
What?
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 That's
What are you
completely
talking
opposite.
about? Yeah,
It's
you're
opposite.
backwards.
No,
That's
if something is okay, if a rock is hard, right? A rock's
They don't make
hardness
wood
also
floors out of
is a
soft
rock's
fucking wood. They make wood out
Yeah,
of
they do.
hardwood. No, it's
Yes, they do.
hardwood. No,
You don't
It's a
make-
hardwood floor. That's a very special kind of floor.
it's a hardwood. It's not softwood floor. It's hardwood. And
Yeah,
they're
they have
fucking,
softwood floors.
they're unbelievable. I got hardwood floors upstairs. It's crazy. Like they are so durable. Like they're better than tile, Jim. Hardwood floors, if you take care of them.
Well, yeah, because tile, if you drop some on it, it'll crack.
Yeah.
At least tile gives. I like tile myself. Draws the coolness from the earth.
Oh, I like my hardwood floors.
You heard it here. BTM loves hardwood.
floors, bitch.
Let's not get hung up on the details.
Let's call the guy a racist for not using the actual N-word, right? Oh yeah, the internet's fun. All right, let's get back to this propagandist.
Here they were moving this thunderstone with winches and pulleys and.
Oh, so this is the thing. Oh, this isn't even okay. I thought the thunderstone was recent. Okay, this was like a long time ago.
1800s. Yeah, like
Okay.
1800s.
Oh, it's a rock band.
Oh, here we go. See, this is the mountain.
Oh. Just use your little L button, Jim, to go 10 seconds ahead if you, because it's hard to use your mouse and move this shit forward. Black Angus, when you're going through these videos on YouTube, they have a terrible fast forward process.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the funniest shit ever. I couldn't believe he played it. He said I made a noun into an adjective. That
Wow.
was hilarious.
What's weird too is these things here. Like if you look, why was there swastikas all over the place?
Because how old is the religion in what India uses the swastika?
Oh yeah, thousands and
Or
thousands.
even
of years
Native
old.
Americans
All,
used
but
it
they're
too.
they're all look, they're all over the globe.
Yeah,
Right, because it's
Yeah.
like a fun, it's a
the only
very
reason
simple-
Hitler picked it because he thought it looked cool. I mean, like
No, because
okay,
he knew it was tied. He wanted to tie it all together. He was into this crazy stuff, man. He knew about aliens. He knew about all these different things.
Yeah, he literally thought that they thought that the Aryans came from Atlantis. Like
Yeah,
that.
they were
oh
way
yeah,
into about
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Theosophism or something like that. That Madame Bratislava or whatever who created all that shit.
He chased that fucking Ark of the Covenant his whole.
Yeah, and then remember, like when they found it, they all melted
Yeah.
when they tried to.
Thank
open
God Indy didn't look at the same time, right? I mean, like Hitler believed in. Like I would have loved to have had that guy on this show because he was all into conspiracy theories, dude. He thought the moon was like a satellite. He was like he thought the Anunnaki were real and that they had some special powers to give to people. Freaking crazy.
Well, the moon is hollow.
Yeah. What was the guy's name? His right hand man, Hitler's right hand guy. Goebbels. Did he
Himmler?
pick the symbol? I thought Hitler designed it. I thought Hitler like drew it up, and
Hugo
then they.
Boss did.
I thought you busted the clothes.
Yeah, I thought Hitler designed it, and then like maybe some other people colored it in with the red and black or whatever. So there's only 3 more minutes of this propaganda that I was taught.
Anyone want to see Anthony Cumia
Okay.
sing?
Okay. You got to check out this angle, though. Okay. Hold on. Central ramp. Look at that angle. Okay. So look at that angle. It's getting higher.
We're not seeing anything.
Oh, shit. God damn it, Dave.
Yeah, that's why I was quiet. I was like waiting.
Waiting.
This is what I do every time because Jim pulls my shit down all the time. Pull it up, Dave. Pull it up. All right. So I'll go back and see what this guy's talking about. All right. So here we go.
There probably was a central ramp with 2 staircases on each side of it built over the pyramid stones. The ramp was growing as the pyramid was getting higher.
See that angle? That's already a tough angle.
People
Look at this angle. Who the fuck is pushing a stone up that angle 400 feet in the air?
Maybe this
And
is
placing
the
it
overly.
perfectly.
I think you might be getting hung up on this graphic. I think it's just like showing escalation for simplicity's sake. I would just automatically assume it's the ramp's getting longer as well as like getting higher with it. But like they still have to
But
compensate
see,
for the
this is like
mathematics.
ISOM. We're assuming the best for his bad writing. Why don't you show me a longer ramp more than a steep ramp? Because a longer ramp would make sense. Not a steeper ramp. It would be like when this isn't even halfway up the fucking pyramid, and look at that angle already. What's it going to be by the time it gets to the top? Straight up? I mean, it's going to be like a launch station for this goddamn space shuttle. Kevin, we've been asking Jim that all night. Why is his volume so low? I don't know.
My volume is not low.
It is.
Sounds fine. It just sounds a little distant from his mic, I guess.
Right.
Might have been walking up the stairs,
right here.
pulling up stones.
They might have been walking up the stairs, pulling up stones, still on the sled. They're still on the sled on granite now, or whatever material it is.
On wooden sleds. But this is just one of the options. Other experts say that the ramps were around the pyramid, and some say that the ramps were inside the pyramid. Maybe we will never know for sure, and it'll forever remain a mystery.
Well, then you're not telling us how the fucking pyramids were built. See?
No shit, Sherlock. You guys don't know.
Well, dig deeper, Watson. God damn it. Scientists finally explained how pyramids were built. No, they didn't. You lied. Propaganda. He just got the click. He got the click. He pulled a fucking nerdrotic on us. He got us to watch it. You might as well have just said MCU, and he would have got more clicks.
The exterior limestone of the pyramid was polished with sand and stone until it gleamed. On top, there was a gold and silver capstone, which glimmered over Egypt like a second sun. So that's how it was 5,000 years ago. Now, about the interior. Surprisingly, there's not much inside the pyramid. Most of it is just solid stone with very little open space. But let's take a quick look inside. From the entrance, there are two stairways, one going down and the other going up. They take us to the chambers. There are 3 of them inside. Now, why is that? Apparently, throughout the whole construction, a burial chamber had to be prepared at all times, just in case a pharaoh kicked the bucket before the construction ended. So separate chambers were built one after another as the construction progressed. The last of them was the main one. It's called the King's Chamber. It's the one where Khufu was resting. It's the biggest room at the very heart of the pyramid, and there's a big passageway leading to it. It was likely used as a kind of elevator to move granite up to build the interior. Granite was
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Likely, maybe.
was also used to make 5 stories of support beams to ensure that the pyramid didn't collapse. And we can see that it worked since it's been standing for centuries. Unfortunately, none of these chambers have hieroglyphs on the walls. If you want to see the writings, you should go to the decorated tombs near the pyramids. Those pieces of art are depiction of ancient Egypt's culture and daily life. The texts allow researchers to study their language and grammar. The treasures that once were in the pyramids have been taken by people. There were also many secret tunnels.
Jim, Nicholas, they were taken by people. No, they were fucking robbed. That's not just take. That's like they were peaceful protests. Black Angus, they just took it like it was theirs to take. They just entered it and took their shit.
And passages inside the pyramids. But even today, no one knows the whole plan of the interior. Scientists have been sending little robots with cameras inside for many years, but there's still a lot we don't know about the pyramids. Now they're trying to use an X-ray to scan the pyramids from the outside without going inside. So yeah, ancient Egyptians did create a mystery no one has been able to crack for 5,000 years already.
Yeah. All right, Jim. What did you think about that? Do we give Suit a thumbs down for that video?
No, I mean, that's a fine video. It's
The production value is good. It just didn't answer any questions.
Oh.
Now he did back up your take that it's limestone that was very well done on the outside with the gold top.
All white and alabaster with a gold
and silver top. Yeah. That's kind of cool.
I just You know what? Listen, I just want everyone to keep an open mind. The thing is about like these Egyptologists, they have a set thing. They want to say that because they're Egyptian, so it was the Egyptians that did all this. Just like it would be if you found like all the mounds and that they know existed prior to the Ice Age, that are all over America and everything. That people try to say, oh, it's the Indians. It's like no, it wasn't or whatever natives. That's some people prior to the Clovis people that built those giant things. And why would they build these giant mounds? Why did they build pyramids in South America? Why did they build pyramids in Mexico? Why did they build pyramids in in North America?
Right. Hey,
reach
Jim,
the
you see
heavens.
Crazy Cat's comment here? Can you see if you can find that video?
Okay, I'll look for it.
Yeah. But I'm gonna play some JJ Trujillo stuff right now.
Oh, awesome.
We need to take a
Wait.
break.
Really quick. This is like a 50-second video to watch.
No, go ahead.
I just sent it to you in the private chat here.
Just present it, dude.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me click on it.
But when we say pause, you click on that pause button.
Sure.
Pause. Pause.
So what is this about?
This is is this how the pyramids were built? I'm not sure where it is sourced from, but I found this.
I just had another question too before I forget. That guy said that the limestone was still soft and they formed it and hardened it, like baked it. So I remember like watching that stupid, well, I shouldn't call it stupid, that awesome movie, The 10 Commandments, and they showed him making bricks to make the pyramids. No, but they didn't make bricks to make the fucking pyramids. They were huge, several ton stones.
I know. It's like they were in the wrong country because Greece made segments for their posts, right? I just watched that. Like those are not just one solid piece. Those are actually cut pieces that they stacked on top of each other.
Oh,
and
yeah,
had
like
a metal rod,
the pillars
to keep them together. Yeah, those are awesome. And they're actually rebuilding them right now. They're trying to recreate that stuff. But that's a little easier to recreate because it's not gigantic. Make it big.
Yeah, all the stuff. That's what I'm saying. All the stuff
Angus.
that came later is not as good. That's why like anything. The older stuff is always better. That's got to tell you that they were more advanced to be able to make it better.
Is a 60s Ferrari better than a 2014 Ferrari though?
Well, it's worth more money for sure.
But is it better?
Sure.
Yeah,
Definitely.
but the Parthenon is a much more of a architectural masterpiece than anything in Egypt.
I don't know about that. The Parthenon actually.
I don't agree with that.
No, it's a little.
It's decorative.
I'm gonna hold on. We'll just
got
keep talking.
little
I got.
things
Hold
in
on. Whoa.
There's some.
It's in Europe.
It's not even straight. It's actually all curved and out of whack.
Yeah.
Just like the Colosseum is not actually a perfect building at all. It's actually dog shit kind of because it's 4 different groups that were building quadrants and they don't quite line up.
That's, hey guys, starting this week on Monday nights, we're done with that fucking shit show called House of the Dragon. We're done reviewing that garbage. So now we're going to start on Monday nights reviewing Justified. So I've never seen it. Jim's a huge fan.
I've never seen it.
What's that?
I've never seen it either.
Yeah.
It's got Timothy Oliphant.
Yeah.
Great. Oh, you should watch it.
I like him as the sheriff in Mandalorian, even though it's not like high stakes.
But I like him in those shows on HBO with Danny McBride. Like, what's it, Jim? The show.
Oh yeah, Vice Principals and the Righteous Gemstones.
Righteous Gemstones. Fantastic comedies. He's really fun. He's just a fucking dirtbag. So
that's what's
sheriff in.
What's that?
How many different shows has he played as sheriff in? Justified,
Timothy Oliphant,
Mandalorian, Deadwood. I can think of 3.
Yeah, but he's like the right guy for the sheriff because
Yeah,
do you really trust that dude? Like he's a little swarmy guy. So we're gonna watch Justified and start reviewing that. I'm gonna enjoy watching it. I bought the box set just for this purpose. And another thing, I don't know if you've read this one, Black Angus, but Joe Frankenstein.
Was it that Frankenstein book? Okay.
Dude, I read this today. I cannot wait to do a review on it. It is so cool. It is not what I expected. you know, I mean, I've had them for a while. I just haven't had time. So I had a little time today. I read part 1. I've got part 2 to go to, but I'm gonna do a review on part 1. So I'll give you kind of what the story's about. The monster Frankenstein is the sole survivor of. Well, he's the creation that Dr. Frankenstein created that can never die. All right. So the monster can't die. And he did some stuff to the Frankenstein family because he was really mad when back in the day when he was created. But now he's been alive for so long that he's like a gazillionaire. He's got so much money. He's got houses everywhere. But his sole purpose in life is to protect the Frankenstein family name. And Joe Frankenstein is actually the kid. And that's what the story is about, is the monster protecting the kid. It's really cool. Like, it's really cool. So I can't wait to talk about it. And it's an easy read. There's not 14 panels on a page with 80 word bubbles.
I don't think I'm interested then.
I know, right? Like, I can't get lost in the story. Like, he's not holding my hand enough. I'd
say the concept you're pitching is definitely like, that's unique. I don't know if it'll work, but it
does work.
Unique.
It works.
It's funny you say that because one of the comic stores I like to go to, they have like a second shop right across from themselves for like the discount bargain shit. And
cool. Like a Starbucks across the street from the Starbucks.
Yeah, strangely enough, yeah. Just because he's got so much inventory to put out, so they always have like little volumes or like thicker one shots on display on the walls, and then you got all the boxes in the center of like, you know, trash, you know, old copies, whatever, dollar bin. And I found this on the wall. It's Witchblade JLA.
Nice.
I'm just starting to read Witchblade. I like it so far. I love Michael Turner's art. So man, I tweeted this. I'm like, this should be an awesome concept, easy pitch. And it's kind of a fucking drag. Like, no wonder I've never heard of this.
Oh, really?
Because it's like, it becomes very like tedious. Like, oh, we're investigating data. You know, this is like early internet in the 90s, 2000s. So it's just kind of corny with some of the tech stuff. And yeah, it definitely reminded me of Alpha Core and Yaira.
Right.
So it was fun in that way of like, this sucks.
So okay, here's what I've like. Frankenstein's power in this book is he can't die. And he knows it. He does know he can't die. And you know, there's the villain in the book, which is Dr. Frankenstein's other creation, you know, the girl. She's the villain. Right. Yeah. And the way Graham does it, it's really cool. And there's a reason that she's after the kid. But and his other power, it seems to me, is after all his time living, is the fact that he's figured out how to get really wealthy, and do some good stuff. It's not spoilers. It's like that's his power. He can't die. So this is a live stream, dude. So nobody cares. But when I do the review, I won't say that, you know, Jim, and I won't ask Graham if I can say this in my review, Jim. We lost Jim.
Cool. No, I'm here. I'm trying to find this thing I wanted to show some.
All right, let's play this, Angus.
Okay. All right. Press
is this how the pyramids were built, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Supposedly, this is an idea.
water goes down. So them opening a door wouldn't make water go up somewhere.
No, if they put more in.
It would overflow.
No, there's no
side.
propulsion system to make the water go up.
They would have to have pumps. The water would have to be pumped up to the top and flow from the top down.
Didn't the Romans
use gravity? Use gravity to same way they do it in modern plumbing to get water to rush around.
No, you need a pump.
They pump it
my
up
basement
to a
has
water
a pump
tower
to get my water out, but my pump has to have
the water
my basement,
pressure.
Right. If my pump in my basement goes out, I can still use the rest of the house plumbing. But if the basement pump goes out, I can't use the downstairs toilet or the shower because no water leaves the basement. It has to be shot out with that pump.
I don't know.
It's higher than Earth.
I don't know how this might apply, but Chicago, they had a famous plumbing feat in the 1800s because everyone was like basically putting their shit in the Lake Michigan. They
reversed the flow of the Chicago River.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it is possible. Maybe that was like that feat in Chicago was like basically a forgotten.
I do like this floating idea.
Well, what they did was they dug a canal off the Chicago River called the Sanitary Canal, and then they dug down and they basically connected it to Lake Michigan so that it would flow into the Chicago River as opposed to coming from the Fox River, which is where the Chicago River came from.
Yeah, Fox River, yeah.
They connected it to Lake Michigan and put water from Lake Michigan into Chicago River to push it the other way. That's what they did.
See?
But like
right.
almost all buildings in every major city have giant water tanks inside them on the top floor. That's how they get water to the buildings. They pump the water up there and then gravity pulls the water down and pressurizes the whole building.
Right.
They used to be like open, like huge open things. But like in New York, you ever look and you see like all the like on the buildings, there's like a water tank, water tower, like a water tower on the building on the outside.
On the building itself, yeah
on the outside.
Yeah, you pump the water up, but then it is flowing
then you
down.
pump the water up to there, but then because otherwise the pump would be constantly running to keep the amount of pressure you would need to put a pump to pressurize all the pipes throughout the building the whole way up. You would blow the pipes up, so you just pump the water up into the.
It's like your town's water tower. Like they have to manage the fuck out of that thing, dude. I mean, like they have to make sure that those pumps are running properly, that there's enough water in the tower. And it's all like we got to, make sure that there's enough coming in. It's crazy just how much management there is. But like hole in the bottom of the pyramid, water flows up. Would that be
water
like a well? Like a well? Because a well would shoot water up.
Right, but unless it was sealed, like a sealed thing, and then you had water at one end that was at a higher point, because water finds its own level.
Right,
that's why they use water levels to level things off because it's always going to find its own level.
I like your hollow pyramid theory.
That's how you know the Earth's flat. Because if it was round, it would be shaped round instead of flat. I'm fucking going on fire tonight, man.
It's good.
Every crazy thing,
but it's good.
But I like this idea. This is great.
Yeah. I'm just wondering what the flotation device is.
I like this. If the water could flow up, this would be the
coconuts
really
float,
logical.
So they wrap coconuts in there because coconuts float.
Well, I'm just wondering if it's supposed to be like sheep intestines or guts or something. Preserved.
No, those are coconuts.
Yeah, they're coconuts
and stuff like that.
Yeah. So, and just having people pushing it underneath, and then it goes into that lift system inside the pyramid, because you noticed it was inside that was sending it to the top.
What I'm saying is, though, to get the water to flow up like that,
I know
it has to be
Camel
pressurized
balls.
somewhere else.
Camel testicles.
But what if there was water coming from the other direction, Jim, and they met at that point, that would create pressure and it could shoot something up, like its release is going up.
But if the water is going to flow from its highest point, so the pyramid being the highest point, the water would be moving in the opposite direction.
Well, no, but if you're putting more force, maybe from a river, somebody connected to a river, and it's forcing up,
and you just like you know how you control how you control the nozzle on your hose, you create more pressure. So maybe they were able to do that.
Here. You're talking about something that's open top, so the more pressure coming in will just flow over the top instead of pushing it up.
Well, maybe. I mean, maybe they were smart enough to figure out a system. I mean, this is kind of cool. I kind of like this animation. I really do. because it would make a whole lot of sense. That'd be a whole lot easier to get 4 fucking 2-ton bricks up every 4 minutes for 20 years to just have it constantly flowing from the quarry to the
everyone's
site.
just racking their brain like, how did they pull, how many people pulled these bricks? And someone's like, oh dude, they thought you meet them and have like, oh, you thought we like really worked hard building that thing, you idiot, like we just used water.
Dude, we know
they
the aliens built the
sound
pyramids, Retro Dice. The aliens did everything. The aliens built all this stuff.
But how did they get the water there?
They didn't use
They
water.
didn't need water.
No. My question is, if the aliens did it, is where the fuck are the aliens? Why would they
They
do
left
this?
because we were
They
assholes.
said you guys
We
are
kept
dumb as
trolling
fuck.
them and
You don't
we kept
remember
trolling them
fucking
and talking
anything we
shit.
told you.
So they had fuck you, we're out of here. We kept posting on Twitter that they were gay and fags, and so they left.
Or they
I don't
said,
know.
you know what? We built all this shit for you humans, and now you just sit around and get fat and eating olives and fucking goat cheese. Fuck off.
They were telling us constantly how they got everything on time and they shipped it correctly, and we told them fuck you, and so they left.
I
We
feel
said,
like
you're
if
fucking using these 3D fucking bricks here and just putting them there instead of building them by hand, and so they got mad.
yeah, I feel if this Anunnaki idea is real, if some alien intelligence is here guiding us, like, and then we're just like faltering, I feel like they would just conquer and take over. Like, all right, this is our place now. Screw you.
Whoa, didn't
That's
you
a good
see-
question, Jonas. I mean, I would like to do that math. How many coconuts does it take to lift several tons of rocks?
Well, how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
Well, okay,
we'll never
what
know.
kind of coconut is it? Is it an African coconut, or is
Well,
Yeah,
there's
there's
English
all
coconut.
there's all kinds of fucking math you got to do. Like, is it a hairy coconut? Whatever. I don't know. Stargate is a true story. I do agree.
We just saw that video the other day, Dave, of those orbs around the plane, and the plane just vanished.
Yeah. MH370, dude.
Maybe they're still here, and they just stay away from us because we're fucking wackadoos.
Yeah. So just so you know, chat, I'm not saying, oh, I totally buy hook, line, sinker this idea. I just think it's very interesting,
It's a different take.
unique take versus ramps or logs, ropes, pulleys,
Yeah.
sleds.
Will you show
on
us something you
sand.
don't even believe?
I'm not
think
saying I
so.
don't. I'm just saying, like, I appreciate this is a very unique take in the conversation, and I think it has some credence, at least maybe in part, the
But
mobility.
I mean,
at least the coconuts are reusable too. Like they recycled the coconuts. They could just kept reusing them over and over again.
Were they larger back then?
What is the airspeed velocity of a coconut? You
I mean,
know,
there is a lot of people who think they floated them down the Nile to move the giant stones, but
that was on a
again,
boat.
they moved the obelisk to
Yeah.
Rome, so, and they did this before the Middle Ages technology.
didn't they cut that obelisk, the one thing in Rome, though, into pieces and then piece it back together?
I'm not sure, but they still had to like move all of that weight from Egypt or wherever exactly they got it from.
It's like a lot of the Roman stuff too. It's not granite; it's marble, which is easier to cut and carve.
But at least the Romans built roads.
Them hoe ass
Fuck
roads.
them hoe-ass roads. That's why, you know what? That's probably why the Anunnaki left, because we complained about their shipping, and
Yep.
then we built these hoe ass roads, and they said, "Fuck this, we're out of here."
We're out, bitch.
Lying elf fuck.
We're gonna rip right out of your verse.
Yeah. Couple seconds left. See if there's anything else to it. Yep, that's it.
There's your white limestone pyramid.
All right, here, pull this up. This is quarrying and moving evidence of ancient monuments, evidence of ancient high technology. All right. Now, I'm not like high technology. See, like people always, when you say high technology, people think you're talking about crystal ships and fucking flying things. No, we're just saying technology that these people claim they didn't have.
Sure.
All right.
Signatures that we see on some of these ancient artifacts. Signatures like the massive
Dan
and
Blackroyd?
curved
That's Dan Blackroyd. This is his video. Me and him have worked on it for 3 years.
circular saw marks on blocks of
He's
basalt
an
at
expanding
Abbey.
Earth guy.
Well, yeah, that's how the stones got moved, because when the Earth expanded, it just ended up.
Ah,
It's all
okay.
part of,
Okay.
It's all part of the plan.
Very cool.
Seer, or the machining marks that are on many other blocks at that site. Signatures like the utter precision and symmetry that are displayed in the massive statues and headsets and crowns.
So like this is the thing that like this stuff when they measured, it's like this. They took a picture and reversed it over it, and you can see the guy here. It's perfect. It is exact. Like how the fuck can you make it exact if without some kind of measurement? You know, like even now with computers, you would have some fuck up.
Jim, they didn't even have a compass, dude. How the fuck can they do this? Like, they were not smart enough to know that there was an Earth magnetic pull.
And I'm sorry, you're going to tell me that this face does not look like an Olmec head? Look at this face.
It almost looks human.
It does look great.
Almost human.
Right. Well,
ears are a little high.
I don't know if you've seen some of the kids in commercials lately. Like,
what's with all the people shaping their heads and they make their heads pointy like cone heads? Why? Because they want to look like the gods, the Anunnaki, who had cone heads.
Pull up on Olmec head. Pull up an Olmec head. I'll look for an Olmec
heads are like wider set. That's a little thin.
No, there wasn't a lot of food there because it was a desert, so they were skinny.
Oh,
At Luxor and at the Ramesseum, or signatures like the continuous.
Okay, here is a core of granite that they found, which, according to you, Mr. Nicholas, you said they used a stick with sand. Then how the fuck did they get a core? That's from a fucking drill.
Stick.
It's a drill.
A hollowed out stick. What do you think a stick with sand on it is? It's a fucking drill.
No, a core drill.
How do you make a fucking... Okay, what's a hole saw? What's a hole saw?
Exactly, a hole saw. So
a hollowed out stick.
No.
Yeah, a hollowed out stick with sand on it.
You're falling for it.
I don't know if you're fucking with me or you're serious.
He's low watermark tonight, dude. He's low watermark.
I do think it's interesting the idea that they would have probably a crank hole saw.
You could actually see the striations, and I'm going to tell you something. I've done a lot of coring.
Really?
You know, through concrete and stuff. Yeah.
White chicks or black chicks?
I don't discriminate. But you could see the striations on it. That's exactly what it looks like when you core out a piece of concrete with a modern
stick with sand on it would do.
But maybe that's just a ribbed condom, Jim.
For her pleasure. Actually, we found the first dildo.
It's an Anunnaki, anatomically correct dildo.
Kevin says, I think Jim's making some good points. I just can't hear him.
Well, you know what? Turn up the volume. Pump up the volume. Bass. I know you can hear me. I can see how fucking loud it is on my mute meter.
I think we could...
Dude, your mic, look, I got headphones on. They don't. And even I'm going like, you have a different distance to your voice tonight. You honestly do. But maybe it's because you've talked more tonight than you have in like a week. So we're actually noticing, chat. Snake says it's odd how humans give humans too little credit with shit like this, but then give them too much credit when destroying the earth. That's a great point. And I'm not saying that it wasn't built by humans. I'm just saying I think there's different technology than logs or sand in the desert that's wet that got this stuff there. I think that the lost technology stuff that we're talking about that made this stuff possible is stuff that we'll never find. It's like when we talk about the Library of Alexandria, there might have been a whole fucking section on Egyptian technology or pre-Egyptian technology, Jim, that was in that library that we'll never know about. So I'm not saying that humans didn't build it. Now, did humans maybe get a little help from the outside, Jim? That could be a thing. I'm not a big I don't naysay the ancient alien stuff. I like the ancient alien stuff. Sometimes it's crazy, but sometimes I go, well, that makes more sense than other shit. $10 from Julio Scissors. That ain't cheap. Thank you, Julio. Y'all are bananas. See? Did you get your sound fixed, Julio? Come on in, buddy. I've been saying it all night, Kevin. His sound is funky. Why are you fast forwarding? Did we go through what you wanted to see?
No, I'm trying to find. There's this one I've seen. I'm trying to find it where you see the stone, and it literally looks like somebody took a fucking ice cream scooper and just scooped the stone out.
Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna they asked me to pull up. Crazy Cat said pull up an Olmec head. So I'm gonna share this real quick. This is an Olmec head, and look at this head. It's crazy. What? I mean, these are just found in the fucking jungle, right, Jim? They're just like in the jungle in random places. Like, what do you think? That's badass. It's like this is their superhero back in the day, right? Like, holy shit. Wider face.
That looks nothing like the Egyptian stuff. Jim.
Oh, totally.
No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying, though, just look at the fucking detail of this face that they made, and it's just sitting on the jungle floor. I mean, why? Why would they do this? Who was this for? I mean,
yeah, weren't these hunter-gatherer people?
Yeah, everybody was, dude. There was nobody, since like 1700, until 1700, everybody was a fucking hunter-gatherer. It's fucking wild. It's stupid. I think there's been civilizations forever, and they play that hunter-gatherer shit just to fit their narrative for their college textbooks. But now these eyes aren't perfect, Jim. Like, the guy has kind of a lazy eye on the left.
Maybe that's what that guy looked like.
I was really about to say, it's like, I have a lazy eye.
Right.
It used to be a common thing with us black people.
But when you do art, you try to make it like perfect, like the Sphinx looked perfect, right? But maybe this was a true to life adaptation of the person they were doing it for. I think it's awesome. It
does look a little bit more. And I think both of them were pretty unique, but this one you can still see a lot of that detail. I think mostly because I think it was just protected for a lot longer by like vegetation instead of like sand.
Yeah, and they're saying 1200 to 400 BC ? Who knows? But I mean, there's some more heads here. Look at this guy.
Well, see, that's the problem, is because they can't actually age the stone, so they have no fucking clue how old it is.
Look at this. Now this one is pretty fucking. What the hell? Why does it do that? Here we go. Look at this. Look at that fucking head. That's pretty. Like, that's Sphinx level there, Jim.
Yeah,
They do look like they're depicting specific people.
Yeah.
Well, but this is in Mexico.
Well, that's probably what's this guy's name? Quasiquitl?
Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah, Quetzalcoatl. That's probably who it is.
Quetzalcoatl.
Before he got on the ship and flew off.
Quetzalcoatl.
But look at that. I mean,
He's got some big lips.
Oh my God, I'm gonna get another video made about this fucking racist channel. Holy shit.
I'm saying he's got big lips. Look at his lips.
And he's got a wide nose. You gonna say that too, Jim?
No.
Well, he does.
He's got a wide nose, but that could just be because of a lot of cocaine use. He's got a very protruded brow too.
I mean, that looks
look at his
like the people that are native to that
It's
area.
a big brow, like the natives have big brows, big brows.
But that's
I like big brows, and I cannot lie.
What the fuck? Why can't I find it?
Because it's fake.
No, it's not.
It doesn't exist.
I don't think you appreciate their age, Jim.
How old those are?
Yeah.
They're old.
Yeah, and they're older than whatever you were talking about last.
They're prehistory. That's what I'm saying. Like, we don't have a history. That's what I'm saying. Like, basically all our history, we push it back to the Ice Age, and they stop it there, and they just basically say nothing before the Ice Age ever existed.
Nothing could have ever existed, right? Nobody on this planet before the Ice Age could have ever built
It was
a
just
structure.
just guys running around with sticks and flint tip fucking spears and shit, killing stuff to survive. But then they found Göbekli Tepe. I said it right that time.
Right.
Right. No, the Olmec thing and the Graham Hancock assertion this might be black people, I think it's worth debating because
I don't think he ever said black people. I think he's saying like maybe like Pacific Islander types or something, which are close, I guess.
Yeah, I mean the Rock has like those kind of black features.
It could be like
half black.
It could just be
But even if it was a black person, that just tells me that people were crossing the oceans before they said people could cross the oceans.
Well, even if you like,
right?
When you look at like Australia, Japan, you look at the natives there. They look
I
a
told
lot
Jim
more
to find that
African
video.
than they
Jim,
do
did you
Asian.
find that video, Jim? That Crazy Cat put in there earlier?
Fuck. I thought you pulled that up.
No, I asked you to, and you said I'll find it.
I'll get it. Give me a minute.
Right. No, the reason I think the African idea of some sort of mixing of culture or what have you, meeting each other, I think is a credible avenue to question, because I'm looking at like Central American Indians and South American Indians, like they don't necessarily have those features like these Olmec heads, and the Olmec heads are pretty consistent with the like black features.
Negative. Look up an Acapulco native. I know just from living in Texas, I see people that are all over from all over Mexico, and yeah, I've seen people that's Mexicans. That's what they look like, and then you see all the other people that maybe have like Spanish or Arabic roots or Jewish roots even that are in Mexico. That's why a lot of people think they look different, but But one of the things, like I was starting to say, like even no matter how people that look a little bit more African got there, right, in South America, they could have come over from Africa, or they could have come over because they still looked fairly African when they got to Australia. They could have just kept going, and ended up in South America.
But they said
there's been other evidence of Polynesian people making it to South America.
Especially with the Ice Age, you'd have a lot more solid coastline to navigate, to not have to like swim or
you could walk the earth.
You'd have a lot more walking space because you'd have the oceans would be like receded because of ice. So,
dude, I think motherfuckers were crossing the oceans forever, dude. Like they were fishing. They knew how to build boats. I mean, think about it. And also water levels were lower. There was more land mass.
Let me share this to you. I looked this up because
he's trying to find it, Crazy Cat. Jim's trying to find it.
Here you go.
While he's scrolling Twitter.
There you go.
No,
Look
I'm
at
not.
this.
I'm in YouTube right now.
I sent you a link in the private chat, BTM. Look at this. How old was this? 2,000-year-old reconstructed Carthaginian boat.
Yeah, but they couldn't cross the ocean in this boat, right? I mean,
no, they did. They landed in Florida.
I know. That's the point. Like there was no information, communicated between civilizations, until 1400 or 1000 BC or whatever, or 1000 AD. I mean, they're so fucking short-sighted with this stuff. People were not just living as this is awesome though. Replica of a 2,000-year-old boat makes landfall in Florida after 6,000-mile journey across the Atlantic at clean seas. What the fuck is that? Is this like, look, we made it across the ocean in a wood boat. Quit using gas-powered boats. Yeah. But
I mean, they have a legitimate argument here. If you can actually at least somewhat mimic the load capacity, they have an argument for that agenda. which is like, if we can be cleaner, I'm all for it. But then you're having to cut down lots of trees to make the boats that are.
All right, I got Crazy Cat's video.
They don't last as long.
But not only that, too. I mean, it's very dependent on wind, and these guys are all worried about getting stuff there on time, right? If you're Air July and your boat's slow, you're fucked. You're going to get a bad reputation selling comic books. He's going to want to go back to
Rip-a-ships.
Yeah, I mean, Rip-a-ships is that's a bad problem. He can't have wind powered boats, but that is awesome. I mean, that they replicated a boat from.
Are they going to have grape drink on the boats?
Grape drink?
Yeah. Otherwise, how are you going to get them to go on the boats?
Why wouldn't you have grape drink? I have grape drink.
That's how
in
you
my
keep
house.
from getting scurvy.
Yeah.
You got to have vitamin C, otherwise you get scurvy.
Yeah. Wow.
I have the video for Crazy Cat.
Okay, that's fine. But look at this. By 2050, there could be more plastic in the ocean than. Shut the fuck up! I don't need to read that shit. Maybe we just stop making plastic as a.
This
culture.
is the first search. This is the first thing that came up in the search when I was looking up the replicated Carthaginian boat.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Like, I think plastic's a terrible creation by man. It should be fucking outlawed everywhere around the planet, and just go back to glass bottles. They are biodegradable. All that stuff.
Sand.
Yeah,
completely recyclable.
Yep. I mean, I remember that's what I did as a kid to make money: is go find glass bottles and steal them off people's porches. If I lived in California, we just go. There's a bunch of townhouses or condos, and we'd go open their gate, grab their 6-packs, and run to the 7-Eleven and play fucking pinball and buy comic books. That's what we did every day in the summertime. All right, so you got it, Jim?
Yep.
This is it?
This is it.
All right,
Ancient
Crazy. Oh,
Egyptian
thanks for not
underground
wasting our
mystery.
time. It's only a 10-minute video. Thank you, Crazy Cat. I like this guy too. Robert Sepper is pretty cool.
When ancient Egypt is mentioned, most people think of pharaohs. But there are many Egyptian mysteries that stretch back into pre-dynastic times, with underground secrets that predate the first Egyptian pharaoh and the pyramids themselves. In fact, numerous ancient writers wrote about multi-leveled underground cities beneath the pyramids and surrounding areas. Herodotus, the ancient Greek historian who is known as the father of history, described an impressive labyrinth said to have contained thousands of rooms full of hieroglyphs and paintings, as well as an equal number of subterranean chambers heavily guarded and inaccessible to ordinary people. Herodotus wrote about the mysterious labyrinth, saying, "This I have actually seen, a work beyond words, for if anyone put together the buildings of the Greeks and display of their labors, they would seem lesser in both effort and expense to this labyrinth. Even the pyramids are beyond words, and each was equal to many and mighty works of the Greeks, yet the labyrinth surpasses even the pyramids. There I saw 12 palaces regularly disposed, which had communication with each other, interspersed with terraces and arranged around 12 halls. It was hard to believe they are the work of man. The walls are covered with carved figures, and each court is exquisitely built of white marble and surrounded by a colonnade. Here, the corner where the labyrinth ends, there was a pyramid, 240 feet in height, with great carved figures of animals on it, and an underground passage by which it can be entered. I was told very credibly that underground chambers and passages connected this pyramid with the pyramids at Memphis." Many other writers supported what Herodotus had written. One of them was Iamblichus of Apamea, a Syrian Neoplatonist philosopher who recorded in ancient times unprecedented information about an entrance into the Great Pyramid of Giza, leading directly from inside the body of the Sphinx. This entrance, obstructed in our day by sands and rubbish, may still be traced between the forelegs of the crouched colossus. It was formerly closed by a bronze gate whose secret spring could be opened only by the Magi. It was guarded by public respect, and a sort of religious fear maintained its inviolability better than armed protection would have done. In the belly of the Sphinx were cut out galleries leading to the subterranean part of the Great Pyramid. Iamblichus further explained that the historic galleries were artfully decorated along their course towards the pyramid. If one were to travel into the passages without a guide, they'd inevitably return to the starting point. It's not clear whether the Egyptian temple was described as a labyrinth simply because it was so huge and so complex that one could easily become lost,
Pause it,
or
Jim.
whether...
Is he saying these were attached to the pyramids?
It was like all interconnected.
A complex, I'm guessing.
Okay. That's kind of
Wait,
cool.
have you played Assassin's Creed Origins, Dave?
Oh yeah, love it.
Yeah, it's so cool to go explore like the complexes around some of these sites. in the game.
It's cool until I got to go fucking do one more fucking fetch quest. Like, like after about 40 hours of that shit, okay, I've collected enough fucking bullshit. But the game itself is just fun in the world of Egypt. Yeah, it's great.
It was intentionally designed as a maze where one had to find their own way through it. Ancient Greek historian Strabo also claimed to have visited the temple and wrote in his book, "Before the entrances there lie what may be called hidden chambers, which are long and many in number and have paths running through one another, which twist and turn so that no one can enter or leave any court without a guide." Another Greek philosopher by the name of Crantor of the Old Academy, probably born around the middle of the 4th century BC, supported the writings made by Herodotus. Crantor suggested that there was an intricate set of underground pillars said to contain written stone records of prehistoric events. Greek historian Diodorus Siculus, 1st century BC, gives one of the most colorful descriptions. When one had entered the sacred enclosure, one found a temple surrounded by columns, 40 to each side, and this building had a roof made of a single stone, carved with panels and richly adorned with excellent paintings. It contained memorials of the homeland of each of the kings, as well as the temples and sacrifices carried out in it, all skillfully worked in paintings of the greatest beauty. Furthermore,
Now, see,
writings of the 1st century
Jim, I
Roman
appreciate,
historian
like,
Pliny
somebody's
the
actually written this down, and
Well, yeah.
I
Plato wrote down what Solon told the people and passed it down about Atlantis. So that's written down.
Right. I'm just saying I would love for them to find some of this stuff. I mean, they're talking
They know
about
it's there. They just ignore it and they say, "Oh, they were just telling stories."
Well, apparently, Homer, I guess, gives a pretty clear area of where Troy's supposed to be, and everyone just like thought it was a myth. And then
And they
some
found it,
German
yeah.
scientists like, oh, let me just actually check where Homer said. And he's like, oh, look, here's Troy.
And guess what? They fucking found it. Like, because a guy actually followed what Plato said, and he's like, well, it should be right here. And lo and behold, Troy was real. So that's why so many people, Black Angus, think Atlantis is real, because everybody thought Troy was just a myth.
I don't know, like, the root of the myth of Atlantis that gives
Atlantis
credence
was
or not.
Manoah, which
Atlantis is what?
Atlantis predates all that stuff, and the story predates all that stuff. The Egyptians had it written
the volcano that took it out.
There was no
The
volcano.
volcano
It was
took
the
out the
rising water.
island. It's exactly. They had the same kind of like barrier island kind of thing going on with it.
No.
Island
It was
still
in the
lives there.
Azores. It was in the Azores. That thing happened way later. Like that thing you're talking about, the island like off of Crete. That's way later. It was written down in the temple of what the fuck is it? In some temple by the river.
They even found it exactly when they even found the island, the Minoan civilization.
No, that was later.
Exactly when Edgar Casey said they would.
No.
Look
I
it
don't
up.
give a fuck who Edgar Casey is, but Plato said, Solon said 9,000 years before Solon's trip to Egypt is when the Egyptians said that the mother civilization collapsed because of a great flood and earthquakes. All right. And so the math on that puts it at right around the time of freshwater pulse 1A.
Okay, I think this could be settled. We can work on the math. if you want to bring up that link I put in the private chat a little bit ago. You don't have to do it
The
yet.
elders suggest that there were concealed chambers directly beneath the Great Sphinx of Giza. Pliny wrote about the existence of a tomb belonging to a ruler called Harmachis. Interestingly, it is believed that the Great Sphinx was once called the Great Sphinx Harmachis, who mounted guard since the time of the followers of Horus. More evidence is found in the manuscript documented by Arab writer Altel M. Sani and preserved in the British Museum. He documented the existence of an extensive square underground chamber located below ground, between the Great Pyramid and the Nile River, saying that there was something enormous blocking the entrance. Altil Emsani wrote, "In the days of Ahmed ben Toulan, a party entered the Great Pyramid through the tunnel and found in a side chamber a goblet of a glass of rare color and texture. As they were leaving, they missed one of the party. Upon returning to seek him, he came out to them, naked and laughing, said, 'Do not follow or seek for me,' and then rushed back into the pyramid. His friends perceived that he was enchanted. Upon learning about strange happenings under the pyramid, Ahmed ben Toulan expressed a desire to see the goblet of glass. During the examination, it was filled with water and weighed, then emptied and reweighed. The historian wrote that it was found to be of the same weight when empty as when full of water."
For something so ancient, Egypt's mysteries, you know, the stuff we've seen in movies and books, pyramids, the tombs, the Sphinx, it never seems to stop amazing the modern mind, right? Well, there's new research now that's suggesting that there may be some new discoveries still to be made, maybe underground, right? Is this the real riddle of the Sphinx?
The study of the majesties of ancient Egypt goes back to the founding of Western science and archaeology. And while most of the major monuments along the Nile have been found and explored, there is no shortage of strange theories about their origins. Take, for example, the Sphinx. New research suggests there's a secret tunnel underneath the statue connecting it to one of Egypt's largest pyramids.
At the very front of the Sphinx, there is the Dream Stealer, which is a stone plinth, which has got writings on it by Tutmos IV, the guy who excavated the Sphinx in the 18th dynasty. And on that stealer, we've got two pictures of the Sphinx. But on those pictures, it's sort of sitting on a plinth, and underneath it looks like there's a doorway.
So where is the pushback coming from? According to Matt Simpson, it's coming from within academic circles, and that's despite interesting new scientific discoveries.
The general consensus, the official...
I know they won't let anyone use ground-penetrating radar around there.
Mm-hmm.
They won't. You know, they don't want, I don't know. Maybe the Freemasons or someone's in charge, or the Bilderberg group, and they just don't want anybody to figure out that the Illuminati's in control, and they have all the scrolls showing how to make the plasma generators and the balls of light that are taking down planes. I don't know. It's possible. Anything is possible. You know, maybe that's where they found COVID-19.
My good faith take is that they just don't want to risk damaging these artifacts and monuments.
See,
it's a tourist attraction.
I don't think any of these people operate in good faith. They're Black Angus. They have bad faith. Bad faith reviews. All of them.
You know, even though the Ripitards think otherwise, like I really do come into this, even though there's an expectation, but I do come into this open-minded, good faith. You know, I really thought Mike Barron would be a good writer.
I thought he was great. I love that book. I could talk about it for days, but right now I'm busy.
I think love's a little strong, Jim.
I was very fond of it.
No.
Hypnoticus says turn up your mic, Jim.
Okay.
The word is there is nothing underneath the Sphinx.
So, are controversial theories with evidence to support them being pushed aside for academic or tourist agendas? Reporting in Washington, D.C., Joseph Ricci, RT.
Interestingly, during the 10th century, a writer by the name of Musaudi claimed that advanced mechanical statues were guardians of the subterranean galleries located under the Great Pyramid of Giza. He wrote, written accounts of wisdom and acquirements in the different arts and sciences were hidden deep, that they may remain as records for the benefit of those who could afterwards comprehend them. This reminded me of the Hall of Records referred to by Edgar Cayce, who once said an ancient library exists under the Great Sphinx of Giza, built by the survivors of Atlantis. Edgar Cayce was a self-professed clairvoyant who answered questions on subjects while in a trance state. When asked about the time near the end of the days of Atlanteans,
Wait, he was in a trans state, so he was the first trans.
No.
Is he the guy that was the was he the guy that could do the
remote viewing?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yes. That's what he.
Yeah, he's a remote viewer.
Well, he didn't do. Well, I mean, remote viewing. That's like later, like Vietnam War kind of stuff. But yeah, he would have visions, and then he would just give you everything. It wasn't a story, but it was like he was just giving you everything that he saw in his vision.
Speaking of visions, John Malin wrote a book called Visions.
Yeah.
Yeah, coming out with Graveyard Shift.
Okay.
Cayce explained, there came the first aggressive people to the Pyrenees and into what later became the Egyptian dynasties. While I can't speak to Edgar Cayce's psychic abilities, I can say that I found the genetic affinities interesting between the ancient Basque, which are the people who live on the Pyrenees between France and Spain, where Cro-Magnon was discovered, and who are among the highest percentage of Rh negative people in the world, and the North African Caucasian natives, such as the Berber tribes who live near Mount Atlas, as well as the Caucasian natives called Guanches on the islands off the west coast of Africa in the Atlantic called the Canary Islands, who also like mummies and small stone pyramids. For those interested, I did a video on this, which I will include a link to in the description.
Oh, wait, whoa. You see, that guy had blue eyes.
Yeah.
Look at that. Bright blue eyes.
Just like Julio Scissors. He might be from the Canary Islands.
My God.
Yeah, it's almost like every place that they just described is in a relatively small area.
That's the point.
Spain sort of rests on pop. Yeah. Where he's like saying, and they look all like these. Yeah, of course they're all genetically related.
But they also
And
have
a
that
description.
highest concentration.
My name
of
is
Rh
Robert
negative blood
Sepper.
type.
I'm an
Kinda
anthropologist.
wild.
You can find my published books on Amazon.
What was
they make
the importance of the Rh negative factor? What is that? Is it doing like a rhesus factor or something?
I don't know.
Jim wasn't paying attention.
Rh negative
Is that blood type?
Blood that lacks a protein called the Rh factor on some red blood cells. Rh factor is inherited through genes, one from each parent, and Rh negative is more common in Caucasians than any other race. Only about 15% of the population is Rh negative. Doesn't affect health, but it can impact pregnancy if the fetus is Rh positive. This is called the Rh incompatibility. Oh, right. It can like make the woman kill the baby, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the blood type kills the kid. Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Interesting.
Why are people so retarded? I don't know. Oh, snakes. I can't play that Monty Python stuff, Nicholas.
Oh, shit.
They'll crush me. I've tried before, and it's a nightmare. All right.
We need to
Enough.
memorize that one, then tell it. Because
Yeah.
we're getting close to it.
Hold on. I got to show something to Huli. I'll be right back.
Okay. So
Put your pants back on.
So our boy JJ Trujillo is
awesome.
very, very competent at making Eric July like a running show. He's got one called Eric July Assaults the Indie Community. We were up to part 9. This one's not numbered, but I love JJ. He's very nice to the channel. He's so just such a great guest when he comes on. and I support the hell out of him. So if you guys have not subscribed to JJ's channel, please do.
Accusations, death threats, use deadly force, sexual misdeeds. I mom on a regular basis. This is the story of Iceland. No, not the International School of Ministry, but the comic by Eric July. You're going to see how Eric July, a creator with over 500,000 followers, sicked his fans on a small indie creator for offering a disagreement in an unrelated thread. Tonight, on Sifting Through the Trash, with your host, JJ Trujillo. Interestingly, despite Eric's aggression
chickens
on a potential conflict,
It's the
Eric
best.
wrote an essay on Twitter about Ethan Van Sciver, claiming that Ethan was trying to dethrone Eric and reclaim his title as Emperor of Indie Comics. Ethan's chat made multiple references to this throughout the stream. Android 33 says, "Happy New Year to the literal Emperor of Indie Comics. EVS, this is my monthly tribute to stay in your good graces, as you literally are the Emperor." Wow. The Emperor? Do I really have that kind of power in indie comics? Wait a second. You're telling me that in indie comics, a community that's run by crowdfunding and the good graces of a loyal, consistent, wonderful, very kind and generous subscriber, fan, customer base, that I could rule over that? You don't say. Listen, I don't want to let that kind of power go to my head. You guys have to keep me in check. That's the important thing. That's your job. Keep me in check. Thinking that I could be the Emperor of Comics, according to some. Or I think they were saying that I think I'm the Emperor of Comics. The Emperor of Comics.
Why was he dressed up like this? What was the occasion here? Does anybody know?
I would some sort of white holiday, I guess.
Okay, I mean,
Elton John fan club. I don't know.
Maybe he went to the concert the night before. Who knows? But I love when he does this kind of wacky stuff.
Oh my goodness, guys. What a weird world that we live in. Gay Emperor says they're being deposed as a comic emperor, says just Kevin Ryan. All right, yeah. Listen, I'm trying to steer clear of that. Nine Ninja says, thank the Lord he is back. It's a New Year's miracle. Rippa's ego is way too enormous and way too fragile. Unfounded pride leads to a fall. 2024 should be interesting.
Oh, that's very funny, Cliff. Given where we are now in August.
Yeah, right. I'm so happy with that $200,000 campaign. Yeah.
Wait,
They
can I
were
show?
trying to ro-
Can I show Julio Scissors what he inspired me to bring up? Can you show
Sure.
me real quick? So he said earlier, where'd it go? I don't trust a man with an Eagles hat. Hail to the Redskins. Well, it's funny you say that because I
Crazy
am.
Cat, thanks for the $2. No problem, man. That was a good video. It was actually more based in science and actual history. So thanks for the $2. Sorry to interrupt, Black Inks, but
No, it's your channel. You're good. It's funny because, like, even though I hate the Redskins or Commanders, I do love the logo, love the history, and of course, the libtards wanted to erase any memorabilia of Indian pride. And so, at a thrift shop, I got this Redskins towel that is in my rotation. That I dry my balls off with.
You should wipe your ass with that, not wipe your balls.
And then if I'm enjoying some content on the internet, I got my little FAP towel Redskins blanket as well to show my dominance as an Eagles fan over your inferior, forgotten franchise Redskins.
The Deadskins, right?
There you go. Well, I do love their classic logo and stuff. Miss the Redskins. I follow some Redskin account that's just all about the history.
The native people didn't want them to get rid of it. Like,
yeah, overwhelmingly.
Yes,
because it's like a positive, like, yeah, Redskins.
Just like the Cleveland Indians, they didn't want them to get rid of that either. Like, what are you doing? I mean,
dude, I don't even care about fucking baseball, but Chief Wahoo
are the worst.
It's funny, actually. As a kid, I always thought Chief Wahoo was like a Mexican because, like, it looks like he has like a stash under his nose. And then I found out, it's
Crazy
Indian
Cat likes the
symbol.
Mystique statue, dude.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's the Adam Hughes Sideshow Comic-Kit.
Well, what happened is once Google surpassed Yahoo, they had to get rid of Chief Yahoo.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's funny. Like, yeah, I don't care about baseball, but like, fuck the Cubs. I hate their
I hate the
crybaby
Cubs.
fan
Oh
base.
my god, I hate the fucking Cubs.
I've lived here
And,
20 years and have never been to a Cubs game, been to plenty of White Sox games.
I'm very sad they won, but given that the Indians copped out, bent the knee to the mob of Wokies, I'm glad they lost that. Even to the Cubs, even to that bullshit franchise. I'm glad they lost. You deserve it.
They want to. Snakes. They want all these teams to keep their fucking heritage relevant. It's not an insult to them. It's not.
No, didn't they like get rid of the guy who owned it to change the name? They forced Daniel Snyder out.
Yeah, and then you got I'll give Florida State credit. They said, "Fuck all this shit. We're keeping the Seminoles, and we're gonna have Chief Wahoo
literally a
ride
tribe.
that horse. Yeah, we're gonna have the horse come out at halftime and throw the spear in the ground, all that stuff." So,
now, if I remember correctly, what happened was Snyder was saying like, this is the history of the team. This is the logo. This is whatever. It's the name. It's staying that way. Then FedEx like pulled and I think Nike pulled their sponsorship to force it. Even if they was going to go through court because they're breaking contract, they're like, we don't give a fuck. We'll pay all those fees and fines to force your hand. And of course, Snyder of a certain tribe in the Middle East bent the knee.
No, they
who
took
owns?
the team from
Doesn't
him,
he own
didn't
Comcast? Isn't that Snyder's wealth? Isn't he the guy that owns Comcast?
they? No, I don't think so.
Dude, I think he is. I think he's
Jim. Jim, you really do need to turn your mic up.
Just pull it down, to the top of your hat.
Is this better?
No.
Well, how is it not better? I have it turned all the way up.
It's a little better. Yeah.
Hold on. I'll fix it.
All right, let's get back to JJ. JJ's Eric's assaulting indies.
Rope Ethan into a conflict. Ethan says he wanted to stay clear of that drama. While he avoids to speak about Eric's claims against him, he does highlight a conflict Eric had with a smaller indie creator that Ethan had taken under his wing months prior. As previously mentioned, Eric was now on a warpath not just against Ethan, but anyone who seemed to disagree with him. B.A. Turner, author of the novel Vigilante's Creed, explains what happened here.
Take a look at B.A. Turner's post here.
Go ahead, Jim.
Is this better?
You have a mic that you actually need to speak directly into. Like these mics are built to like speak in a specific direction.
Is this better?
That's better. Legitimately, like just you didn't raise your voice. It's just the way your voice is going towards mic makes a big difference with the mic that you have. Because I have the same mic.
Now it's probably picking up a bunch of stuff in the background, right?
Now you're ridiculously loud.
Now you're ridiculously high, but there's no background noise. Here we go with fucking BTM fucking tech every night.
BTM tech reviews for
There you
all
go.
the fags and
there you go, Jim.
Oh, never mind.
You got it. That's it. You got it. Don't play with it no more.
All right, I got it.
All right.
Do that more than 3 times.
All right, so this is what caused the crisis on
Is
Infinite.
this better? How's it sound now?
Fine. You sound fine.
Good?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Shut the fuck up.
All right, I'll be quiet now.
I don't know, Twitter, social media.
Now that you fixed it, shut up.
What happened?
I
here?
won't
You
say
explain
anything
this
else.
to me.
This all stemmed from July's sudden post last week saying that absolutely no creator should ever ask for promotion. You should not beg. And he went on his, novel long rants about that. And then he made
I
this
ask for
video
promotion all the time.
about saying again,
yes, you do. You're a dirty whore. Yeah.
You're owed no support.
I'm
And
not
then
even
this
calling you a little
Ripasimp
pussy.
had taken a screenshot from another tweet where basically the discussion was simply about the same thing, right?
Oh.
This started off of another tweet where, Ripa said he did everything organically. He never ever received help. He never ever asked for anything, which, you've already debunked. But nevertheless, I responded and basically said, yeah, he built it from music, he built it from politics, but he did not build his success from ISOM from comics, from writing or being a comic creator. Very basic statement. It went on, and it ended up with this screenshot that his simp had
His
taken.
simp? Who's his simp?
Oh, one of his many real vile fans.
So you said, yeah, that's a ridiculous statement. You can't expect writers and comic artists to build a following from music and politics, lol, or even YouTube. His success had nothing to do with his actual initial product. It's his name that sold his product, just like when a politician released a book, which is fine. That's what you say.
Which is fine. That's that ending it just like, which is fine. Should have been like the end of it, right? I mean,
yeah.
What?
Oh, hey, look at
my
that.
God.
Somebody's being like really
A
normal.
level-headed
and friendly.
Matt Barr? What? This can't be real.
No, he
Jake,
can be. He very well can be. I've
I
noticed,
know.
like,
It's a joke. It's a joke. Like, come
well,
on.
no, but he just doesn't do it very often anymore.
He's more likable when he is.
Yeah, because you watch one of his live streams, and he's drinking on them now. And it's getting a little sad.
Well,
you can go on.
I mean, he's challenging me to come on his show, dude. Me. Why does he want me on his show? Get the fuck
He
out
ain't
of here.
got nobody else, dude. My face was on was his top post for almost 12 hours the other day. And my dumbass on the guy who's deservedly should be on Comicsgate Kings if he could fucking behave himself. That's a little silly. You ain't right.
Well, I think it's really good.
Must have been before the head wound. You might have a point there, Retro Dice. I just and
yeah,
it's insane.
That was pretty good, Jim.
What?
The echo.
So
yeah, I like that. Stay with that. Stop fucking.
Keep it up. I like that, Jim.
It's reverb. Because they were saying my voice wasn't deep enough. So
yeah,
well,
put it back on.
There is a setting for the deepness. If you go to the settings button and scroll to the right. Oh yeah! Hey Kool-Aid,
baby.
What program? What program are you all using?
I'm just a Roadcaster.
Roadcaster.
2 Pro.
Yeah. Pro 2.
Oh, that just for your audio interface.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like, here you go, Black Angus.
Hold it! What the hell is that shit?
What's that?
So, Blazing Saddles.
Oh, okay. I'm not a diehard. It's okay.
I'm not going to stand for this. I'm going to call the newspapers, the TV stations, the gas stations, everybody.
That's Homer.
I think Blazing Saddles is the greatest movie ever made.
Why are you echoing?
It's an effect on it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if he like fucked up his mic.
Does Jim sound like Yellow Flash? That's an insult, Jim.
Who doesn't like Yellow Flash?
Me.
Oh man.
Well, the only thing I have to say is I watched one show of his probably back in like 2018 or 2019. I was like, this motherfucker's stupid. And then I noticed like how he, especially like he started to seem like Flashcast was a pretty good sized show for a while. I'm not sure when that ended, but I could never quite
When
get
Ethan
it.
started Trashcast.
No, it seemed like it had waned off even before that. Though.
Yeah, somewhat, but remember Nick Ricciardi used to go on that show. A lot of bigger YouTubers used to go on that show. Not anymore.
I just never understood how he got big. He's a fucking moron. He's obviously drunk most of the time. It's like you're just giving your opinion. Like, why? I don't get it.
Right.
That's why I never really got into the fandom
trying the
menace
best
or
I
anything
can.
like that.
Do you know the movie Mars Attacks? Black Angus.
Yeah, it's okay. I rewatched it like a year ago, and I was like, I used to love that movie.
Jack Nicholson telling when he's a president, telling everybody to shut up in Mars Attacks. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Yeah,
I like that movie. It's ridiculous, but it's fun. Like
it's kind of flat. It's like I don't quite when I watched the whole thing. I'm like I don't quite get the like what's the angle here. Tim Burton did that, right?
Yeah, and it's just like the aliens aren't our friends. Quit
Yeah, no,
acting
it's fine.
like
I
they're
get
gonna
that.
be nice.
But
Yeah,
I get that. And like we get hoodwinked with the like template of like, oh, we'll break bread together, meet with our rulers. But overall, I don't quite get like.
Did we ever finish watching that Vito documentary?
Last
You
night,
talking about the Mr. Burger?
Yeah, we watched it all.
Well, yeah, like the Mars attacks. I was going to say Black Angus. The Mars attack. I guess it was originally a trading card thing.
Yep.
With just like really like hardcore
Like
humor
Garbage
like
Pail
that.
Kids
It was
stuff,
poking
yeah.
fun of like.
Yeah.
It was poking fun of like 1950s, 60s horror movies and stuff that had a slight bit more. They were more like white bread, as you could say, like very innocent, naive kind of films, and then just took that and then took it in the extreme satire direction.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Let's get back to JJ.
Well, then, he obviously tagged Eric because that's what his fans do. They constantly tag Eric, like, hey, look, it's a detractor. Dogpile him. And then this is what Eric responded with.
I know, right? And the worst part is they hate it because I never respond. I don't give a fuck about you retards. Like, stop including me in your back and forth. I don't care. I just don't care. I say what I say on my live stream and I move the fuck on. Hell, half the time, 7 hours in, I don't even remember what I said the night before. Are you kidding me? Give me a break.
With
that screenshot is telling at least. But it's not that we expect people to spend 18 years building their own brand and independence like I did. It's that for some reason, others want a similar result, having done nothing comparable, or worse, they feel I'm undeserving. Where'd the undeserving thing come from? Did anybody tell him that like he doesn't deserve his success?
Nope. And then that's where Aaron, Immortal Rising, who got kind of put in the spotlight and all that just for defending me, being a super nice guy. And he asked that exact question.
Oh, there you go. Yep. He said you're undeserving. I can't find that. Can you point it out? You say you leveraged 17 years of entrepreneurial pursuits into this project. He's acknowledging that. Let me guess. He's a jealous communist too? You could have made a different product, but you chose a comic. You don't even read indies or participate in the community out here, grinding as beginning entrepreneurs, except as drama fodder. Just continue promoting a few already large money campaigns and leave us small guys alone. If you find us irrelevant or a nuisance, you're not helping the marketplace. Save your bootstraps and pie platitudes and keep walking, pal.
In a separate thread, BA says it's ridiculous that small creators would be told not to ask for promotion. Then one of Ripa's ardent followers has to go running home to Eric and tell him that someone somewhere on the internet disagreed with him. Eric, of course, retweets this, putting BA on full blast, and also takes his words out of context. Another comic creator named Immortal Rising notices this, and watch what Eric does next. You aren't going to believe this.
Anyway, Immortal Rising. What a guy. So what happened next after that? He said he's a jealous communist. Oh, you could have made a different product, but you chose a comic. You don't even read. Okay. All right. What happened then?
Well, that's what led to the whole, him doing that donation.
Did Immortal, what is his name again? Immortal Rising? Did he say something else after this?
I think they went back and forth.
He said Shurjan. He did the Shurjan meme. That's infuriating. I hate the Shurjan meme. For people who are not used to being dogpiled, it really is upsetting. People say, well, just turn off your Twitter or mute it or something like that. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what us seasoned pros do. I'm used to being dogpiled. I just mute that shit and move on. He says, hey, man, I clicked on your page and noticed you had an active campaign. You only had 10 backers in 6 months. Wow, that's rude. So what I did was
also not true.
Yeah. So what I did was essentially fund your campaign. of course, giving a tip to fund my.
Oh, this was about Immortal Rising? This was Immortal Rising?
Yeah.
Oh, what a fucking douchebag. I've had Immortal on this show.
Yeah.
Seems like a
The
decent
guy
dude.
deserves a lot of respect for a long time.
Yeah.
For
He's
this.
about to have a second book out.
Is he?
Premiering on Loose
Yeah.
on Michael Bancroft's show.
Oh, cool.
Comic.
I had
Did he
his book.
essentially do that, or did he actually do that?
He did.
More or less. Not in so many words. He says, here's what I'd like you to do. I can't read this.
Did you catch that? EVS couldn't even finish reading. That's how crazy Eric's Mean Girls antics were. Let's finish the clip.
Yes. Here's what I'd like you to do. Work on your attitude because it is in a terrible spot. John, this goes for you too. Being small does not make you admirable, nor does it justify your attitude towards creators who have worked extremely hard to get where they're at.
Oh, that fucking guy. Oh.
Worked hard. You quit touring with your fucking band. That's why your band's not panned out to anything. You quit touring.
Oh, my
to
God.
grind to be successful with your music.
Like I said.
Because they've never sold a lot of records, have they?
No. No.
They can't claim any amount of success in music at all. Because that's the one fucking barometer of success in music. You sell records.
Mm-hmm.
Just to put that out there.
This could have been Eric's plushie, but it's a book. It's the same goddamn thing for Eric.
Dismissing or attempting to devalue their efforts is such a tone-deaf thing to do. Didn't this guy just say that I think I'm the emperor of comics and that I'm more important? I think I'm more important to comics than I actually am, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much, yeah.
Why is he devaluing my efforts? I mean, I worked extremely hard to get where I'm at. 30 years of working in comics. I didn't just wake up one day and say, I think I'm going to start a comic book company. Actually, 30 years. Dismissing or attempting to devalue my efforts. Such a tone-deaf thing for him to do. I'm going to make this all about me. And will only turn people off to your product, his product. You could have made a different product was a moronic way to approach this. I think actually it's pretty good. Lastly, there is the community. That's you guys. You guys don't exist as it pertains to independent comics. Comicsgate, he's saying, is a clique. You're around. They're not the only people that exist, and it is arrogance to operate as if it does. To tell someone they don't participate or they don't help the marketplace, despite them employing more people in comics than you ever have. I think they're all working in the warehouse packing boxes, though.
Or in Brazil.
I don't know if they're creating comics. I'm pretty sure that they're packing boxes and crates. Anyway, despite them employing more people in comics than you ever have, is incredibly stupid. You are in no position to be as dismissive and disrespectful as you are. Your project's funded, and I don't want your items. I just want you to get to work. Go be great and work on your attitude. Yeah. Good luck.
Good luck. So a little bit of context to what he said is he actually had an Indiegogo campaign prior to this where he did get over 100 backers. I think he raised between 4,000 and 5,000. So this is just a storefront for excess inventory.
Eric could have done something nice and just said, hey, I made a donation for your project. You misunderstood the context of the tweet. Hopefully we can move past our differences and grow in the indie community. Instead, he said that Immortal Rising couldn't fund his project, and also how he earned very small amounts of money compared to Eric. Eric also said he didn't actually want to receive the book, meaning he didn't care about it and wanted people to know he felt that way. Aside from Eric's cruelty to these small indie creators, it's also important to note that his statement was completely inaccurate. Immortal Rising was able to fund his project, unlike what Eric said here. The truth is that this was just his store to sell more copies after his campaign had ended. Eric could have tried to have a sweet moment of building bridges. Instead, he tried to nuke this guy from orbit. You can take a look at Immortal Rising's project on Fund My Comic. The characters look very interesting. Something about it sort of reminds me of Attack on Titan. It seems to be a fantasy, but with a heavy manga influence. Make sure to give it a look. He will drop another sequel soon. Also, B.A. Turner has a really cool project as well, a novel called Vigilante's Creed. It's about a man who is brought to the brink of death, but is saved by a divine gift, and every night transforms into a gargoyle named Dread Knight. He hunts soulless fiends and kills them. Anyway, make sure to give these projects a look. Also, I've got a fantasy novel too, called Long Live the Liar, about Brennan, a young slave who watches as his king is murdered by invaders, and he is left with the choice to run and watch as his kingdom is ruined, or stand up and rally his nation together. Thanks again, and don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe.
Good for you, man. JJ does great stuff. He really does. So I remember that battle, Black Angus, and I thought Immortal didn't take Eric's money. Wasn't
No,
that
you
a thing?
refunded them.
Yeah. Shove it
So
up
you
your
can keep
ass,
your
Eric.
fucking money. How about you
Yeah.
actually engage me? We can do it in DMs unless you want to keep up this public for drama. So then Eric opted to I'm going to fund 3 campaigns. Let me know. And one of them was that queerbait Jack Loy with his Voluntarious comic. That's just like cocksucking Eric.
Right. Yeah. Right. Like Eric is he's finding out that content matters in the books, and that's why his sales keep going down and down and down. Black Angus. I mean, you buy it for the comedy.
Oh yeah, I got a funny clip to show you in a minute. I'll put it in the DM in a second after I tweet this.
Just make sure you add it to the stage when you're ready. Jim, what do you got here, buddy?
This is more proof that they had ancient technologies that we were unaware of.
All right, chat. We're good. We're getting back into the mindset of technology in the ancient world. Here we go.
These stairs are always referred to as the melting stairs or the melted stairs. People speculate.
How did those stairs melt? How did stone
Water
melt?
eroded them.
That's not water
It
erosion.
looks like
those
a-
are melted.
Water can't.
Very glossy.
erode
Yeah,
stuff.
I mean, the melted
Well, that's where the
stairs.
light's shining.
There's a lot of light shining on the stones in Italy's buildings. They're not melting.
I don't know if it's like
There's
clay.
a lot
that could
of
be
interesting things going on, and maybe they were melted.
And maybe they were melted. That's a geologist, and maybe they were melted.
Go ahead.
If they really was a geologist and they tested it, they could tell if it was melted or not. Like literally, if you test it, you could tell what happened with it.
How exactly would stone melt?
JD's more than welcome to join the show. If JD
How do you
wants to
think
come
it
on.
comes out of a volcano? What do you think lava is?
Molten lava.
Yeah.
It's melted stone.
Yeah. So at
But
some
therefore
point, the
stone
ground
melt.
got. So what could have got that ground so hot to melt it? Solar flares. A micronova.
I don't know the science of that, so I would just
What's a
good,
micronova?
give you good faith with that. But okay.
As the galactic current sheet comes into the planet, giant lightning hits the stone and melts it. There's scars everywhere. You just got to know where to look.
Well, it's like I was gonna say, glass is like melted sand, so it's not crazy to melt stone.
Well, stone and
That-
sand.
that's
are-
how Hannibal got the elephants over the mountains. It's a heated stone.
Next, you're going to tell me that you
Okay.
think.
Okay. Yeah, you lost me, Nick. Now you're on your own again.
Next, you're going to tell me that
Floyd-
jet fuel
Floyd
could melt
pulling
steel
water
beams.
cracks them. You don't have okay. For a building,
Hey, what's up, everybody? Hit the bell
This
icon
needed to
that
heat up
leads
the
to the
building. This
ceiling
needed to
of the
melt it
Hathor
for it
Temple
to
of
fall down.
Dendara. At a glance, one receives the impression that the stairs have been melted. Sensational stories, ranging from nuclear blasts to corrosive liquid spills, have all attempted to explain this bizarre anomaly. In 2018, Erica Mermoose uploaded a video to her YouTube channel with Egyptian tour guide Mohammed Ibrahim. The guide's explanation prompted a reaction and response from Ancient Mysteries researcher Dr.
Hey, look right there. They show the sun melting the stairs. They're telling you what happened. The fucking sun did it.
So you okay? So it's equivalent of like, sitting there with a magnifying glass for
No, the sun. See, every 12,000 years, as the galactic current sheet comes through, it deposits dust that's all throughout the universe on the sun. The sun goes black for the day, which has been written down in all these texts, and then it blows it off and it hits the earth and causes the ice to melt and all that stuff to happen and the seas to rise, and it kills all the dinosaurs and the megafauna and the mammoths, and it caused Atlantis to go under the ocean, and then all the people that were living in the pyramids and stuff, they all died too, and it was only some people in some caves somewhere in some scattered places that were able to hide, and they covered themselves with mud, kind of like from Predator, and they were able to survive. But they didn't know any of this stuff because they were not living here. They weren't hanging out. There was like big parties happening here and stuff, and they were all outside, and they were like, cool, look at the sun, man. Wow, kind of like people did at that last eclipse, how they were all outside watching it. That's what these people were all doing, and then when it blew off, it killed them all. It melted the stairs.
I'm speechless.
Well, could be true.
Could be.
Not even
Dr.
sure what I
Charles
would
Coss,
respond to
who
after
explored
that.
this topic on his entertaining YouTube channel, to which I'll leave a link for you in the description below. Dr. Coss
And here, look, and here's another thing. Look at this nose is missing, just like the Sphinx nose is missing. Coincidence?
suggested that this effect may be the product of a process similar to how stalagmites are formed. He believes water seepage carrying calcium carbonate dripped into pools on the indented steps, gradually reconstituting the stone, giving us the melted look that we see today. While I personally found this explanation to be more reasonable than a nuclear.
Well, the problem though is that you could see that the steps are curved down where they're melted. So if it reconstituted them and made, grew back is what they're saying, like it just kept going on and just made more stone,
Yeah, right.
So.
Yep.
Nuclear blast. Unfortunately, we don't get a good view of the ceiling in his video, which draws mostly from still images of only one flight of stairs. So I thought it would be beneficial to add to the record here on YouTube by sharing some of my original video footage, documenting not only the ceiling, but also detailing each and every step up close from various angles. I recently posted the whole uninterrupted detail up the staircase to my Patreon page for my Patreon supporters. You can gain access to that. You may also know that Susan Moore has been his go-to, one that still puzzles scholars today. Was it the result of foot traffic? This is the usual explanation. But if so, then why do we see such buildup? Why does it appear to be melted or overflowing like a puddle of stone? Was it melted by heat, solar bursts, corrosive liquids, or could it even be
solar bursts?
Polymer? Who, what, when, how, and why? We'll be taking a closer look in this video. Resting on the desert
that's
border.
The thing, why isn't the stone around it melted?
Well, because see, those stairs actually were there for thousands of years before they built the rest of it, and the whole building that was there before got destroyed when the solar burst happened, wiped it out. Then they came back and rebuilt it.
Well, I mean, we have seen that before, where they build on top of old structures. Okay, that makes sense. All right. So what are you going to do? Just fast forward it?
Underneath the temple.
Oh, boy. Underneath more melted
And on the roof of the temple. Every temple was always 3 stories and sometimes 4 stories underground, the 7. 4 and 3 usually make the 7. So it is the only one because the other temples, the ceiling is not stable or they close it for a reason. But this is the only one we can see the ceiling, the roof.
The temple at Dendara is consecrated to Hathor, pronounced Heter in Egyptian, meaning the house of Horus, or in ancient terms, the house of Heru. The Neter or principal Hathor, usually depicted as a human body, but with the ears, horns, and head of a cow, is widely recognized as the goddess of pleasure, love, dance, and joy. The uninitiated...
I told you they were all partying outside. And
oh, by the way, did you get swatted, Jim?
Let's keep playing.
Have misinterpreted the symbolism attributed to the principle of Hathor as an image depicting a terrible solar event. But this is indeed a misunderstanding, for the principle in her cosmic role as mistress of the cycles of time, mother of the universe, and the feminine force of nourishment. I will explain the symbolism in a future video. The temple facade is formed by the front row of 4 identical rows of massive Hathor-headed columns with capitals in the shape of sistrums, a kind of musical instrument associated with Hathor and symbolic of joy and celebration. It was at Dendaro where the Egyptian New Year was celebrated, and the theme of revelry and
partying.
So was that musical instrument a recreation, I hope, or did they actually find one?
Wow, why do these heads look so weird?
Boy, their heads are wide. What the fuck? What's up with that V shape?
I know, and look, there's the aliens, and they almost got like, if you look at
their ears sticking out. Like, that's wild.
They look like Shrek.
Yeah. They're ogre ears. Yeah. What the hell?
I'm an ogre.
I didn't know it was a swamp.
Yeah.
Also, with the passage, the cycles of time, and astronomy, and all of these things, it was here that the New Year was celebrated, and will.
So here's the ceiling above the melted stairs. Does it look like anything's dripping out of there?
Yeah, could have. You can see definitely some holes. Like you got about a bunch of them on the left and right. You got a fairly big chunk out.
Go through
chunk out in the middle.
Well, I think what they did is they put alabaster or something.
He could have focused his fucking camera. I'll tell him that. Jesus Christ. Not you, him, the guy who recorded this. Jeez.
All of that when we regroup. So this is a real treat.
The lower portion of the front row of the column is unusual. It is screened in, creating the facade and enclosed space behind the vestibule. Why Hathor was the only deity to ever receive a column capital is a mystery, but the deeper mysteries lie within the temple itself, and the mysteries here are manyfold. So let's go inside and take a look at the so-called melted steps and see how geologist Susan Moore explains this effect.
Might have happened, but if you consider the weathering of rock over years, that might be another idea that could be used. When I was in the Cairo Museum the other day, I noticed that the limestone stairs were already getting cupped and divoted from people walking up and down them, and that was 100 years. These stairs were built 2,000 years ago, so that's 2,000 years of people walking up and down these stairs. That could be another possibility.
If you look here, this looks like almost like a ramp where something came flowing through.
You know, have you ever seen The Office where Kevin spills his chili?
Yeah.
I think that's what happened. I think they like had a cauldron of stew and they just dropped it.
Oh yeah, like they were taking the hot rocks down to the lower level to heat the water or something, and they just oh shit, all the coals fell on the steps.
Some pretty nasty like steps of like areas that were built like during like the Great Depression, like the FDR, a lot of those building projects in the South. And so like concrete steps and stuff, weather like really weird. Like I've seen some pretty weathered steps,
concrete.
nothing quite like that.
Concrete though, yeah, this isn't concrete though. Concrete's just a man-made garbage product.
A solar event or outburst is responsible,
unless you're in Rome, right?
What was that?
It would require extreme heat, which is well beyond the temperature characteristic of this region. Some have suggested a solar event or outburst is responsible, such as a coronal mass ejection. When
an X factor, Jim.
Wait. Hold on. You're saying Jim's assertion and this guy are offering the idea of like a solar flare or something melted the steps. So why isn't the rest of the temple melted?
Well, the rest of it was all destroyed. They built the temple around the
what he's
steps.
saying is,
'Cause
like,
it was the only
this was
thing
the original
that left.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
You know, and they wanted to. They
Well, yeah, but
wanted
why?
To,
Okay, if the
Why
whole
keep the
building was
steps then?
destroyed,
because the steps went down to where they needed to go, and down below was fine. It's just above was destroyed.
Right, I'm saying why not? If they built a whole temple around where the steps were, why didn't they
Well, no.
reconstruct the
He
stairs?
said the temple goes 3 floors up and 4 floors down underground, and those steps are at ground level going down, and they're melted
Okay.
like that. And
Why
he
didn't
said
they
a bunch
replace
of the
the
other
steps?
things were all destroyed. So because the steps are going down, so they
Yeah, but
left
why
They
it.
might
didn't
be
they
part of a
replace
bigger
them?
foundation. They
Look,
might
they-
be part of a bigger
slippery.
foundation.
Yeah.
Right.
Because it's stone.
Well,
What would they have to chop them out? Then they would replace them.
Well,
They
chisel it.
carved it out of solid granite.
Well, it's no. But this is a temple, right?
Yeah, that's a lot easier to chisel.
My point is, this is a temple. This is like hallowed ground. This is special. It's like the Vatican or something. And so, why would you
This
leave?
is the temple of Horus.
Why would you leave this?
This
like,
is where all the whores are.
Why would
They
you
don't
leave
want
this-
to do anything with the whores.
Why would you leave
The
the
whores happy.
desecrated steps, but then make
Yes.
everything else new around it? That makes
They
no
would
sense.
desecrate the whores every night.
Those dirty whores.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, all makes sense now.
CME strikes Earth's atmosphere. It causes disturbances in the Earth's magnetic field, creating a geomagnetic storm. Solar storms have a power to black out
This
entire
guy's definitely
cities,
from the
even
Northeast.
regions, but this affects our technology, not so much our structures.
He's
It would have
Australian,
to travel directly through the light aperture, which shows no signs of damage. And it
Oh, see, the light aperture was destroyed, and they built a new one.
doesn't account for the wear pattern to any of the steps above the specific landing or flight. So, in order to damage the steps above the level of the aperture, it would have to navigate precisely through the rooftop entrance and miraculously maneuver 9 right turn corners, doing no damage at all to the wall.
But then their theory that it's just from people walking on the steps, wouldn't all the steps be fucked up then?
Yep.
No, I agree with that. I just think this.
But naturally, no. Same way a walk path forms.
Well, I'm saying, but the steps on the way to get there, that one spot that's right in line with that light aperture is where it's all melted. That's the only spot.
Yeah, people naturally walk where it's lit. Where
No,
that
but to
light
get
comes
there,
from.
they had to come through this other path.
There's a path.
Yeah, they had like mirrors and shined brass to bounce the light everywhere. That's how all these buildings were lit.
No, what I'm saying though is that when they walk down these other steps, if it wasn't something from space like the solar flare or the micronova, why wouldn't the other steps be fucked up?
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, I don't really buy any of this stuff. It's like, I don't know the explanation, but I definitely don't buy that because why isn't anything else damaged? It just seems like a very specific spot.
Where the
Or they
lightning
could
hit.
have- I mean, maybe they brought in some sort of like had discovered some like acid or something like that.
Ooh,
and
now you're
bringing
getting
it
into
in there.
Alien versus Predator. I like this.
Man, yeah.
Well, no, they could have.
Maybe that's when
somehow created some kind of acid that can actually cut.
Well, there
stone.
is a theory that that's what they used to fuse rock together was acid.
Right. Yeah. That's why it's so perfectly seamed. Yeah.
Yeah, that they took acid, somehow put acid between the rocks, and then it was mated them together. And some of those cuts in like Peru and all the other places where the huge stones are like perfectly cut and the rocks just fit together.
You can't even get like a piece of paper in between them. That's how tight they are. Yeah.
It's close, they're tighter than a
And that's
carrot.
ass.
See, this looks all burnt.
It is weird though, like I don't know. My house has concrete in its driveway. It's 20 years old, and it has none of this in it. Like
perceives
Especially
the
if it's from, like,
vibrational
wear and tear,
frequencies
especially if it
emanating
was
from
water
the material world.
that you're washing
And that
along.
perception
Right.
is
Because
influenced
everything
by
gets broken up, it's also going to redeposit on its way down again too. That could account for all the buildup.
Huh. The solar flares, Kevin. The solar flares. They're unbelievable. We get a report every day at 6 a.m., right, Jim?
That's right. Every day at 6 a.m. Mountain Time, 8 a.m. Eastern Time.
Do you get alerts?
No, I just get the thing.
Notification?
Yeah, the notifications.
And
That's an alert.
this is Uncharted X.
Oh, this guy gonna strike me?
No, I just want to find the scoop marks.
Uncharted X is a big channel.
We're not going to play a bunch of stuff. We're just going to find the scoop marks.
Oh, we watch this solar flare report every stream, TJTK. That's how we start our streams pretty much every day. We have to get our report. They had a Class X go off yesterday. It should be here Sunday. That's the third day in a row that 3 are headed direct to Earth.
You see these scoops?
Oh, that's the scoops. Yeah. What kind of material is this in?
Granite. I mean, how do you scoop out granite like that?
Or you can whittle it down.
What your whittling knife?
No, with a stick and sand.
Oh my God.
You know how they claim it was done?
Stick and sand.
No, they say they used rocks and they just beat it with rocks.
But what was the purpose? What's the purpose of these scoops? Do they know?
No, no one knows.
They're just scooped. What the hell is that?
More scoop
How big
marks.
of an area is that?
It's big.
I don't know if it's substantially big. It would be wind and water erosion.
That's pretty patterned, though, Nicholas. Like the Grand Canyon's
Well,
not
that could
a
have been
pattern.
in. Well, again, that
Look
depends
at that quarry.
upon the
Look at that
area.
quarry. Look at that quarry.
Yeah. Well,
Like-
if it's quarry, that's obviously why it's a geometric pattern.
But how did they cut it? Fucking sticks and sand.
It probably had some like rounded, like shovel chiseled item
And granite.
I don't know. I don't know how you cut
I
it.
know. Like granite's super hard. Like
The technology to cut granite is not, even to this day, not that much more advanced than any human's ever been capable of.
you believe that?
Yeah.
I think it's more advanced back then than it is today. That's our point. Like they had better technology to cut this stuff than we do. That's the point. When they're making granite fucking little vases that are 5 inches tall, that are 0.1 millimeters off on their perfectness inside and out, and they're telling me
look at
you're
this
telling me you
face
do
of
that
this-
with a fucking piece of sand or a piece of stick and sand, dude. How long would that take? It would take
You can look at this
forever.
stone here. I wonder if they're going to show it better. The stone here on this face of the pyramid that was like started to be flattened out, smooth. You can
There you
actually
go.
see where it
There you
looks
go,
like.
Black Angus.
Oh, the ramp.
No. So they put.
No,
they put in-
what Kevin's saying, Alien vs Predator, right? Xenomorph,
Yeah. Oh.
acid blood.
Yeah, I just said that.
Granite casing blocks is known as the third pyramid. These blocks are quite interesting, as while they were finished on most sides to fit into their courses and next to their neighbours, the outside faces remained rough as they came from the quarry, which was in the Aswan area.
You can find it in Atlantic Canada. You can find it in Pacific.
Wow.
You can find it in the Alpine yeah.
And those are the older ones.
I've also seen similar scoop marks in places like Sacsayhuaman in Peru, on the great monumental limestone blocks of the Zigzag Wall,
Oh yeah, there you
as
go.
well as in a few spots on the granite of the so-called Inca Roca walls found in Cusco. Are also found everywhere on the Hunan Pacha, or the oldest sites in Peru, sites like Kenko and the Temple of the Moon. On the famous bluestone monoliths of Stonehenge,
I mean, one of the things I've cut it down until it was much like this.
which sometimes is the best you the closer you look at it. As we know them ever arose. Shemsu Hor, the followers of Horus, semi-divine beings.
Damn.
So they're describing chisel marks over everything.
I think they were smarter, TJTK. I think they were smarter than us. And they had more motivation to get shit done. We are just...
I would say, again, it boils down to, like, we're in a very secular age. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but, you know, you don't get devotion for decades. What, like some
we're
of the
Wally right now, dude.
So some of those Middle Ages cathedrals took like hundreds of years to finish.
Sure,
generations invested because they're building a temple for
Notre
God.
Notre Dame burnt down, right? And had to rebuild that son of a bitch. Like,
yeah, I think it's just like people had a very I don't say passive in the sense of like it was whatever's blasé, but they had very passive, just like the gods are kind of part of everyday existence, every facet of life. And when you're like reducing everything down to its core, it's all like deity related, you know?
Well, you also had smaller populations, so more people were, you know, dependent on each other, you know, for stuff to survive. I mean, you were dependent on the farmer for sure in your area to make sure that, you know, we could buy our crops. Or the pig farm or whatever it was. And I don't know.
Well, back then, especially, like everything, even down to the farming, stonemason, it was pretty much communism. Because everybody was basically being directed to make stuff. Because that's how, when civilization started, yeah, you needed people to just be telling other people, like, okay, you go do this now. So there wasn't so much of an economy in that respect. But
that's, again, I don't believe that, dude. Like they've been doing
the economies were between
forever.
different groups. Yeah. But that's where they're not inside.
I mean, like you got the workers at the warehouse and you got the people selling all the shit to the stores, right? I mean, it's the same principle, but the difference is maybe the guy in the warehouse makes a little bit more money, can participate in the economy, but not like the rich guy that makes the money off the worker. I mean, it's the same thing that's been forever. We just, like, Matt Barr is a communist. We found that out earlier last week. He's a communist. He sells his work for whatever you'll pay, Black Angus. You understand that, right?
I will not give him $1.
No, but hey, if you said, hey, Matt, could you do a cover for me? And he goes, and you say to him, what's your price? He says, whatever you can afford, man. I'm here for you. I'm here to make your book better. That's why that's what he said. Like, he doesn't care about the money. It's not important. It's not about the money, dude. It's about growing comics.
Telling you before, Dave, about they found the megalithic blocks in the United States also that are in Peru and in Egypt and in Greece and Spain and Lebanon, Montana.
Oh yeah, Montana's incredible, right? Like, yeah.
That, you know, that there's like 40.
This is Montana.
Wall. This is Montana.
This is Montana.
But you know, the people, they say it's natural.
It's natural.
It's natural. It's a 40-foot tall wall that goes for like quite a long time. You know, it's very
and it's 15
long.
feet underground as well.
It's 15 feet underground, and it's stacked with these blocks all stacked together. And they're like, hey, it's just natural. That's no one could have did that.
Natural.
That's completely natural, Black Angus. Like, that's erosion. Get the fuck out of here. Look at this.
Well, asteroid hit, knocks a bunch of boulders in the air. They
Get
stack
the
up on
hell
top of each
outta
other.
here.
I would
and
just
over
be
millions of
cartoon.
years, wind and water erosion.
What would have caused? You know, what would they have built this for? You know,
it seems pretty. You don't find that in nature. Sorry,
No.
Like, I know you got like the weird arches in Utah and stuff.
Here it is, right here. You know, so
looks kind of like Peru, doesn't it, Jim?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Well, unless you can derive a path for erosion and how that might have created it. How organisms that grow inside of rocks that cause them to
back a
split
little bit.
open
Go back.
might have reacted.
Because this isn't a wall, like just one side of the wall. This is an actual wall where there's like an open area on both sides.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's just a cliff. This is an actual wall holding something out.
This was clearly built by the Nephilim.
What erosion is going to
Water
split?
obviously goes through there a lot. You can tell on the ground that a lot of water goes through that area. Because, I mean, those stones in that ground is the way it's flowing. Obviously, water has flowed and shaped that.
So you're going to tell me you don't think this was built by a humanoid person?
No, it looks natural.
That looks natural.
Yeah.
Have
Especially
you
if you
ever
go in
been to the
areas where
Ozark
you get
Mountains?
where
Have you
the
ever been to the Ozark
ground has
Mountains?
come up and displays all the layers.
Oh
and
my
everything.
God. Oh my God. These, like,
You
look,
see
there's
the wall
another
here?
side. This is a wall. This was a barrier.
This is a wall, and on the other side is dirt.
Right, it's
up
a
against
barrier.
it.
So
that's a cliff.
A cliff of what? That's all dirt. There's no cliff.
So this rock that's only about 5 feet thick goes straight up, stacked like that, with dirt on both sides, but one side's dirt filled all the way up to the top, and the other side straight down. And you think it's just a cliff. Where did this stone come from?
Well, stone was there.
And it's 15 feet deep.
It's total. The height is 40 feet.
They haven't found
Yeah,
any
well,
artifacts around this.
No.
That's why I think the North American continent is probably older than people believe. Black Angus. We just haven't done the work because archaeologists keep telling us, we came from Africa or whatever they say.
But I mean, see, here's all these walls. Look, here's Japan.
That's natural. That's all natural.
Here's Peru. Here's Easter Island. Wow, Easter Island. Look at that.
Look at Italy.
Egypt,
Italy.
Greece, Japan, Italy. It's just weird. Like.
Okay, at least one of those is an actual block wall. You can see in the photo.
So you don't think
right? But the other examples are also like, how did people do this? But then saying Montana's like, it just happened.
Yeah,
No.
Yeah, maybe the pyramids were just. Maybe the pyramids it's natural. It just appeared like
Literally,
this.
like plankton
the
can
gold
split
peak.
open rocks. Like there's like little organisms that eat rock.
Come on, Nicholas.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're gonna go in a direction.
The thing too is like here. Where's it at? They show it like.
I mean, because you can see at some points that it looks like the rock.
Go back to the
just
line
moves
there.
over.
I'm trying
and
to
just
get to the
goes
line.
into the.
Just let it play then. You're never
Nation.
going to get it.
But how could this be a mere natural formation when it's clearly
Nicholas?
Pretty damn straight, man.
Okay, there's nothing straight about any of that. It might as well be, doing an Olympic opening ceremony.
No, he's talking about the path of the wall, not the build of the wall.
Where the wall is, the face of the wall.
It's definitely not straight. There's a straight line going there that you can see the wall deviating from.
Okay.
So you think this is natural?
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Look here's China with these nubs. Here's the nubs in Egypt. Here's the nubs in Peru. Here's the nubs in India. And guess what? There's nubs in Montana.
Nope. Okay, well the nubs
are
at least on the bottom right.
Right here. Nub.
Look like an adobe house, which is they use logs and they put the adobe over that, which gives it that. No.
You don't see these seams here where they're fitted together, and the seam goes straight through.
Okay.
Would it change your mind if I told you they found mortar in between?
Well, they keep showing different things.
It's the
I
same
have no
wall.
idea if that's even this. How
It's
do
the
I
same
know?
wall.
That looks different.
It's just up close. It's the
Okay,
same
yeah,
wall.
but they just showed 20 other pictures of different walls, including some that were very clearly block
There's
walls.
your nubs.
Here's the knobs.
Yeah, and those are very different looking.
Well, these got worn down by time.
Yeah, that's still different stone. Oh, that's definitely got a ton of organisms growing on it. You can tell that it's been eating at it.
Ye of little faith, Nick.
Here's a thing on Karnak. Look at the shape. See? And it's the same thing here. Shape. See? The same symbol.
Just older.
That's what they carved. They're the key to lock them together. And it's the same thing.
And above Sage Wall, what are we seeing here?
There were also numerous stones with formed shoots that float and barely visible.
This voice sounds like the John Malin voice from the Malin Mysteries.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
So I wonder if it's the same AI.
That literally looks like volcanic rock.
Hey, TJTK, you're talking about Göbekli Tepe. Apparently, the WHO has stopped all digging.
WEF.
The WEF has stopped all future excavation of that site. The WEF. What the fuck, man? This is some bullshit.
They don't want us to find out that there's going to be a massive micronova and it's going to cause the plates to shift and turn the Earth over, basically, which happens every 12,000 years.
And we're about that point right now, right? Yeah. We're really close. I mean, close is what, like 500 to 1,000 years?
That's why all the people in power are building the bunkers and the stuff that save themselves from the massive stuff that's coming.
Yeah. Maybe that's why Biden has been seen.
And that's why Elon's trying to get off the planet before it all goes to shit.
Which resembles a granite piece.
Look at all those holes that look the same.
Yep.
Oh, that's odd. Peru. Wow.
Definitely man-made.
The granite blocks. Play it, Jim.
For the use of LiDAR. Although the studies are still underway, what was initially revealed was fascinating. First, they noticed that the granite blocks exhibit a remarkable level of magnetism, which is extremely unusual for granite. They showed how magnets can effectively stick to the vertical walls, demonstrating the high magnetic pull of the site. Additionally, the initial results of the ground-penetrating radar discovered another strange anomaly. It appears that the wall continues 15 feet below the ground, and there, right in front of the wall, there's a perfectly flat foundation, which is highly unlikely to be a natural formation. The site also caught the attention of Dr. Samir Osmanagic, the Bosnian-American scientist who is known for his discovery of the Bosnian Pyramid, which many consider the largest and oldest pyramid in the world. We have an entire documentary on the Bosnian Pyramid.
Wow, that's interesting.
I know what we're going to look at next.
Have they uncovered it yet, or?
I don't know.
They did this. They also found one in China like this too, Jim. You know that, right? They found
China's been burying them and destroying them because they don't want.
Well, no, but they uncovered one. They're like, "What the fuck is that?" They uncovered it, and that's when they found all those soldiers, right? Because that pyramid was covered, like they didn't even know it was there, and that's when they found all those what?
Some of like the
1,000-man army or whatever.
Terracotta Army.
Yeah, the Terracotta Army. Yeah.
Pyramid. So make sure to watch it for more details.
All right, Nick. Thanks, buddy. We'll see you soon.
Okay, guys. Later.
Good night. So another. This is oriented to the solstice as well.
Yeah.
I didn't know this.
Yeah, midsummer sunrise, and then oriented to that, and the seasonal stones, and all this stuff, so they could, monitor everything.
This kind of feels
this
like
was a very interesting.
Like maybe we were going back and forth between South America and North America, Jim. Like they had the same communication, and they were talking about how to build these civilizations.
Maybe the growing Earth thing is right, and maybe they were all connected.
Or maybe water just flows the same way everywhere, and it creates these weird fucking things that we don't know how to explain.
It's possible. Maybe.
There's a land bridge, the famous land bridge.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing too, is like if this was all ice, okay?
Yep.
Why did it only carve out this lake, this lake, this lake, and this? Why didn't it carve anything out any other places? I'm just wondering. I'm just asking that question.
But that's part of the growing Earth theory, not this theory.
I'm like trying to mix and match here.
Oh, okay.
It's probably just stability. Would be my guess. Trying to answer that off the top of my head is just like the glaciers that supposedly carved out the Great Lakes were just on unstable foundation compared to the rest of the Canadian area of North America.
It's possible.
Or maybe they just wanted the U.S. to be the most successful country ever. And they said, one day, there's going to be a country here with a bunch of capitalists, and they're going to make this planet rock and roll.
North America, the strategic significance of the Sage Wall becomes evident. It's located exactly on the migration route between Asia and North America, when during the Ice Age, the sea levels were so low that they connected the continents by a land bridge. Scientists once theorized that the ancestors of today's Native Americans reached North America by walking across this land bridge and made their way southward by following passages in the ice. And if we look at this map showing the Cordilleran ice sheet and the Laurentide ice sheet that covered North America about 11,000 years ago, we see that the Sage Wall is located right between the two. This crucial position is flanked.
Maybe someone built a wall to keep something out.
What?
White Walkers.
Yeah. What?
Maybe they had people that were illegally emigrating into their land, and so they built a wall.
No way. No way.
Maybe.
Yeah,
kind of like the Great Wall of China.
Canyon, TJTK. I believe the Grand Canyon was created by water, but it wasn't slow. It was quick, right, Jim?
That's right.
Colorado River.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Because if a river was carving the canyons, if you look at how wide the canyons are, at some point the water had to have been that wide and deep to carve it that deep and wide. You know, like they say, like, oh, this little river just trickled. No, it had to have been so big. Like you could see, you could look at like all throughout North America and these giant river basins.
Fucking Mississippi's pretty big.
It's huge. It's like, 15, 20 miles across this river basin. Like the amount of water that flowed when the ice melted and went floosh out, it was a lot of water. And it was wide. And it carved out shit fast. Like this whole thing, like, it took millions of years. No, that shit took a couple weeks. Carve that shit out.
It's funny. I was just thinking about like the Indians and stuff. Like there's always this libtard view in academics about the Indians and stuff. It's like, well, if they built a wall, like, because today it's like no one should be illegal. There's no illegal immigrants, this rhetoric. But it's like, man, if the Indians were smart enough to have built a wall, maybe the smallpox wouldn't have killed most of us.
Exactly. Yeah, like
defend your border, bitch.
Yeah. Dude, why's your wallet there? Is that to show us how big this is?
Oh, it's the largest quartz crystal discovered in Montana.
Round Sage Wall is very rich in all kinds of different mineral deposits. In fact, the largest quartz crystal in Montana.
I bet this is on federal property too, Jim, and you can never dig there to find the fucking natural resources.
Look, it says FEMA here.
Oh, of course.
Here. Fuckers. Maybe they built the wall to keep anybody from stealing their crystal. Maybe this is an Anunnaki crystal and they didn't want anyone taking it. So
I'm telling you, man, they protect all this land because they don't want us finding shit they don't want us to know about.
Well, quartz vibrates at exactly 60 hertz, so that's what's used. Like that's why they use quartz crystals in all the radios and stuff back before
digital.
But they still actually use quartz crystals in a lot of digital stuff to keep time.
Yep.
Because
quartz watches. Okay.
Yeah, your watches are quartz for a reason. They fucking like a good Rolex never loses a second over time, right, Jim? It's that quality built.
Okay. I had no idea.
Do you have any Rolexes, Jim?
And was also discovered here and currently resides in the Mineral Museum at the Montana Bureau of Mines and Geology in Butte. Is the Sage Wall's strategically vital location just a coincidence?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you have any Rolex watches?
No.
Have you ever had one?
No.
I'm just wondering if they're really that quality of a watch. Like I have no idea. I've never. Okay.
I hate wearing jewelry, so Like watches just annoy me. But if I ever did get a fancy watch, I'd get an Omega.
Oh, the
I
one
would
that
get
went
a
to the moon.
Migo.
I wear my Apple Watch. I need to know how many times I got to stand up in a day. But I had a Tag Heuer watch. It was nice. But I don't think it's as good as a Rolex. I mean,
No. No,
how
but
do
I
you
don't.
know?
I don't
How do
know.
you know you never had one?
Okay.
Well, you just said you didn't.
Yeah, they. I don't think Rolexes are that good anymore.
So you would buy a pre-owned one if you were to look for one with
Sure.
certification.
Sure. I would buy like an IWC or a Patek.
So that's
Incidents? Or was it an essential prehistoric
model of
site
the-
for early
of
human
the,
occupation?
Rolex?
And
No, it's a
I have
different
no
brand.
idea. Huh?
Different brand.
It's a different brand. So you're not an Omega guy?
No, I'm more of an Alpha.
activity.
Well, Jesus.
Even if one were to argue.
Come on, Dave, roll with the jokes, dude.
No, I just want to answer, dude. I want to know, like it's one of those things in life that you might get one day, and it's like, is it worth it? Like, I mean, Joe Rogan loves his Omega watch, like the one that they, used to go to the moon or whatever, right? Like he talks about that shit all the time, but it's not cheap. It's not a cheap watch. So Retro Dice says, I have a Rolex. It was my dad's. He got as a gift from the military after his duty in Vietnam. Cool. That's very cool. I mean, when I was in Vegas, all I saw was fucking Rolex, Tag Heuer, and fucking purse stores. Holy shit. The high-end stuff. It's crazy. And other watchmakers like Omega and all that stuff. This is not natural, Jim.
I don't think so.
Holy shit.
Totally
How'd that
natural.
capstone get up there?
Interesting sites in the vicinity is the Tizer Dolmen. This supposed dolmen is located in a very remote and inaccessible area that doesn't even have cell phone coverage. The site was also extensively
They knew
covered by
that when they
Michael
built it.
Collins from Wondering Wolf, as well as Dr. Samir Osmanagich. A dolmen is a type of single-chamber megalithic tomb, typically consisting of 2 or more vertical stones, called orthostats, supporting a large flat horizontal capstone, or table. These structures are prehistoric and are found in many parts of the world, with a high concentration in Europe, Asia, and Africa. Notable examples include the Poulnabrone Dolmen in Ireland and the Dolmen de Menga in Spain. The Tizer Dolmen consists of large flat stones arranged in a table-like formation, similar to other dolmens found around the world. The structure features a massive horizontal capstone resting on 2 or more vertical stones, creating a small chamber beneath. The design of the Tizer Dolmen closely resembles other ancient dolmens. Dr. Osmanagich noted that when granite stone breaks naturally, it typically fractures horizontally due to sedimentation processes. However, at the Tizer Dolmen, the stones break vertically, which does not occur naturally. This discrepancy suggests that the stones were originally formed in horizontal layers. He believes that by observing the small breaks on the stones, we can determine that the gray granite stones were initially part of a horizontal sedimentation process before they were moved and reoriented 90 degrees to form this vertical structure.
I mean, I guess if they were going to say it's natural, they would say some kind of massive earthquake caused them to shift upward. Or maybe when the earth expanded, it pushed it up. Oh, look at more scoops.
What's going on, Jim?
More scoops.
Oh, more
There were
scoop?
also
Yeah.
numerous pictures of a variety of different domes, together with this picture of a large scoop mark on the granite. There were also numerous pictures of more supposed megalithic walls like the so-called pipestone walls. Although all of these sites look very symmetrical, they are most likely just natural formations formed by erosion.
Yeah, that's natural. That's natural. I mean, yeah. It's unbelievable. So,
was
what
it,
are
the
you working on
Bosnian
right
pyramid?
now, Black Angus? Are you still working on getting your book
Oh, yeah, always.
funded for an
Yeah.
artist or whatever, right?
Oh yeah, always trying to do overtime at work.
Are you just saving money to hire an artist?
Yeah.
Just all you got to do is just say to Matt Barr, if you draw
Nope.
my book, I'll ask you.
I want a good artist.
So, do you not like his art?
I don't. What I've seen, no.
Who's your like? If you had your choice, money's not an option. Who would you pick?
Ooh.
And they're willing to do an indie book.
I like Jason Fabok or Tony S. Daniel. Very different styles, but I like those two. I'd have to rack my brain about it. I just don't think about ever applying mainstream to. I don't really retain most artists' names, even if it's like, oh, that's cool. Like I'll say the image, but I don't know the name usually. I don't know. But yeah, those two come to mind. I really like them. Even though I don't like DC comics besides Batman, generally speaking, they today still have like better like straight art that I go for. I do like a lot of Marvel art. I like what they did with like House and Powers of 10 art style. It's good, like medium, not too hyper realistic, but not too cartoony. But yeah, I think that's kind of like the wheelhouse of like what I would like the style to be. Maybe Joe Bennett would be cool, even though he's working for Rippaverse. I like his Immortal Hulk. He had pretty cool visceral style, very body horror. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'd lean more towards like what would be
How
traditionally.
about a Malin or a Shane?
That'd be Shane more than Malin. Malin, I like his like Liefeld inspired art, but I don't want that for Meth Gator. Like it's cool if Malin would be willing to do a cover and I could afford it, but otherwise I wouldn't want Malin art straight for like interiors.
Okay.
Just a stylistic, like I like it. I don't want it for Meth Gator. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. Like you have a vision for
he's a little too like long straight lines, like edge, you know. I want something that's like more. Oh, Ryan Stegman, he did Venom with Donny Cates. I like his art.
So, do you have your posters still for sale?
Oh yeah, they're
post
as
your
long
link
as
in
my
the chat,
comic
dude.
allows me to have them on there. Yeah, they're
Just
forever.
post your
for
link
sale.
in the chat, though.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm really bad about promoting, trying to be like, hey, give me
Post
money
your
'cause I want to
fucking
do
links
things.
and your link in the chat for your posters, man.
Like when I YouTube, like I'm bad about self promotion because it's like I just actually like YouTubing. I like chatting with people, discussing like things in my wheelhouse or like this, where it's like I like
Dude,
ancient stuff, not into conspiracies, but this is interesting to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just I don't have the mind of a grifter. It shows in my actions where I'm like, oh right, yeah, I have you can buy my merch somewhere. Like I never think to promote it.
It's like for me, it's like I'll go 5 hours and never tell the chat, please subscribe or like it, share it. I never say it.
Yeah, I feel like we're just the game of YouTube's been around for so long. It's like you're just going to sub if you want to support me or not. I don't need to ask you. It's just going to happen.
You do. Like people don't know. I mean, I just feel like a lot of people watch on their phones, and things on your phone are a little different than on your PC. It's really easy to see that like button or that sub button on your computer. So, are you looking for something else, Jim?
I am.
Yeah. This has turned into a, just a Theory Thursday. What about Deborah? She drew Ira.
Deborah, Jesus Christ. I mean, Kanan White. I like Kanan White's art.
See, Riz.
I have
for
issue
I've been
2,
here all night and didn't even think to sub. It's crazy, right? Like
for issue 2, because when I ended up getting the slot with Kanan, I was like, all right, I got a couple covers in the back pocket, but I got the money for Kanan. I think it was before I knew he was like Rippaverse or whatever. It doesn't matter to me. I just like his art, but it's like, oh, okay, that's not a bad deal for that level of art to me. So for issue 2, I have a cover already because I didn't want to waste the commission spot with Kanan. So I have issue 2 cover by Kanan for Meth Gator.
Is it done already?
Yeah, I need to get it colored, but it's already drawn and inked. It's awesome.
Really?
Oh yeah, it looks fucking cool.
That's awesome. Maybe you could get Jimmy Reyes to color it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, no, I like Jimmy's Dave Finch. That's another artist I'd really like to land. But
Jimmy
yeah,
Reyes has been he's disappeared. Like nobody's seen him for like 3 weeks.
I think he's just on the grind with his comic. He's trying to get it done.
I
for
know
everybody.
he's trying to color it because he feels terrible that his color is like, he sent me a DM because I want it all for his campaign. He goes, "Hey Dave, I can send you the black and white." I go, No. When you finish, Jimmy, you send it all together. Do not waste money on shipping something that I haven't paid you for shipping for. Just send it when it's done, dude. I'm not in a hurry. I don't care. Make.
Can I address TGTK?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he says, "Will EVS ever promote you after Anna hate on you?" I have to go. Yeah, super stream. Well, it's funny because I super chat EVS like months ago to like promote the poster campaign on Fund My Comic, and he was like showing it, and then at the end of the stream, Anna like tried to say some bullshit as a mod on his channel about me, and so then go on my channel. There's a video where I clarify the whole fucking beef, and I'm pretty objective. It goes back to fucking when me and Rookie Critic started the Phantom Collective. It was originally 5 of us as like a tandem. We were basically trying to be like a mini High Council or like High Council 2.0, be from the ground level, aware of like networking and building versus these guys kind of looked into it and have built something that we're following. It was like trying to be more aware and utilize whatever following we get to help new up and comers, under us, even though we're small, got to give a vote of confidence to new creators and awareness, attention, promotion.
Sure.
And there is this retard that he was Phantom Menace, but then him and his like little cohort checked out because they weren't promoting the EU. They're a bunch of EU retards, and they're crying that like the High Council wasn't promoting this like new EU comic or something. And it's like, well, yeah, because it's through Disney, and like they don't care about story or whatever. They cherry pick EU stuff. Like, so no one cared. They were disgruntled about that, and then it became like, well, they're a bunch of like Canadian libtards, and so they hate that everybody in the High Council is MAGA people, generally speaking. And so they wanted to debate Anna, and so I'm like, oh, this would be great promotion for our group channel, and this can help people in the future if we have more following. So like, how about we offer to be like a neutral site? Because I was subbed to the guy at the time. It was, I can't remember his name off the top of my head right now. B level Star Wars. That was his name. And so like I hit her up on Twitter after me and Ricky agreed, like, yeah, it's a good idea. Yeah, do it. And so I hit her up on Twitter, like, hey, this guy wants to debate you about the EU, whatever. We're willing to host like neutral site. She never responded. So I'm like, whatever. And then like the next day, there was this stream. It was like a Monday High Council, basically. And they were reacting to BTM's like meme video saying like they don't care about Star Wars or because of this one EU comic. And so it was all fun and game shit. And so like I'm starting to investigate the history of these channels. When did they turn anti-Phantom Menace? And then Anna like tags me. He's like, you need to do your research, because they reacted to their reacting to their meme video. And so they were like still entrenched in like hating on them. And I'm like, I was sitting on Friday. I was thinking about being like, fuck you, bitch. I am doing research. Here's a screenshot. I'm watching their old shit, and I don't keep up to date with every fucking upload of these people. I'm not subbed. I don't know. But I just,
and I have a life. I don't give that goddamn much about what these people say.
Right. And so it's like, in my spare time, I'm researching these channels from the start.
Right.
So fuck you. And so like just the way she reacted, I just blocked her because I'm like, fuck this cunt. And that was the end of it. But I guess I was just always in her grind because I blocked her. I dare blocked her.
I saw somebody talk about Anna the other day, and their problem with Anna is what's good for somebody else is not good for Anna. So she's really quick to criticize somebody for their actions, but when somebody criticizes her for her actions, they're the bad person.
Oh, like, the fat lawyer guy on Flashcast, he exposed her. That was she exposed herself with that interaction. Is retarded,
potentially criminal. Yeah. So it's just one of these things where like, but
I'm sorry, what's that about potentially criminal?
He exposed Anna. Like when Anna comes on there acting like Sean's the bad guy, and Jim, you knew what was going on with this stuff.
I did.
And Sean wasn't the bad guy. But Anna's quick to make it out that she can call out something and she's always right, but when they call her out, you're always wrong. She's never fucking wrong, and that's why people get frustrated with her.
Well, she completely misunderstood what was being talked about. Anyway.
Yeah, but the history, so like that's the initial history of me interacting with her, and I just blocked her. And then there was like this.
I watched her on a stream though, dude, with Malin and somebody else. The whole stream, this is what she's doing. Just looking down the whole stream. Yeah. What he rage quit? Oh, like she doesn't even look up. Like fucking have some respect for being on the show. I know you're above the Jack show. Like, what the fuck, man?
Well, it's funny. He'll probably never admit this, but because I used to pal around with Drunk 3PO on YouTube. Like we came up like the same time. And when I was, if you go on my channel early on, I would try to do essays and creative videos and shit. And so I ended up utilizing Game of Thrones during like the fervor of the show, the last couple of seasons. So I cast all these people in the Phantom Menace as characters in Game of Thrones. And so I remember I hit up 3PO on the phone, like, hey, I don't watch Anna. I don't like the bitch. But she's like one of the big figures, one of the big figures of the Phantom Menace. So it'd be weird if I didn't cast her at all and ignored her. Who should I cast her? Like, what's an angle for her like personality? Who could I try to cast her? Because I cast Drunk 3PO as King Robert Baratheon, mainly because of the drunk angle, And so there's a lot of tongue in cheek and her draw everybody, but I'm like really stumped on her, and so I ended up casting her as Sansa. Which at that point, Sansa was a cunt. No one liked her. And
Jimmy,
so
know that lore, right? Game of Thrones lore.
A little bit.
And it's like, well, like I just cast her Sansa like you're pretty. Like it was the most like surface level, no thought put into it casting. But yeah, that happened. And then there's a stream where it's supposed to be a Jeremy stream, a Jeremy hate stream. For
you've been on Jeremy's show before, right? Black Angus.
No, Rookie has once during his like 100K stream. But I've gotten
Rookie's
like shout
got
out
100K subs.
No. Jeremy hit 100K.
Oh, and he
was trying to stay
Rookie?
up for 24 hours, and so he threw out the link, and Rookie ended up.
He just joined. Okay,
yeah,
all right. Yeah.
But anyway, at some point there was like a Jeremy hate stream on Ryan Cannell's channel. This is what got him monetized, and it's like midway through, I'm the guest. I was actually just gonna wait for like the stream to end, but I'm like, I'll go on live now, and it's clearly like coordinated that she had out for me, so she like fucking side rails me by coming in the stream
and
going after me. And it was like, because I used to be War Campaign, and there's this whole Anna Ellen shit with her sister dead and everything. Just to be clear, War Campaign, for whatever the memes they made, they also supported her GoFundMe's and shit. They also supported her search for her sister. And there's a whole big deal because Ro and them would make jokes, and she tried to get them to apologize, and it's like, we're not apologizing for jokes. That's a bad precedent. We're not going to do it just because like you're friends with EBS. Sorry. And I support them in that. I never apologize for jokes. Like it's one thing to like change your behavior. You're like, well, I'm not gonna make those jokes again. It's another thing to try to get the knee bent by someone. And but I get side railed, and like right before that stream, Mad Max, the Mandalorian, he would have Jarbo on a lot. And there was a stream where like Jarbo would repeatedly leave a stream after like 20 minutes because his phone would overheat. His phone would be dying. And this one stream though, Jeremy's coming on Mad Max's show, and Jarbo like just left right before that. So it's like Jarbo's running from Jeremy, and that's the narrative. It's funny, but that wasn't true. And I knew in my head, if I just dipped out, this is getting side rail from the point of a Jeremy stream, that they're going to make this narrative that I'm right. So I was stuck, unprepared. And her dead sister and shit, so she's the victim, and so I was just like stuck having to take it. And so I sound like timid or whatever, because I'm like, oh my god, this is totally derailing my growth. It's dictating perspective about me as the bad guy, even though I did a video saying like, hey, support Anna, like I don't like you, But it was, I wasn't saying that in the video, but it's like, I personally don't like you, but this is like a big moment in Phantom Menace. So it's like, hey, let's all support Anna because her fucking sister's dead. And it's a big, like, shock to the Phantom Menace. And people are scared to make videos. So it was like, hey, 9/11 happened. The NFL decided, let's still do games, keep us on track as a country, get us back to normal. So that was my message. It was in support of Anna, even though I don't like her. It was just, she's a big figure in the Menace. But she had ultimately, it's all because I blocked her and because I was war campaign. And so I'm as bad as anyone else that was memeing her or whatever. And it's a bunch of shit show. And, she's a woman with 100K or whatever at the time, so she can dictate the narrative. And yeah, so that's been like the tarnish on my legacy in YouTube thus far. But I don't care anymore. And it's funny, she called me, she tried to say shit, spin a narrative in that EVS stream promoting me. And then I do the video, I unblock her on Twitter and tag her like, oh, hey, since I'm talking about you, I unblocked you. Hi. Instant block. Wants to cry multiple times over the years that I had her blocked. Unblock her, insta block, because she's a fucking hypocrite. I called her ass out, told the full story in that video months ago. Never said anything back because it was complete fucking truth.
But EVS still plays your stuff once in a while. I mean, he
had me. Yeah, Tom King. I guess he didn't see. There was a stream like when he's making fun of the Iron Age that he threw me the link with BA and others and Hojo.
Oh, we saw it.
Yeah. So it's like after the fact, knowing that there's some beef with me and Anna, he still had me on. So I was like, yeah, he doesn't care. He's not gonna let that dictate whatever. Now, if he ever posts,
you know why? Because Ethan's a full-grown man. Fuck off. Like, just fuck you. Her poor husband. He's not her husband, dude. Like, that's like that whole thing is weird. What's his name?
Peaches.
What is she? Peaches. And it's her second cousin or some weird shit. Like, that's weird. Anna is a cancer to this community, says TJTK.
I don't know the lore with TGTK.
Well, he says, I
know he's got a history.
I saw that was, he said he was there watching it that night. He said, so
it's funny because like me and Ricky are watching it in private on StreamYard together, that stream, and it's like, oh right, cool. Like people like some of the art, especially the Brazilian piece, the main one in the swamp. And then she puts that out there in the chat, and it's like, and people are wanting us to like beef again on stream. And it's like, I'd totally be ready for it now because I don't give a fuck. Like before, the other problem too with that stream is like, I know this looks bad. She's going to dictate the narrative. Her numbers and being a woman will instantly do that. But also, there was some other factor.
I don't watch any women on the internet, dude. I barely watch women on fucking network TV.
Oh yeah. Well, the other thing in my head, besides like the Jarbo example, I knew I was stuck having to like take whatever this angle was the fact of like, I have to be judicious in how I react to this because I'm associated with, I'm a founding member of the Phantom Collective at that time. We're trying to grow this sort of flex on all my buddies. And so, I can't just be volatile and hostile because it reflects on them and their growth.
Maybe you don't react at all.
Well, no, I'm saying like during that stream when I got like side railed
during the
like,
stream, I got
yeah, it's like I'm juggling all these thoughts at the same time of like, oh man, like this will affect my friends, and so
you're so much better than me because I'd have said fuck off, bitch. Like I would have been like fuck you, like, but I'm also way older than you.
Well, yeah, but it's also like I'm getting accused of being like a monster and shit, and it's like,
well, I'm a racist.
I'm just, flabbergasted. I'm like, fuck. Like, I'm just like, yeah, I'm pushed back on my heels. And it's like, how do I react? Because, I'm having to juggle all this at once live. And this is a stream that got
campaign people calling me fucking racist this week.
They don't give a shit.
No,
it's
they're
all
just
put
doing
on
it to talk. Yeah.
They're just doing it because they hate EVS because Fall of Rome and stuff. And I was mad back then with the Fall of Rome stuff with EVS because I was war campaign. I don't hate war campaign, but like Roe and Gad have shown their frauds. I found out, I didn't know they had a account.
Apparently Roe's leading war campaign.
Yeah, he's left. But no, it's funny because I didn't know that the war campaign, like comic company, Black Syndicate or whatever, Black Dragon Comics, I didn't know they had a Twitter account. And in some like reply, I'm like looking at, I'm blocked by it. I'm like, why the fuck would you block me? You knew me to some extent. We worked together to get an art piece for that Spider-Man kid that didn't get his
my favorite people are See You Next Tuesdays, Jimmy. I mean, there's a lot of cool See You Next Tuesdays. I don't know, man. Like Anna thinks she's above all this stuff. That's what I get when I watch her. I don't like her, Jim. She blocked you for reasons you don't even know why. You've been
just because I was in, just because my name was in a thread.
Yeah, just in a thread.
I think probably maybe because of who follows me and who I follow.
But what does that have to do with her? Like, you never offended her. You never went after her for anything.
Nope.
You probably bought her fucking goddamn calendars to support her ass. Just to buy it. Who knows? Oh yes, woman content is boring and dumb. There's no funny women comedians. Yes, exactly. Like, her own sister doesn't like her. Like, I heard that the other night. Like, really? They're like, yeah.
Yeah, there's a video. I'm sure he could like link you on Twitter. There's a video from like some family gathering or something. I don't know the context of it, but yeah, it's like they seem like shocked at like how she was spinning it on YouTube and stuff. Because it's like they don't really have a relationship. I don't know why she's acting like it's the biggest deal.
Here's a problem with this, Jimmy. Like she has no idea. Like, Jim Satala, if he likes you, or he believes in your product, or he wants to just be in on your product, he will buy your product. Like, Jim's not a poor guy. Like, that's why I got pissed off at Eric. This is my whole reason for being on YouTube. And you know this, Black Angus, because I spend so much money on ISOM, and then he blocks me when I'm talking to some guy on Twitter one night. He just blocks me out of nowhere after I talk to him and say, dude, I don't know why you're talking to me. It's Saturday night. You're married. You're a multimillionaire now, and you're paying attention to me talking to some guy on the internet. Just be better than this shit.
Well, you saw him like reply on like some like clip channel, might have been Clip Sama. You see him, it was like Christmas. He was replying like fucking threads.
Yeah, dude, get a fucking life. This was December 27th for me. It was a Saturday night, and I'm like, and I just started Twitter because I was like just getting on Twitter. It's like, yeah, I bought this ISOM shit and I'm not happy. Some guy was like, yeah, I'm not happy with it either. And then Eric jumps in and says, what's your problem, bro? Oh shit. And then he blocked me. Guess what? I will never spend another penny. And Jim's more generous than I am because Eric's blocked Jim, but he still bought all 4 or 3 covers or 4 covers of Gooding, right, Jim?
Mm-hmm.
But he supported Mike Barron in his brain more than he did Eric, and because he wanted to give Mike Barron a chance. And there's no problem with that. The problem is I would have bought him on eBay after the fact, because giving the money now is supporting Eric. But that's how I think about things. But Jim,
it's funny. It's funny you're talking about the money and stuff supporting, because you should look at the link I sent in the private chat. This is from January or late last year. Ripper Goldpost clipping me. It's funny in hindsight now that we're in August and we've seen Yaira and Alpha Core and Gooding and the Ripazine, the levels they're at now.
I mean, Rippaverse Goalpost is clipping me lately. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, but I think he's a neutral guy. I think he's just doing this shit for fun in some ways. But maybe I'm wrong. Let's see here.
But yeah, that's kind of my thing. And we're gonna be hitting hard at the Rippaverse.
Here we go.
Whatever.
We're gonna be hitting hard at the Rippaverse. All right, here we go.
He's a phony. But yeah, that's kind of my thing. And we're going to be hitting hard at the Rippaverse like we should, because, we will win, parallel economy, all this like shenanigans. He will trick his idiotic audience with, that they'll regurgitate and parrot, think they're winning, like the settlement or the most milquetoast praise from Millar, right in conjunction with saying, oh, pretty much every writer I've paid to write for me thinks I'm a good writer. We're not going to let off the gas.
But let's not forget, Ethan gave ISOM a good review before he read it. Like, he said it was good, a good first effort, right? Like, he did not say it was bad. And then he actually did the review after he got pissed off and the whole fucking thing changed.
Well, no, in the Flashcast, famous stream of Dick Masterson and Vito, before they came on, one of the funniest fucking things is EVS trying to like reason with Eric about criticism stuff, and he's like, I read it twice. Like, he didn't sound like I had to read it again. Oh boy, like I just couldn't stop. I had to do it a second time. It was like I read it twice. Like, he seemed just like so down. Like, I didn't get it wrong, dude. I double checked. This is bad.
Because he goes, I think I'm the only person on this panel that's read the book. Like, it was fucking hilarious. But that whole stream when Eric and Vito or Dick are arguing, and this is EVS. He's just like, okay, and then Dick leaves, and Dick or Ethan's like, yeah, I agree with some of Dick's comments, Eric. And then the fucking Night Letter shit came out. It was crazy. It was fun. Like, I'm driving for hours on the interstate just listening to EVS and Nick Rekieta and all these people talk about this shit. It was the best.
You thought the hate was bad last year. We're just going to keep on keeping on.
Oh, this is great. This is when you were talking about like earlier this year, you were being like, I'm gonna fucking be this like demon child towards Eric, and fucking even EBS is laughing at this shit. He's like, oh my god, Black Angus, you're out of control. Like, funny out of control. He wasn't mad. He's like, this is great. Hey, and Motto, did you get your fucking microphone in yet? Did your Chinese mic show up? If it has, we got to get you back on, buddy.
Because everyone wants to play kid gloves with the black kid because he's the token.
Yeah. Oh. What? How did this not get clipped as a racist comment? What the fuck?
I think Goalpost Angle and everyone's reaction was the fact that I'm like, I'm going to keep buying your books, Eric. You can't hide from me.
The night I said he was a Negroid, somebody goes, don't bring his race into it. I go, well, fuck you. He brings his race into it for us, so I can bring it back to him. And I called him the Tolkien too. I said the same shit. Black Angus, like he's the South Park Tolkien character. That's what he is. He's the Tolkien on Friday Night Tights. He's a Tolkien on Geeks and Gamers. Tuesday night, a main event or whatever the fuck they do. That's true. That is. The Night Letter was nothing but an excuse to release DMs. Now he's excusing releasing DMs because you're a gay asshole. That goalpost keeps moving and they don't need to. Well, but Ethan says it wasn't a DM. It was a text. I think that was his workaround. Like, he goes, these were text messages. These weren't actual DMs. Which, whatever. I will never release DMs. I've had
the point with EVS in that, like it or not, I would not do it unless it was just like, you don't believe me? Like, look,
because he was trying to save it. He's trying to not lose customers, dude. Like, he was worried. Like, he even said, I talked to my wife about this before I did it. Like, do I fight back or do I just suck this guy's cock because he's got a bigger audience than I do? That's a legit concern. Like, he wants to still sell comics.
Oh yeah, no, exactly. The Anna shit totally derailed my growth because it's like everyone just like fucking now I'm like blacklisted in the Fandom Menace, but I still keep the name going. It's like I totally get it.
I lose 2 subscribers every day. I was up to 1,400. I'm down to 1,300. Like, it just goes down. But I stopped making videos. All I do is live streams, and YouTube hates live streams. Yeah. They just fucking clip them. Like, get off. It's unbelievable.
But no, I totally get the EVS angle of. Yeah, we have overlapping audiences where Eric is basically comics gating, even though he's not claiming it. And so if I go after this guy that's abruptly more successful out the gate, looks like jealousy, like just it all looks like bad for him if he goes after Eric. But it's been fun and it's worked out in the end. And you see it with the sales for Riververse. It's like people can pretend that they're on equal footing. It's like, no, Eric got lucky and had like a whirlwind of perfect events happened for success. and it also aping everything that Confiscate says, but being a black guy with a big channel, being libertarian, all that also is a huge factor, because it's like the victim narrative works both ways, right and left. You look at Gina Carano, people love Gina Carano because she's a victim. That's like the utility of her is we finally got a victim for our side to try to push, and that's the value of a minority in the conservative space. Is like, look, we're not racist, we're not transist. We got Eric July and Blair White, we got Dave Rubin, we got a gay Jew. We're not racist. Like,
yeah. When you got to pick a certain person to represent your party, you already lost the argument. Like, it's stupid.
Yeah, that's why I hate the African American conservative channel, because it's like I even called them out on Twitter. It's like, you're not conservative if you front load it with race. You are black collectivists, and everyone else won't call you out because they're afraid to be called racist. But luckily, I'm black, and I'll call your bitch ass out. You're phonies. You just care about black people, which is fine. But don't call yourself conservative then, because conservative is all about meritocracy and colorblindness.
And motto for $10. Thank you, sir. Very generous. That ain't cheap, as Ethan says. I believe it did, but I've been in Colorado for the last couple of weeks visiting friends. So I'll let you know when I get back home. Wow. Living the big life, Jim. And Motto's been on vacation for a couple of weeks in Colorado. Like, man, I can't even take a 2-week vacation. My boss will give me shit if I take a 5-day vacation. But thank you for the 10N Motto. And I hope when you get home, you'd let me know you get it, and we'll get you on here more often because you're fun. It was a good time talking to you. The Snyder thing, I think EVS was right, though. Like, they should have told Snyder to fuck off, or maybe never brought him on the channel, because Snyder doesn't care about geeks and gamers. He don't care.
Well, I mean, Jeremy put himself into that situation. He got what he deserved with that, honestly.
Yeah. Eric's lost more money since fighting EVS than EVS has lost fighting Eric. Do you think so, Jim? We see the numbers. 62,000 books to 9,500.
Well, but I mean, you're saying losing money. Like, Eric made a bunch of money on his first book, made less money on his second book, made less money on his third book, made less money on his fourth book, made less money on his fifth book. So
Yeah.
I don't know that he's losing money for fighting. He's just he's losing customers for whatever reason. It could be from fighting with EBS. It could be from people not happy with the quality. It could be people that just don't like what he's doing.
But
They're not interested in what he's selling.
But don't you think the
know.
big reason he got to 3.7 million, Jim and Black Angus, is there were a lot of CG guys supporting as well.
Definitely.
And to bring that fight into the CG realm hurt Eric overall.
Also, biggest problem, even though they're a lot smaller, they have a lot of overlap with Nerdrotic, with Eric, with EVS.
Sure.
Myself included. I got into their channel because of Bounty into Comics covering their stream with Adam Sessler of G4 post the Frost and the fucking fallout of G4. And so there's like an organic interest in overlap, and only growing.
Biggest problem will draw 15,000 live viewers.
I've never seen that total, Jim. I've seen like 2,200, but I don't pay attention.
They hit they hit over 3K with the Ricada stream when he got arrested.
Yeah, like total views, probably 12 to 15, but actual like live on at the same time.
I've seen it up there.
If you've seen it, that's awesome. I don't watch every week because I'm streaming. Like I'm like,
I fucking love those guys.
I stream 5 days a week minimum, guys. It's fucking retarded. Sometimes I go to say to Jim, I go, "What the fuck are we going to talk about?" He goes, "I don't know. We'll just talk."
They got a couple that have hit over 100K, almost 200K, and the rest are about 50K or less.
That's still awesome.
Total views, but yeah, no, it's still.
Wouldn't you love a 50K stream?
Fuck yeah.
Like, you might make $8 on fucking YouTube ads if you had a 50K stream, but I don't monetize my live streams because YouTube will fucking yellow that shit for saying, hibbity jibbity too many times. So nope, that's against terms of service. So you can't make money on ads unless you do videos that are clean and Puritan, and they're like 4 minutes long, because then it hits the perfect algorithm, right? They can go throw a couple ads in on a 4-minute video, and that they'll promote that shit, but they're not promoting. Like, we're 4 hours and 33 minutes in, and I mean, it's early for me. I've been up till sunrise. But yeah, again, that's another thing to help. When he was on Fox News promoting the book, he didn't get that push since ISOM 1. How many times has he been Jim, do you know how many times he's been a consultant on The Blaze recently? Do they even bring him back on at all? Because he never talks about it. Like, no topic is what makes a live stream. No fucks given. Well, we haven't given a fuck here for a long time. Yeah, that's the problem. Simply, like he went to EVS for advice. EVS gave him advice. And then Eric turns around and says, well, I'm not going to promote indie comics because why should I? I'm Eric July. I don't need to do this shit. And look, man, I don't see any loyalty anywhere in this world. Like Matt Barr, that's what really upsets me about with him, Black Angus, is his complete lack of loyalty to anything. Like, he does not give two shits about what CG has done for him. Now he's like, everybody in CG is a bunch of PDFs, or they support porn stars, or whatever the hell he's saying. It's awful. All right, let's get back to you, because you're going hard in 2024.
In this sphere, it's not him trying to be a token necessary, but that's the reality. Everyone supports him because there's an angle with Eric winning. You say, oh, why do you hate us? We support Black-owned business. They love jumping to the race shield as soon as they can. They talk about diversity and pressure limits, but then they do it as soon as they can. If you say anything negative, we're not going to stop. It's just fun. I don't know. I think it's a big gay op. Maybe Eric unknowingly himself thought he could play this art versus artist thing, which is like, it only works to some degree when you are kind of an activist with your art. So that's why, if you've been curious about this like transgender thing I've been pushing, this is why I'm like hijacking the character with AI art and propagandizing her as a trans accept of Florida Spark, Texas, fighting the bigoted US of A that could not allow Texas to be a trans supporting haven. Thus, the Great War of Separation to protect the trans kids, says Yaira. You're not safe, Eric. You're not safe from my criticism or my money to get your stupid fucking bucks. I'm going to enjoy laughing at.
Look at the comments in that.
It's crazy, man. What the fuck? So Jim, did you pull something up? Did you find something cool?
No. I don't see nothing. It seems like it's very dead for a Friday night.
Did the Biggest Problem play tonight, didn't they?
No, they didn't.
No, it was just Vito. It was just Vito playing Sonic.
Video games or something.
Like, oh god, gaming.
Fuck, I should have invited Vito on then. He's actually a cool guy, man. Like, I DM'd him yesterday and he actually responded. Like, what? I never DM'd him in my life, but I had to compliment him on his takedown of Mr. Burger.
And
that
Brian.
was embarrassing.
More so Brian.
Oh, Brian. That's like one of the things we talked about in the back and forth. I go, has anybody heard from him today? He goes, no, he's dead. I'm like, I think he is. Like,
he blocked me today because I was like, dude, you look like a total bitch. I'm still gonna buy your book, but you look bitch, mate. Just fucking stop, Brian.
Oh, he blocked you?
Yeah.
So he is alive.
Oh yeah.
I thought he might have went and Minecrafted himself as soon as he rage quit that stream. Like, that was hilarious. He thought he was this cool dude supporting Mr. Burger, and then Vito called out his numbers, and Brian lost his shit. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen. When And maybe Brian should have just said, "Hey, dude, you're just looking at the follow-up campaign, like Eric didn't do with Immortal Rising. Like Eric's making fun of him, not knowing that he's already done another whole campaign where he's funded it. But Vito was like, and we all know that Vito is the liberal, and these other two guys are the right-wing guys, and they came off like the SJWs, and Vito came off like the most stand-up guy in the chat, Jim. It was fantastic. You're not babysitting tomorrow, are you, Jim?
No.
All right. But he is like Jimmy. Jim told me that Vito does stand-up comedy, right?
He's done it a few times.
But he's not a full-time comedian?
No, not a full-time comedian, but he did a set. I want to say he opened for Josh Denny. And then he's done some at some live events, like Road Rages, I think, or something, or maybe a crossover event in Philly. I think he did one.
Oh, okay. All right. So, Angus, are you streaming this week, or are you working this week?
I got 3-day off today, tomorrow, and Sunday. I might get called in Sunday because I volunteered for it, but yeah, free till Monday.
So, are you gonna just maybe do a stream to bitch, or are you just gonna just like maybe just chill out?
Oh well, I do got to stream. I need to hurry up and read the I guess preview copy, or I don't know what you call it, from Godfo Universe. No, I haven't back Fearsome.
Oh,
not interested.
You want to see what it looks like?
Yeah,
sure.
I do. What book were you talking about? Godlike?
No. Godfo Universe. They have a second book in their universe they're building. I need to read that. But mainly, I saw the Meth Gator movie that people always tag me about because I'm making Meth Gator the comic. So there's news, and I went to Cleveland to go see this movie, and it was like in a hole in the wall fucking theater in Brunswick, outside Cleveland. It was okay. Like basically it's like the Jaws premise of like, oh man, there's this monster.
All right, here you go. So this is Van Sciver. Did Van Sciver draw it or write it?
He wrote it. It's art's by David Williams.
Okay.
But I mean, it's good. I read it. It's a very short little.
It's a preview book.
It's a preview book. Yeah, it's only like.
So he's got like some like
pages,
witchcraft powers or something, right?
Some kind of powers. He's like narcoleptic. He has narcolepsy, and then like
he made a book about Necrophata.
And then some kind of demons type take him over or something, or some kind of things trying to create like.
I like the art. I do like the art.
Yeah, David Williams is a good artist.
Are they working on an actual like series for this?
Yeah. The series is it's already for like you can already order the series. The first 2 books are going to come out at the same time. It's going to be like a.
That looks good, man. Yeah. Is
Kind of,
David Williams doing all the art for the books going forward?
Yeah, it's got.
I've heard Ethan bitch about David Williams being a little lazy sometimes, right? Like
I don't know if he said lazy. I think slow.
Well, okay. 6 and 1, half a dozen the other. Yeah, I like that. That appeals to me. Yeah.
I'm going to show every page.
All right, John Malin's going to call you up.
It's a preview book.
So
I don't know if
awesome.
like I read it. I don't understand. I don't know if it's like Ghost Rider type of thing or. I guess that's the last page of the preview book, and then they got some explaining some stuff about it.
Yeah, that's awesome. So in Joe Frankenstein, which part 1 I read today, Black Angus. Let's see. Let's get Jim off solo layout. All right. So in this book, there's an actual prologue, right? Birth of a Monster. And all the pages in the prologue are black and white. So you can tell the difference from, being in real time or the prologue time. And then we get into look at this. Fucking Frankenstein face. Pretty cool, right? And Joe Frankenstein is not the monster. Joe Frankenstein is that little kid in a red hoodie. That is actually Joe. This is Graham Nolan's book, chat. I cannot wait to do the review. And I've got all of Graham's books. He writes, he's not trying to overcomplicate things. He's just trying to let you get through the story, Jim, which I like. I don't want to have to think too hard. I just want to read a book and have a good time. Like remember how in Horseman we were laughing at the snow? So just so you know, this was a book created, co-written, and illustrated by Graham Nolan, created, co-written by Chuck Dixon, lettered by Carlos Manguel, colored by Gregory Wright, cover art by Graham Nolan. Graham did the illustration and Chuck Dixon wrote a lot of this. So I don't know what Horseman's going to be, but we have a lot of snow in this book. This is the next page with more snow. So I guess Chuck Dixon likes snow. He must be from the Midwest or the Northeast or something. I don't know, but he likes that snow. But it's a good book. I enjoyed the shit out of it. And when you get the book, you get this cool little sticker and you get a bookmark. Look at that. There's a bookmark and you get a trading card. And it says Nolan on it. And there's some information. Ooh, too bright. And then he also gives you a letter from Compass Comics thanking you for being a fan. But you know what he didn't do, Jim? He didn't put the letter in the fucking book like Eric July seems to want to do every time you buy a book, is remind you that you bought a book. And then the artist has to suck Eric's dick. So that letter from Mike Barron, Jim, we agree he's trolling Eric, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, he's trolling Eric. Comparing Eric to a Greek god. Are you kidding me?
All the Greek gods.
But he's the female version of all the Greek gods. He's Athena. Eric is Athena. Is this fucking Drex?
This is I don't know, but it's kind of cool. We'll check it out. Look, this guy's got white
Lives Matter
and Black Lives.
Right,
She's got Black Lives
read
Matter.
his shirt.
No, don't do it.
I hate ninjas and women.
That is not his kid, dude.
It's a good
That's
family
not his
photo
kid.
right there. Right?
No, it could totally be his kid.
Does that come in a 4XL?
Really?
That
You
shirt?
think that could be his kid that white?
Oh yeah, you'd be surprised how white some mixed kids can
Yeah,
look.
just walk around with it.
You guys talk for a second. I'll be right back. That was pull up something else, Jim. Hurry up and I'll put it up here. That was funny as shit.
All right.
Of course not. He just paid him some fucking money to star in the movie. Well, here's Retro Dice. Here's the thing. Like, this is what we talked about last night, Black Angus, on your show. When I left my show, is Ripazine. You can buy a CG rated Ripazine for $140, but he would not rate a Mike Barron story.
The titan of the comic industry, Mike Barron,
Yeah.
like how he says it himself.
Right. Because he was worried about the books getting out on time. That's some bullshit. All right, Jim, I'm going to put this up and you guys talk. I'll be right back.
The rapist, and they say we're going to cut off his head. And I say, well, I don't think we should cut off his head. Am I defending rape?
In that regard, yes.
Okay. Well, I think we just fundamentally disagree because I think even
we do.
I think
think we
prisoners
do.
and criminals of any stripe deserve basic human rights under law. Brian, do you disagree with that assertion?
Yeah, go ahead, Brian. Go ahead.
Are you agreeing with Mr. Berger on this?
You don't have to, please.
I am personally very liberal when it comes to this shit.
Which is fine. Totally
Capital
fine.
punishment is something I'm deeply against for many reasons. Some
Okay.
of them ethical, some of them practical. What I fail to see is how this has anything to do with you posting the shit that you posted.
Before you answer that, I need to clarify something. I don't necessarily care about capital punishment one way or the other. What I care about is punishment and justice. Vito, I come from a place where if we catch somebody who's raped someone, especially if it's somebody in our family or somebody we know, we don't wait for the cops or the justice.
Okay.
So Mr. Berger has just now. Mr. Berger's a black guy. I don't know if you know this. Okay? So Mr. Berger's a black guy. He's literally said, if somebody rapes somebody in my family or does something like that, we don't wait for the police. We take justice into our own hands. There was a man.
Maybe that's why crime in some neighborhoods is so bad, because they're just taking justice into their own hands. Is that what you think, Black Angus?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Well, this guy said that in some neighborhoods there's a lot of crime, but maybe it's not crime. Maybe they're just like, maybe it's only half crime and the other half is the people taking, getting justice.
Okay.
Like someone gets shot and then they go and shoot the guy that shot that guy. So
Yeah,
that's
that's just more
justice, right?
crime.
Well, I mean, not according to that. It's just justice. That's what he said. It was justice. Mr. Berger said it was justice.
Yeah, no, I can't buy into that.
Yeah, I agree.
I believe in the necessary evil of government. The whole idea is it's an impartial third party meting out justice impartially, without prejudice, without emotion, clouding the judgment. And
when I think the
effectively
government
by
needs to be
your
held,
peers.
the government needs to be held to a high standard to prove someone's guilt. It shouldn't just be someone's accusation and then it's like guilty.
Yeah.
So cool.
No, it's totally retarded.
You might have heard this
take.
name, Emmett Till. He was accused of raping someone, and those people, they didn't wait for the police to investigate. They took justice into their own hands. They did horrible things to Emmett Till until he died.
His name is Emmett Till, not Teal.
Wait, where are you from, Jim?
I'm from Chicago.
Oh, okay. I think Tony's in Chicago, so
Right.
he's Latino Chicago, so he's got his own little
I'd have to ask him
accent.
Where around in Chicago, if he's around 26th Street or if he's in the South Side or
South
North
Side. That's the shitty side, right? That's like
no, that's where I'm from,
Shameless.
South Side.
Huh. Okay. I don't know.
The richer side is the North Side.
Oh, yeah. It's not even
so what's
close.
the bad side of Chicago?
South.
Well, South Side, West Side, pretty much all the sides now. East Side's really bad.
All the sides.
North Side's not that great either anymore.
Michigan Avenue's a disaster some days. Yeah.
Oh, speaking of Chicago, are y'all excited? Are y'all Heat fans? Like the movie Heat with
Yeah, I
from
love the
Kevin
movie
Nick?
Heat.
Oh, dude, are you excited for Heat 2 coming out soon?
No, I didn't even hear about it.
Yeah, Michael Mann released the novelization of Heat 2, and it is, I think he's got Adam Driver. I'm not sure what role he's playing, but he's got Adam Driver cast as, I think it's going to be like prequel scenes. So yeah, I'm excited. I've read like,
it would be like the before Heat.
There will be before scenes, I'm assuming, by different actors now, because like Val Kilmer's dying and De Niro's fucking old.
Have you ever seen his first movie in this series called Thief?
Oh no, I didn't know that he had other movies attached to this. I knew, you know,
Well,
he's got a history.
It's the same. It's the same. Like he got. It was his first script concerning like like burglary, robbery, capper, type of stuff like that. And he had the same advisors on Heat as he did for Thief. It's a James Caan movie. James Belushi.
Thief. Yeah, I know
Thief.
of it. I plan to watch it. I thought you said Beef. I'm like, I didn't know
Thief.
about that movie.
Thief.
Yeah, I want to see Thief.
It's
I
good.
I like Michael Mann. I like the shtick of Michael Mann. He's very concerned with the thin line between villain and hero. And
I'm not a fan of Heat.
Have you ever seen his other one called L.A. Takedown?
No, I've only seen Heat. I started rewatching Public Enemies, but I got busy, so I haven't redigest that movie.
That's a trick question because L.A. Takedown is actually the same exact movie as Heat. It was just made for TV, and he tries to not talk about it. And it actually has two actors in it. They don't play the same roles, but they're in L.A. Takedown and in Heat, different roles.
Okay.
I can't remember. I think the guy who plays Wayne Grow in L.A. Takedown is a cop in Heat, and then there's another guy. It's like that too. Like he's a cop, and it's
I thought Wangro was like the rat.
Yeah. The guy that plays Wayne Grow in L.A. Takedown is a cop in Heat. I'm saying the characters are they had the same names. Heat.
Okay. So wait, what's the problem with fucking Jimmy? What's the problem with LA Takedown?
Well, it's basically just that because it's not made well. It was low budget, and
made for TV, right?
Made for TV, and so it's look it up, LA Takedown. But he tries he tried to scrub it, and you can find it on YouTube, but I don't think you can see it anywhere else.
Really? You can't even buy it on Blu-ray or DVD?
No, no. It's not. He's got. He won't let it out.
Oh wow! Y'all should look at Culture Crave on Twitter. They released all this D23 stuff, and they got the first look at the Fantastic Four. They're having dinner, I guess. Andor season 2 info.
6 years ago, Chicago was better, dude. It's a fucking hellhole now, dude. Yeah. 6 years ago, my wife would take the train to take my kids to the fucking aquarium or to the museum. Now she won't even I'm not driving to Chicago. I'm not going to Chicago. Thank you. It's a terrible place.
No, Retro Dice. Dance with Wolves and Avatar are not the fucking same movie. It's same simple historical concept of vastly opposed civilizations meeting, but there's so much different in Avatar. It's a sci-fi movie. Dance with Wolves is historical fiction. Very different movies.
You gonna play it, Jim?
Oh yeah. Shit.
Yeah.
And then we found out that the woman lied, and Emmett Till actually didn't rape her. It was a big outrage, marches, big fucking to do and everything about it, right? About all the injustice that was done to Emmett Till. But now Mr. Berger is saying, no, those people were right. Why would you wait for the police? Right? Why would you wait to investigate and see maybe they were raped or not raped? Just take justice into your hand. Just, you know what? If someone wrongs you, just start hurling insults and slurs and just start killing people. Fuck it.
We administer justice differently. So you're not the same kind of person.
So would you kill them?
I didn't say I would. I say I understand how people could, and I absolutely agree with it.
Okay, so you...
Yeah, Berger and Brian keep stepping into the rakes. And it's rakes that they keep putting down. They keep throwing rakes down, and then they just keep running into them. Like, why am I stepping into these rakes? Wizard is going to do a Jeffrey Toobin if she keeps it up. Who's Jeffrey Toobin?
He's the guy that got naked on the fucking NBC
the
webcam show, right,
maybe?
Jim?
No, that doesn't
Isn't
sound right.
Tubin the guy that got caught?
Jeffrey Toobin, he was
committed a crime.
Yeah,
he was a
You don't want to go through the justice system. It's all
he was
vigilante
yanking his
justice.
crank during a
Again, it
fucking
depends on the
staff
crime.
meeting.
Now, Brian brought up the point, and he goes, how does this relate to your tweets? And I'm going to make the argument that Mr. Berger has clearly moved the discussion away from my tweets and on.
He was the CNN guy that was caught jerking off on Zoom.
No, it
calls.
was MSNBC.
So
CNN's
thanks
got
for
better
that.
class.
Whoever said that.
3 gigs on Vito. 3 gigs of fucking.
Brian, stop jerking off.
Wizard. You trying to leave again?
No, it just must have popped me. I'm typing in the chat. So
3, actually. 3.
Who's
3
Wizard
gigs.
of
So I'm looking forward to
Wordplay?
that.
Black
Once you
Angel,
get
do
over,
know?
once you get 3 gigs,
Sorry, what?
it's over.
Do you know
3
who
gigs.
Wizard
He's
of
got
Wordplay
3 gigs
is?
on Vito. 3 gigs.
That's
of fucking,
I don't know what he does exactly. That's
can you imagine having 3 gigs worth of Vito stuff on your computer? Couldn't be me.
There's a lot of information, high quality video.
3
Tony
gigs,
Parker.
high quality information, lacking the sources, but that's okay. So all the
I mean,
you know?
I don't know who it is. I don't know his real name. I don't care.
TJ's always nice to me, dude. He reposts every time I
Wiz
stream.
is always nice.
Yeah.
I never had a problem with them. Tony's nice. But what's weird, I think, Angus, and I don't like your opinion on, is these guys complain and they keep accusing everyone else of being racist. These guys that are Eric July fans, stans, whatever you want to call them, but yet they constantly call Tony, and I think you, a very derogatory name. About, I don't even want to say it. It's so derogatory. About your backs.
About what? Jim,
Moist
about
backs.
What was it?
I said moist backs.
Yep, that's it. Which
well,
that's,
I'm married to a Mexican lady, so it's a wetback. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, but that's what they call. That's what they were saying that, and then it got like something happened, and so they changed it to moist, and I'm like, that's still fucking racist.
Why didn't they just call Black Angus a beaner? What the fuck? It's the same thing. I mean,
I'm not even.
I know.
I'm black.
Like, they're so dumb. They have no idea what they're even talking about.
There's a reason I'm called Black Angus. It's not just because that's. The
I
breed.
just thought
I'm
you like
actually
Back in Black, the album. I thought that was like your favorite.
I
album
call
or
my
something.
wife a beaner every fucking day.
I'm telling Rip a goalpost right now.
It just got clipped. Somebody in the chat just said, "Oh, that fucking Dave did it again. That racist piece of shit." My kids are half Hispanic because my wife's Hispanic, so y'all can go fuck yourselves.
Which I thought, like, did you see that? Anyone see Black Panther 2?
I didn't see one Black Panther movie.
I saw the first one, and
Well, because I just thought it was very racially insensitive that they defeated the Aztec guy that came out of the water by drying off his.
Just got to do sub Black Angus from Enmato.
yeah. Let's say woo. Thanks.
No, I never watched one Black Panther movie, dude. Just like I'll never watch Captain America. I'll never watch.
Well,
that
here's the
fucking
thing
movie.
about, believe it or not, Black Panther is an extremely based movie. Like,
Yeah,
they
but
have
they
a
made it
wall, they keep
womanized.
everybody. They have a wall, they keep everybody out. They don't want no one in. They don't want to share nothing. I mean, it's nuts. It's nuts.
Well, but again, they from what I could see, they cucked him. Like, they fucking cucked him. Even in what was it? What movie was it? Endgame, when they went to was it Endgame or was it
Come on, Infinity War. They go to Wakanda.
Infinity War, when they went to Black Panther's fucking secret realm of super technology and all this bullshit, but all the girls were in charge. Like, they told him basically to shut the fuck up in that movie. So I'm gonna sit here and watch a full 2.5 hour movie of him later on. Fuck that. Hey, Colt, come here, buddy. It's my puppy.
No,
they should have recast. They should not kill these characters because somebody dies.
No, I disagree. I am very pro not recasting T'Challa, Chadwick Boseman in this MCU run. If they reboot the MCU entirely, totally fine recasting him. But despite the kind of
but
tourist,
they knew he was sick, dude.
Despite the tourist level of fandom that most Black people that are fans of Black Panther have. So I saw Black Panther and there's a lot of Black people in the audience, and then I saw Infinity War and there's almost no Black people, and the few that were there they're only gasping, only reacting when Black Panther got dusted. So there is like a racial collectivism behind that character and his popularity with the Black community. I get it. It's fun to have like especially if you buy into like liberal rhetoric, you feel underrepresented and that race matters and everything. I get it. You're blinded by the plantation rhetoric, but they're tourists. They don't actually care with the universe. But regardless of that and the agenda behind Black Panther and all that in the modern day, it still meant something to people. It's positive overall in their view, and so I don't believe in
But he
recasting.
wasn't even a star of his own movie, dude.
I kind of agree. Yeah, Michael B. Jordan, the villain, way
Yes.
overshadowed him, but
so did the female characters. Like they took control. Like
You talk about Wallace, man. What happened to Wallace, man?
yeah.
Wait, is that Frodo or is that Bilbo?
No, Wallace from The Wire.
Wallace. I don't know what you're talking about.
You
He
don't
doesn't
ever
know
saw
The
The
Wire.
Wire?
I don't know The Wire either.
Michael B. Jordan's first role was Wallace in The Wire.
Oh, I see. I've started watching the show. I didn't even know his fucking name because he's just like the main kid of like this drug trade group of kids. But no, like I feel like T'Challa's casting of Chadwick Boseman, even though he only got a couple, iterations with the Avengers movies and Black Panther and Civil War, I feel like his casting is up there with Hugh Jackman and Margot Robbie for Harley Quinn and Robert Downey for Iron Man. That like they're quintessential, like that they are that character. It's going to be so hard for anyone to supersede. You don't have the benefit of Joker with multiple iterations, where pretty much everyone besides Leto has knocked it out of the park in their versions. And so yeah, I don't like the idea of, especially
Speaking of Chadwick Boseman.
Yeah, but they've replaced the Hulk 3 fucking times.
I agree. Don't like it.
He's in Justified.
Chadwick Boseman's in Justified.
Yes.
He's also in Gods of Egypt, and it's really cringe.
He's in one episode of Justified. He plays a heroin dealer.
No way.
Yeah.
Typecast?
No. I think it's like it might be his first role. I don't know because Justified is over a decade old.
I'm just kidding. I'm saying typecast is a black man being a dealer of drugs. That's what I'm talking about, Jim. Not him being typecast forever because he became a superhero. And I hope to God his family's wealthy because of the work he did with Marvel and how much money they made. And I hope, since he passed away, that they're taken care of.
Yeah. But my whole thing with Chadwick Boseman's Black Panther not recasting him is that like he is tied to, that's like his, send off role basically. It's the epitome of his career. It's not like it's not like Terrence Howard, where Terrence Howard got recast with Don Cheadle because it's like he was a problem on set or whatever, didn't work with the studio well or the actors. I don't know the circumstance why he got
I think
cut.
He wanted more money too.
Right.
Yeah.
But he got nixed. He's fine though. He had that show Power or whatever, Empire. I don't know.
Empire.
He's still around. Chadwick Boseman's fucking dead. And so that's like the problem of like recasting was like that'd be and I don't like the Red Hulk recasting, because
they should have went with somebody younger.
No, it's not about young. It's like, all right, William Hurt's dead, so just like write that character out of the story, retool another character in that place, and make that Harrison Ford. I just same with the Ahsoka show is awful, but the one like nice like silver lining that show was Ray Stevenson, and that's his last role, and he did great. I was very interested in that, and I think it's it'd be a disservice to recast
He
that
did
character.
so good that he made the rest of the show irrelevant. That's how good he was in that show.
Oh my God! Did you guys hear that the former CEO of Google, Susan Wojcicki, died?
Yeah, I said LOL.
What she died? She was young, wasn't she?
56.
Wow.
We killed her. We killed her, Dave.
Shut up, dude. I'm 56 also. This might be my last stream chat.
Send in your super chats now or you'll forever regret it.
Do you see this? Let me get Vito's fat ass off my screen.
They mean to Vito.
You see this board right here? This board is my $20 super chat board. So whenever somebody sends me a $20 super chat, I put their name and the date and how much it was, $20 or more. So it's fun to check, when they're into super chatting, I put them on the board and I love it. And then whenever my stream gets to $50, the next stream is automatically a conspiracy theory show. So like tonight we're halfway there. We're at like $25 or something like that, $22 in super chats. But if we make another 28, tomorrow night or Monday night will be a woo-woo stream. And we call it woo-woo because, we know what it is. It's just fun.
Dude,
I love Derek Bana as fucking Hulk.
Dude, that Hulk movie, if it came out today, it would be revered like the Joker movie.
That's the Japanese director, right?
Yeah, Ang Lee.
Yeah, Ang Lee.
Ang Lee is so weird. He did Crouching Tiger, and he did Hulk 03, and then he did Brokeback Mountain. Like
so Ember, the board is full, but my wife wrote this love BTM reviews on my board because she's cool. She comes down here when I'm not around. She puts it up there. She goes, "You can erase that." I go, no. I love that you wrote love BTM reviews. But when I get more $20, it's going to get erased. But the board is pretty full. I've got probably, a good 5 or 6 spaces left. So, but I love the board. I love this show. I love talking to Jim every night. We both do the same. And it should not be forgotten because I liked Hulk too. I actually liked Edward Norton as the Hulk. I liked him.
Fuck that movie.
No, him. I like Edward Norton. I like
Edward Norton. I think he has a horrible casting though. Like, I guess it makes sense. Like, who's a big name we can throw out? Okay, fine, because he can play like the Shrimp, but then his alter ego is the Hulk. Like, okay, but I think he's a poorly cast actor for that role, and it was a waste of time because look, he never came back.
But that's not his fault. That was Sony back then.
No, it was
Universal.
It was because
it was Universal. Okay. It was because what, Jim?
It was because he tried to rewrite the script and everything. He wanted to take control over everything, and so that's why they didn't have him back. He wanted to control everything and get involved in other stuff. So,
well, I mean, Edward Norton's always been a pretty diverse actor. He does a lot of different stuff. And he's never, he was great in American History X, right? Yeah. I mean, that's like where they said, "Oh shit, this guy's legit." But
Fight Club. I guess you would see Fight Club and think, "Oh yeah, that guy could be Hulk." I mean, I can see the rationale and the stardom to bringing attention to a big character, but I just think he was poorly cast, poorly directed too.
I thought it was cast fine, but that's why we're here. We can talk. We're not going to never talk again, Black Angus. Oh my God, that Dave's a fucking idiot. He thinks that Edward Norton was good. Jin Wong for 5 Australian. Thank you, sir. Hey, Dave, you won't turn to sticks just because you're 56. Woo, show. Oh, we're closer. We're closer, guys. Another $22. We're doing Woo Woo Saturday, Jim. What do you think? Can you handle another show this week, Jim?
Yeah. What do you want to do tomorrow?
Yeah. Like people ask me, I was on Salty Show the other night, and Savage says, "Dave, how do you stream every night?" I said, "Because there's nothing on fucking television. I would rather talk to my chat than watch nothing on TV all night. It's awful. There's nothing I care about watching except for this animated show, Black Angus. If you have Netflix, check out Overlord."
Okay. I need to catch up and watch season 2 of Blood of Zeus because I love Greek shit. Like the first season, so got to catch up on that.
Pull up my screen for 1 second.
But yeah, Overlord. I'll look into that. I need to finish Vinland Saga on Netflix too. I don't know if it's a continuing series or not, but I like what I've seen. I'm about halfway through the first season.
There's There's 4 seasons now of Overlord on Netflix, and it's fucking great. Yes, it's the anime. The anime Overlord. 4 seasons now, Ember. Nope, not. I like the Nazi Zombies movie too, but the animated series on Netflix is so good. You're basically trapped in a video game, Black Angus, and you're the big bad character in your world.
So it's Wreck-It Ralph.
It is, but it isn't, and he has so much self-doubt. He's like, "Oh shit," and then his NPCs correct his fucking decisions for it's so good, man. It's so good. But I also like the zombie movie too, the Overlord zombie movie. That was fun in the theater when it came out. It reminded me of the like a Bethesda Doom or Wolfenstein game. That's what it reminded me of. That movie.
Hmm.
Yes. Oh, I love it. I love it, man. You're a sorcerer. It's great. You have to watch the series. Go ahead, Jim. This is The Wire, right?
No, this is
Or Justified.
See, just Chadwick Boseman right here.
That is?
Right here.
It's not showing anything on my side, so it might be my internet slowed down on me.
Man, he's like a young dude, huh? Yeah.
Just relax.
I just got dinged.
No, not for that.
Didn't it? It felt like Wolfenstein. I loved it though. Oh,
Hey, I've
man.
had fun, man. I gotta get off here. Gotta read some comics and play some games. Appreciate all y'all.
What are you
appreciate
playing?
Dave having me on. I'm just playing Realms Total War. I'm playing some Macedon, so I'm
Cool.
doing gangbusters money wise and about to start challenging Britannia.
All right, buddy. Well, have a good night. Thanks for joining, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
So
It's
good
fun.
to see you. We'll
Yeah,
talk later.
I don't ever gauge the besides if Rogan talks about it, I'll hear it on the streams, but I never really dig into the conspiracy stuff. So it is interesting.
It's
Yeah,
fun.
thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it, and I'll see you later whenever I'm free.
All right, buddy. More Chad Boseman, huh, Jim?
Yeah, you can see how fake that gun is. It doesn't have a rod to push out. You know what I mean?
Yep. God damn. Like, Jim, do you like animated stuff on live action animated stuff?
Yeah.
You probably should check out Overlord. I think you'll like it. I really do.
I've been trying several times. I've tried to watch that Attack on Titan.
No, this is not that. This is just I don't know, but it feels like a Western story because you're just a white guy. It feels like in this world, and you've got a bunch of characters that think you're a god, but you are a vicious motherfucker when you want to be, but you also don't necessarily want to be all the time. Hey, we got Liam in the house, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
How
Hey,
you
Liam.
doing, buddy?
Liam, how long until the second printing of Dino King ships?
I think he said another week or two. It's
Okay.
getting ready to go out. Death Note is the only anime I can really recommend. That and Paris. Have you watched Overlord though in Motto? Just give it a shot, dude. And you can give me shit if you hate it, but I think it's great. It's great. The main character is a skeleton, but he's fucking gigantic. It's great. Oh, it's happening now, says Liam. Ooh. Well, let's not put unnecessary pressure on Liam. Liam's getting some positive vibes from the comic book world. Oh, by the way, Liam, you did join the most racist fucking live stream on the internet. Just so you know. Yeah, just watch a couple episodes and you'll see. Just waiting on new mailers to show. So he's shipped most of them, Jim. Did you back it?
Yes. That's why I was asking.
Oh, well, hey, your Aussie government might arrest you for hanging out with me after you get. You see what fucking Ember says? Cockoid. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. I love it, man. This is so good. Man, so hey, Liam, do you want the link? I will definitely send it to you if you want to just jump on for a few. But you're late. Jim's Gooding review has been up for like 4 days. Should we watch his review?
Sure. Oh, I think I saw it. It's like 20 minutes. I was like, what
Oh
the fuck?
God, no! I can't listen to Partika for 20 minutes. Did he like it or not?
I don't know.
Oh, cool. Family time. Well, Liam, tonight was a fun stream. We've talked about a lot of different topics. It turned into I don't even think it was woo-woo stuff, Jim. I think it was just trying to understand why stuff exists, right? I mean, it's not like
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Mike Partika did a 19-minute review on the opening blurb. Dude. Wow.
Liam chugged a whole bottle of vodka? Oh, wow. Is Gooding a spoiler? It's probably no. Man. So, Jim, what do you got going tomorrow? Just hanging out?
I'm going to finish up my video on Salty's comic and start my video on another comic. I got like 4 books I want to do reviews on.
Do you own the Graham Nolan stuff?
Yeah, I just haven't read it yet.
Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it, Jim, because you like I was telling you earlier, if you look at the book real quick, I'll just go to a random page. You notice not a whole lot of panels and very little bubbles. Good art, just what you're into, right? Like, and you can see it's a pretty hefty book. So this is
that was the one thing I would say about this preview book that I was a little disappointed is the paper stock seems kind of chintzy.
Yeah, they treated it like it was a magazine. Like, yeah.
And like the difference between this and the Godlike book, like as far as the paper and the colors, the way they look is, which this could have looked that way if they would have had that kind of paper and printing.
If I'm paid, I'll do it.
No, I'm not talking about drink a bottle of vodka.
Well, I'm not going to pay Liam to drink on my stream. I drink for free. And not gay ass vodka. I drink American bourbon, baby. Let's dive into cryptozoology stuff, says Retro Dice.
Oh, that's what we could watch. Hold on.
Okay. Now, if people want to pay me to watch Liam drink vodka, you're welcome, Liam. We'll sell your books, though. Well, we'll at least get you 5 or 10 books sold. Is your Dino King 2 up for pre-order yet? Or you still haven't done it? What'd you pull up, Jim?
Hold on. I'm almost there.
Hold on. Hold it. That don't make no sense.
This is kind of stupid.
There's a better one that I want to play. Here we go. That was so good, Jim. That was so good. Harvey Korman was the shit.
Have you ever watched this guy, Cryptic Web Chronicles?
Oh, he's great. Who's he making fun of? Better not be us.
No, Patrick Tomlinson.
He's got a new one up?
Well, he's got 2. I don't remember. The last one I remember seeing was this one about the stuff to the chairs.
I never saw that one.
You never saw the one about the stolen chairs?
No, I haven't watched Ethan consistently for a few months ever since I've been streaming.
Yeah, the stolen chairs is basically.
You don't need to watch it. I'm sure the chat's seen it.
But this one about the most swatted Airbnb in America.
Swatted over 40 times?
Yeah. And then this one, it's fat guy sacrificed himself for democracy, Patrick S. Tomlinson.
Oh, this is going to be great. So which one's a bit long?
No, these aren't. You're talking to me?
No, the Ember says it's a bit long. Oh, he's talking about cryptozoology stuff with Logan Paul.
No, these are like one. This one is 12 minutes, and they're both about 12 minutes.
Cool. That's perfect. Perfect. And I will not interrupt you, Jim. You can pause it when you want to pause it. I will not pause it. Oh, I had that computer. No, I had the 64, not the 1541.
Hello and welcome to Cryptic Web Chronicles. Today we're going to be covering a wild tale about a smelly old Airbnb located in the city of Milwaukee. An Airbnb that some online have described as the most swatted house in America. All because it also happens to be home of notorious internet lolcow Patrick S. Tomlinson. If you haven't heard of him previously, make sure to check out my Patrick Tomlinson Saga playlist to learn more about the background of this story.
I love
to sum things up, though. Tomlinson has become the target of a lot of internet.
In his voice, Jim. I just love the inflection. Like, it's so good. Like, you know, he doesn't talk like this normally, but what he's doing for these videos is fantastic.
Check out my stories.
I was just talking over it.
Oh, the Cryptic Web Chronicles about Patrick S. Tomlinson.
No, you don't have it because you don't have the Patrick A. The most swatted house in America.
The most swatted house in America.
You have to add the H at the end, though. America. Like
trolling due to his behavior and antics online, with many believing he is unable to stop feeding the trolls. In response to his trolling, Patrick has tried to spin a ridiculous narrative claiming he's the victim of gang stalking and that he's being targeted by cyber terrorists. Eventually, Patrick started to genuinely experience swattings by an unknown individual after years of claiming such incidents and harassment without evidence. Since then, he has seemingly used these swattings to boost his internet presence and gain attention online. Swatting, if you weren't aware, is a dangerous internet trend that has grown increasingly common in recent years.
Pause it, Jim.
Swattings are typically triggered by...
We've done a couple episodes on...
Bigfoot and Chupacabra stuff.
Cryptics. And another what is it? Another $22 tonight in super chats, and we'll do a Cryptics episode tomorrow night. Retro Dice. We will do a Cryptics episode that will blow your mind. I'll get Wold Warrior back on here, who lived in the Pacific Northwest. He'll bring up more stuff. It's fantastic. But yeah, we love the Cryptics. The Cryptics are the shit. We went through the whole top. We went through every cryptic that's in every state in the U.S. on a stream one night, right, Jim? Every state has their own cryptic. So, yeah. But Patrick, this guy, Patrick Tomlinson or whatever, he's kind of a cryptic, Jim. He really is. Yeah, but we get another $22 in super chats tonight. We're going to go all over that shit tomorrow night. We'll do it. We'll do it. Go ahead, Jim.
Hoax 911 calls involving bomb threats or threats of violence. The purpose is to falsely send an armed police response to the victim's home. The perpetrators often use high-tech methods to hide their identity from law enforcement, and the proliferation of internet-based tools and online services have only made it easier for criminals to carry out swattings over time. Recently, it was also discovered that individuals on the dark web were offering swatting services, with some even using AI to carry out their crimes. The following is a 911 call that a swatter made using an AI text-to-speech voice that was obtained by the news site Motherboard.
Hello. I just committed a crime and I want to confess.
You did a crime and you want to confess?
I placed explosives in a local school.
You did what?
I placed explosives in a local school.
Okay, what local school did you put the explosives in?
Hempstead High School. The address is 3715 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Why would you do that? Hello? Hello?
I will not tell you.
Well, why? Okay, so I appreciate that you called us to let us know that you did this, but can you give me a little bit more information as to why, possibly where, what type of explosives, what time is it supposed to go off?
3715 Pennsylvania Avenue. Goodbye.
Okay, sir.
On October 5th, 2022, Fox 6 in Milwaukee aired a story about the swattings Patrick S. Tomlinson had experienced. This provided him with a platform to present his perspective, portraying himself as an innocent victim targeted out of the blue. He also took this opportunity to accuse all his trolls and critics of being responsible for the swattings, despite the fact that these actions are universally condemned by Tomlinson's online detractors.
With a ballistic shield, full body armor, assault rifles. I mean, that's not something that I can defend against.
Milwaukee's SWAT team a regular visitor to their East Side home, but they have done nothing wrong. How a tweet unleashed the fury of cyber stalkers. That's our big story tonight at 10. Now imagine being in your home when the police bang on your door, guns drawn, all because someone else made a bogus 911 call.
This was the scene. A Milwaukee couple says that's happened to them not once or twice, but 6 times in the last 2 years.
This
They
could
are
happen
frustrated.
to both of these people talking about this story just to show them it's a true thing.
Yeah, but I think if I'm not mistaken, the guy got a tour swats or whoever got arrested, and he was claiming that Patrick Tomlinson paid him to do it.
No shit.
Yeah.
For
himself,
attention,
just
huh?
For attention.
Fox 6's Ashley Sears is live and explains the couple says this all stems from cyber stalking.
Yeah, Mary, Patrick Tomlinson is a science fiction author based in Milwaukee. Now, he's tweeted some strong political views critical of the far right, but he says this all goes back to something he tweeted in 2018.
It is unbelievably frustrating and offensive.
For the last few years, Patrick Tomlinson and Nikki Robinson haven't been able to live a normal life.
It never stops. This is all these people are.
Their lives terrorized by strangers from the internet. They say all stems from a tweet the sci-fi
Jim,
author
how long
made
ago do you
4
think
years
Patrick
ago.
has fucked his wife? She looks so miserable every time we see her in these videos. You just saw her. She's like looking at this dude with side eyes.
I don't have a lot of respect for a person that
Me
marries a
neither.
woman
Like,
and a woman-
leave this
No.
fucking retard.
Well, no, that marries someone and then don't take their last name.
Well, of course. Like, it's
I
Back in September of 2018, I tweeted that I'd never personally found Norm Macdonald to be funny.
For the last 2 years, people have made false 911 calls, drawing Milwaukee police.
Yeah, that's not why, dude. This has been going on with him since I don't know. I think since 2010. He's been fighting with people on the internet.
Yeah, and then they just give him shit over his terrible sci-fi books.
Yeah.
Like, he makes more money off of this shit than he does in the real world. And his wife, like, she just sits there and looks at him like, this is embarrassing. Their marriage is fake, says Retro Dice. Like, she's fucking the neighbor, dude. And she makes Patrick watch. I mean, this is embarrassing. Sorry. Go ahead, Jim.
To their East Side home.
We got a very angry banging at the door.
It started in May of 2020 and escalated this summer with 4 incidents in the last 2.5 months.
It's a way to try and trick the police into being your executioners.
The most recent happening
First
Saturday
of all,
evening.
this is awful
At least
shit,
like
Jim.
4 guns
This is
and
awful.
the ballistic shield pointed at me.
Robinson
terrible
was
hair.
home alone at the time.
And I came down the stairs with my hands up and I think I was going, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Police have always left without anyone being injured, but the couple worries it won't always be that way. They're not only frustrated with the people doing this, but the police responding. A couple trying to get their lives back without anyone getting hurt.
You don't have to keep doing the bidding of the people whose stated goal is to kill us.
Milwaukee police tell us out of an abundance of caution, they have to take calls for service seriously and make sure no one is in danger. They say swatting is unacceptable, illegal, and potentially dangerous. They tell us they are investigating these incidents. Reporting live on the east side, Ashley Sears, Fox 6 News.
Hopefully they find the culprits and put a stop to it. Ashley, thank you.
As you can see, Patrick and his wife both clearly expressed that they feel unsafe in their home and that their lives are being threatened by cyberstalkers. But a month after the Fox 6 story aired, Patrick apparently joined Airbnb, a service that allows people to rent out their properties for short periods. Patrick would proceed to list a portion of his own house, which is a dilapidated duplex, for rent on Airbnb. The very same house that we just watched the police raid on the news. The same one that had allegedly been swatted 6 times by that point and was supposedly being targeted by, quote, cyber stalkers who allegedly were trying to kill Patrick and his wife. Patrick was now renting out part of this house to strangers looking for a cheap place to stay. This is highly irresponsible of Tomlinson, if what he claims is true. If he's regularly being swatted and targeted by gang stalkers, his Airbnb tenants are obviously at significant risk. They could face serious danger, as the police might raid the house with guns drawn at any moment. Hosting an Airbnb at Patrick's house is a tragedy waiting to happen, and I can't help but suspect that Patrick could be doing this simply to raise more publicity. In my opinion, he obviously doesn't care what happens to his tenants if he's willing to host them in a house that he himself supposedly feels unsafe in. If one of them were hurt or killed in a swatting, it would be an even bigger media frenzy. What's even more wild, though, is the fact Patrick's Airbnb listing has over 140 reviews, a majority of them positive, and it appears to still be operating to this day. Keep these reviews in mind because we're coming back to them later. On June 29th, 2023, Patrick would appear on NBC Nightly News to once again discuss the swattings, which were supposedly continuing to happen.
Tomlinson posted a casual tweet.
I simply said that I'd never personally found the comedian Norm Macdonald funny.
It caught the attention of online harassers who began swatting Patrick and his wife Nikki at their Milwaukee home. Swatting is when false calls trick 911 dispatchers into sending an all-out armed response. The experience can be terrifying.
I make my way downstairs to find that there
Look
are
at her,
half
Jim.
a dozen
Look at her. She looks so
police
happy,
with
dude.
pistols
She looks so happy to be here talking about the same shit over and over again. Jesus Christ.
Because
it's fucking
I
ridiculous.
think this guy does a lot of it to himself, really. I mean, she probably is sick of it, you know, because he gets some attention, gets some media stuff. He probably does GoFundMes or something.
drawn, shotguns, AR-15s, flashlights all pointed at my head. I am pulled out of the house, and then on my own front porch, I'm handcuffed.
And not just once.
Our house has been swatted 42 times now.
42 times police have actually come in some form to your door.
Yes.
Okay,
Patrick
so
and Nikki
Jim,
are still constantly.
Wait, so he said
that makes the Milwaukee PD fucking awful. Like, you have to have the
that's why
conversation.
it can't be fucking true.
Right.
It can't be true. It's impossible. 42
They
times.
stop responding at some point. They're like, oh yeah, this fucking
No,
happened.
because they'll get sued.
Yeah. Like, at some point, stop harassing me as the fucking citizen in my own state.
Harassed.
They've been texting us during this interview.
And their harassers use voice synthesizers and other technology to mask their identity.
Maybe you should get a real job. Then again, you'll be able to learn a trade in prison.
At the same time,
As you can see from the report, Patrick was now claiming he'd been swatted over 40 times. So while all these swattings are supposedly happening, people have been staying at Patrick's house, reviewing it on Airbnb, and not one of them have yet mentioned the swattings or anything about police coming to the house. Nor is there any disclaimer on the listing about the fact tenants could be detained by the police in a swatting during their stay at Casa de Patrick. Tomlinson clearly hid the fact he was renting the place when he spoke to the media, as nobody reporting the story ever mentioned this detail. The fact so many people have rented part of Patrick's house on Airbnb during the same time frame as his supposed swatting saga, and not a single person has mentioned it in their review, is something I find incredibly fishy.
That is fucking
How is such a
wild,
thing
Jim.
possible? And
Yeah,
furthermore, how can Patrick seriously rent his place out like this if it's being swatted on a regular basis. The whole thing calls Patrick's story into question, if you ask me.
Yeah, ask me.
If Patrick isn't exaggerating the severity of the swattings and harassment he claims to have received, it is highly unethical for him to be renting out his house while experiencing such threats.
I do agree with that.
In my opinion,
Jim.
he is either overstating his swatting claims to gain sympathy, or he is so greedy that he doesn't care if innocent people get caught up or even hurt and killed in the midst of his internet drama. How could anyone with a clear conscience host families in a house that is being targeted by individuals described as terrorists? Something just doesn't line up here, if you ask me.
Man.
Maybe it's just that Patrick likes wearing a maid outfit and cleaning up the trash and beer cans as guests leave. But all jokes aside, these swattings are reprehensible, and I obviously don't endorse them.
Me neither.
Even though I think Patrick is an abhorrent person who is deserving of ridicule online, I don't believe he deserves to live in fear of being raided by the police 24 hours a day. And I honestly wouldn't wish something like that on anyone, because I can't imagine how frustrating it must be to experience. But that's all for tonight, so thanks for watching.
Dude,
this has been Cryptic Web Chronicles. Make sure to like and subscribe if you haven't already. Good night.
That is unbelievable. Like 42 times. Why would the Milwaukee PD not go, oh, this is another, you know, they have a record of this stuff, right? Like
Vagar the Dragon is fearsome.
What the fuck is wrong with my computer? Clicking shit and it ain't.
You know, I ordered that Alexander PC, Jim.
Yeah.
Should have been done like this week. They're like, yeah, we're waiting on RAM. So I'll see you next week. I'm like, fuck. So I can't even go up till like next Thursday or Friday to pick up my PC. Pisses
There's
me off.
one more new video here.
Yeah, let's play it.
You're just that intelligent.
Okay, let's read the disclaimer. This video is my opinion. Oh.
Hello, and welcome to Cryptic Web Chronicles. Today we'll be covering the political meltdown that lolcow Patrick S. Tomlinson is currently having on Twitter, thanks to recent election developments. Get ready, because this video is going to expose you to a very pure and concentrated form of autism. Like always, make sure to like and subscribe and check out the Patrick Tomlinson Saga playlist if you haven't already.
And please like
Let's dive right in.
To join the racist channel called BTM Reviews. Right, Jim?
If you weren't aware, internet lolcow Patrick Tomlinson has long been a self-described political firebrand on Twitter, as well as other, less popular social media platforms for the past several years. Additionally, over time, he's developed an increasingly unhinged obsession with politics and online arguments.
I mean, if you told Dave, doesn't this look like a lesbian?
Dude, this
Right?
looks like the most fucking femtard that you would see in public. Like, this is the guy when I'm sitting at the table in a Mexican restaurant with my mask off, and this guy walks by and goes, "You are the fucking problem with America. This is the problem with America. This is the guy that makes everything wrong." No, I understand they have a duty to show up, but after
since the start of the
times, Wilbur, like Patrick, like even like I've heard other people on streams talk about getting swatted, and they go, "Look, man," they call the cops, the local sheriff, or the local their local jurisdiction in their city. Go, "Look, I'm a YouTuber. These calls will come in. Could you at least call me first and talk to everybody that lives in this house? And these are the people that live here before you show up." I mean, that's a thing. I mean, I've heard Nick say that, Jim. I've heard other YouTubers say that. Like, please just be reasonable. I know they have a duty to respond. And it sucks. But dude, like 42 times? Jesus.
I can't believe that's true. I mean,
That's a lot, dude. That's like, that is so many times. It's like, wow, the cops just have to go. And why come every time with guns, at the ready? I mean, that's fucking crazy. Especially when you're looking at a guy like this. Like, yeah, you're right, Jim. Like he's transitioning right from fat to fatter in this picture because I don't. But I guess somebody said earlier in the here, or Retro Dice said, I'm serious about the lesbian thing. Patrick's wife said their marriage was a shame or sham or shame and came out of the closet. So shame or sham. I know, I get it, Wilburn. It's like, I do understand too, like when you live in a bigger city like Milwaukee, maybe they don't have I live in the middle of nowhere where I live, and I'm pretty sure after the first or maybe the second swatting I ever get, I could probably tell the sheriff, hey dude. He's like, yeah, Dave, I get it. You're on YouTube. They just turn on my channel. Here's my fucking link. If you see me streaming, I'm not murdering in Minecraft my family. Jesus Christ. Go ahead, Jim.
2016 election cycle, Patrick has been a loyal follower of Hillary Clinton and other leftist politicians like Joe Biden, while ironically labeling himself as a conservative. This behavior is confusing, as none of Patrick's opinions seem to align with conservative values. Others have pointed out that for some reason, Patrick refuses to admit he's a Democrat, even though he appears to fall far left on the political spectrum. To my knowledge, he's never shown support for any conservative candidates or policies. If you remember, Patrick also has previously claimed that it is normal for straight men to suck dick. He has claimed ass play and getting penetrated anally by another man is heterosexual behavior. So obviously, it sounds like Patrick is a little confused. And just remember, he is totally a straight conservative male married to his cis wife, so don't forget it.
What's a cis, Jim? What does cis mean?
Patrick, slur.
It's a slur, right? Cisgender thing?
Sissies. They're calling us sissies.
His cis wife? William, I'm a dummy, and I don't always get the obvious, but you're right. I should have recognized that. Cis wife. I've never called my wife anything but my wife. Not a cis wife. I don't like these fucking faggots and their bullshit PC comments. It's so annoying, Jim. It's so annoying. Sorry.
And just remember, he is totally a straight conservative male married to his cis wife, so don't forget it. Patrick has been obsessed with hating Donald Trump for over 8 years and tweets about Trump on a daily basis. He used to be a notorious Trump reply guy on Twitter, seeking attention and followers with his bizarre, sassy, and homosexual-sounding clapbacks. Patrick's smug and condescending behavior is well known online, particularly his habit of using the word child to demean and belittle others. He's also infamous for his violent rhetoric towards conservatives, making numerous threatening posts about Trump and the GOP being fascists. Patrick believes that supporting Trump and any of his policies is an unforgivable sin. He perceives anyone with opposing views as a fascist extremist deserving of execution, which is quite ironic, given that his own views are clearly pretty extreme. Following the election of Donald Trump in 2016, Patrick would turn into a hysterical election denier and shared and posted countless tweets about how Hillary Clinton was the true president. Ironically, Tomlinson claimed the 2016 election was stolen, much like Trump and many of his more fanatical supporters would later claim about the 2020 election. This sort of hypocrisy seems to be a recurring thing you'll experience when studying Patrick. In 2018, Tomlinson would write, "Let's reflect on the fact Hillary Clinton won the election and is the rightful president. Let's reflect on the fact Russia installed Trump through an act of war. And let's reflect on the fact that Trump has never taken any actions to defend our nation against them."
Pause it, Jim.
As you can see,
that was the worst tweet ever. Like, that was the worst tweet ever. Oh my God, look at his fat lip. He's sweating. He's sweating. Like, oh my God. Like, Did Trump ever start a war, PT, or Patrick Tomlinson? Did he ever do any of that? Is it
No, he's
PPT?
mad because they wanted him to start a war with Russia over their delusions that he was a Russian agent. To prove them wrong that he's not a Russian agent, he has to start a war with Russia.
Exactly. Like, it's unbelievable. I can't like, and he says he's a Republican, Jim. Like, he says he's
a liar.
God.
Rick is clearly a conspiracy theorist who denies basic facts because he is unable to accept reality. Tomlinson also coped with Hillary Clinton losing the election by directing his anger towards random people on Twitter. In fact, he has written over 200,000 tweets and typically posts over 100 a day raging about Trump or the GOP or his so-called stalkers, and how they're all working together with Russia and Darth Vader to destroy democracy and take over the world.
200,000.
Trump's plan for winning election is to kill as many Democrats as possible, as fast as possible. Democrats' plan for winning election is to give everyone, even Trump voters, health care. That there's even one person still supporting Trump is an indictment of our society.
Wait.
Polls said Clinton...
You pause it. You're controlling it, dude.
No, wait. His last tweet that just said that Democrats' plan is to give everyone health care. It's been 3.5 years. Where's that health care they gave to everyone?
Dude, that's what Obama did. He gave us all fucking cheap health care. Like I have not had health care since Obama passed Obamacare. I'm 56 years old. My wife is in whatever age she is. I have kids. I have not had health care because I can't afford it. So whatever. This is some bullshit.
would win by 2 to 3%. She won by 2.1%. Sorry, kiddo, but you're wrong on all counts. Fuck off. Your age doesn't matter, child. Hush now. Adults are talking.
Oh my God. Oh.
In my opinion, Patrick's antics surrounding the 2016 and 2020 elections showcase just how stupid, immature, and violently extreme he really is. When his candidate lost the election in 2016, he began crying about election fraud and, in a delusional state, claimed Hillary Clinton was the real president. When some of Trump's fanatical supporters did the same thing in 2020, Patrick basically wanted Trump and all of his supporters put to death. But the level of cognitive dissonance Patrick will experience during the upcoming 2024 election may surpass all of his previous mental gymnastics and bring him even further mental anguish. In the run-up to the 2024 election, much of the discourse surrounded Joe Biden's mental decline and the Democratic Party's possible need for a new, younger candidate. But according to Patrick, this was all a right-wing conspiracy theory that should be ignored. He adamantly tweeted several times that Biden would never drop out, and even claimed Biden was the only candidate who could defeat Trump. Patrick's flamboyant exaggerations went so far that just like in the 2 previous elections, he declared that democracy would die and America would be taken over by fascists if the Democratic Party didn't win. I can't even count how many times Patrick vehemently and fatly insisted that if you aren't riding with Biden, you're a fascist infant baby child. Following the disastrous debates, which undeniably highlighted Biden's mental decline, Patrick adamantly insisted that the president simply had a bad night, that the debates didn't matter, and that it'd all soon be forgotten. He appeared to believe that Biden's campaign was stronger than ever, and that he was the only person capable of defeating Trump. Well, on July 21st, Patrick's worst nightmare would happen. Joe Biden announced he would not be running for re-election, and that he endorsed Kamala Harris for president. For Patrick, the impact of this terrible news was probably only worsened by the failed assassination attempt against Donald Trump just 8 days earlier. By now, you're likely aware of this major historical and polarizing event that many believe has dramatically changed outlooks on the election, with many expecting Trump's victory. After an assassin's bullet grazed Trump's ear and missed his head by less than an inch, Patrick was quick to post and retweet suggestions that the attempt was a staged inside job to steal the election. He gets grazed in the ear, and the Secret Service stands him up in front of the entire crowd with his head clearly visible for several seconds before the scene is even secured or shooter tackled. Really? First campaign event since the debate, and it's obvious the media coup against Biden has failed. Sure, Jan.
Oh my God.
Unable to help himself, Patrick would also write a run-of-the-mill,
How much
shit-lib
fatter
rage
is
post
Patrick
about how
getting?
Trump was
Holy
poo-poo
shit.
Hitler. Whatever happened today, I am relieved Donald Trump is alive and well so he can live out his remaining years in a federal prison for the crimes he committed against my country. No, Schittler, you're not getting off that easy.
Yes, he is. He was the
With the
president.
Democratic National Convention coming in late August, we're sure to see more idiocy from Patrick online. And don't forget that when he's not stressing and babbling about politics, he's engaged in a years-long flame war against internet trolls, threatening them with prison daily, all while trying to gain attention from his supposed victimhood as a lolcow. He even clings to the delusion that his Twitter critics and internet trolls will all be thrown in jail for calling him a fat moron. In one instance, Patrick would post, "Democrats have never won after a contested convention. Everyone who pushed for this did so to help Trump and end American democracy. Hope for the survival of humanity hangs now by a thread." Kyle Tomlinson, a Twitter account parodying Patrick's varsity athlete little brother Kyle, would quote this tweet, writing, "Rick, if you believe that, you would redouble, or I mean start, your efforts to be in your daughter's life. Put up or shut up, pig." Patrick would fatly reply to the troll post, like he does countless times a day. "This is why your life is already over, stalker. Enjoy prison." Patrick, as I've covered previously, is not part of his daughter's life because in 2011, he threatened to kill her and his wife, leading to his divorce and loss of custody soon after. Many believe he has never even met his daughter. Twitter trolls use this fact to mock and provoke him, questioning his character. In response, Patrick threatens to send these trolls to prison. I shouldn't have to remind you that Patrick is currently suing the Milwaukee Police Department over a series of swatting incidents I've covered previously. He's suing law enforcement while also believing that they'll go out of their way to track down and arrest Twitter trolls for calling him a fat deadbeat dad. How stupid of him. Another pathetic tactic Patrick has recently resorted to is begging a leftist political action committee to feature one of his tweets on a billboard. Apparently, this pack is known for placing anti-Trump slogans and tweets on billboards around the country. Patrick's pleading, however, had been unsuccessful so far, and people behind the PC have clearly expressed they are not interested in Patrick's posts. Makes a nice billboard. What say you, at True Facts Stated? Sorry, 7 words is maximum. Project 2025, 900 PGs to say 14 words? Sorry, that message is a little nonsensical. Following the announcement that Biden would drop out of the race and Kamala would be running, Patrick once again desperately begged for a moment in the spotlight. However, like a fat idiot, he apparently forgot about the 7-word limit. Fuck it. Steal their law and order mantra. It takes a cop to beat a criminal. Harris 2024 at True Facts Stated. Kelly Lee Williams, a failed comedian who was accused of rape and sexual misconduct by several women in the Anchorage, Alaska comedy scene, would reply to the tweet, writing, "Dude, that's why you make the big bucks and drive the hog."
The Anchorage, Alaska comedy scene. Could it get any lower? Like the Anchorage, and you're accused of rape in the Anchorage, Alaska comedy scene. Holy shit. Good God. The Anchorage, Alaska. What the fuck? Anchorage.
Hashtag, vote for the cop over the criminal. As we've already seen, Pat is heavily coping with the fact Biden will not be running against Trump, and we can only expect things to get worse from here. From reading his tweets, you'd think the stress from this upcoming election could actually kill Patrick. This is our only chance of survival as a country, maybe as a species. The GOP has already said they will challenge Harris's ballot access in all 50 states, and they will win that challenge in many. But anyone else will shatter the Dem coalition. This is for all the marbles. When it comes to this sort of thing, you can always expect further insanity from Patrick in the future. His deranged rhetoric is likely to escalate as the election approaches, and I fully expect him to begin suggesting violence if and when Trump is elected president. He will grow hysterical, he will rage and fart on Twitter, and it may even have a drunken meltdown on election night as he watches his TV with tears streaming down his face while Trump is announced as the president. So stay tuned, because as far as this fat pig story goes, there's more to come.
Dude, I mean, what the heck? Like, the first message they tried to say after Trump got assassinated was that Biden had COVID and he was going to be as strong as Trump surviving COVID, right, Jim? That's what we saw that Joy Reid chick say.
Yeah.
But then, 3 days later, he's out of the race. It's fucking ridiculous. I
gotta go to sleep.
You're checking out?
Yeah.
Well, that was a good ending to the stream.
We went exactly 6 hours.
5? Yeah. Hey, chat. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you all for being here. We're going to check out. We've been here 6 hours on a Friday night. My wife is like, where the hell are you at? So I got to go say goodnight to my wife, even though I did on text. But thank you all for being here. Please like and subscribe. Please share it. Maybe get a few more people to subscribe. We keep losing them because all we do is live stream. But it's been fun, and we will see you soon.